Listen and Live Audio presents Bone by Bone by Carol O'Connell. Read for you by Benjamin Harris. Chapter 1. A batty old man of the cloth had once described the Hobbs boy as a joke of gods, an archangel of the warrior caste, and a beacon for women with carnal intentions. An angel. Would that he had wings. Oren Hobbs, now a man full grown, opened his eyes in the dark and took deep breaths to quell the panic. Every time he dreamed, he died. Neither awake nor asleep, he was caught, for a second or two, between the nightmare of going home again in the solid world, where he had arrived, where a dog was barking in the yard. He lay sprawled upon the old horsehair sofa. The upholstery smelled of tobacco and spilt whiskey, the best-loved vices of his father and the housekeeper. These stale odors were cut with a slice of a cool, sweet air from the open porch window. He had forgotten to lower the sash after climbing inside, and now Oren recalled that the door to the house had been locked against him for the first time in memory. Still drowsing, his eyes were slow to pick out the surrounding shadows of furniture that took on familiar form, but no detail. What the hell? One of the shadows scuttled across the carpet, agitated and flapping its wings like a gray moth. A moth that could skin its shin on the coffee table and whisper curse words. Memory guided Oren's hand to a lamp, and he switched it on the better to see a woman wrapped in a purple robe with great floppy sleeves. Hannah? Nearing 60, the housekeeper was a small, slight figure beneath that oversized garment, the same old bathrobe. She might be as tall as a 10-year-old, but only if she stood on her toes. The long braid of black hair had gone to iron gray, and her smile lines had deepened, but she seemed otherwise unaltered by the past 20 years. Her heart-shaped face had no sag to it. Pixies aged so well. Oh, damn it. Her wide-set hazel eyes blinked in the lamplight as she leaned down to rub her wounded shin bone. He followed her lead of a whisper that would not wake the old man, who was near death. Hannah, it's me. Oren. Sorry if I scared you. Rising from the couch, he stood barefoot in his sweatshirt and blue jeans. At 37 years of age, he might be the one more changed by time. She looked him up and down, and shook her head, as if she could not reconcile him with the long-haired boy who had left this house when he was 17. His dark brown hair was shorter now, and a strand of it covered one blue eye. He nodded toward the open window, the evidence of his housebreaking. I got in late, and I didn't want to. Hush! Hannah held a veined hand in the air, frozen there, and he fancied that her ears were attenuating, straining to hear something. Her attention was rewarded with the bark of a dog very close to the house, and then the sound of something dropped, an object clattering to the floorboards of the front porch. The housekeeper jumped as if a cannon had sounded. Oren walked toward the foyer, one hand outstretched to grab the doorknob. Don't go out there! Hannah switched off the lamp in the front room. He had a feeling that she had played out this little drama before. What's going on? More barking came from the yard. The front door would not open. In the dark of the foyer, he found a bolt by touch, but he could not undo the lock. Oren returned to the pre-dawn gloom of the parlor. He found his duffel bag and pulled out a gun. This was reflex, and he thought better of it. Best not to shoot somebody's pet on his first day back in town. He put the weapon away and closed up the bag. Zip, gone. It's okay, Hannah. Go back to bed. It's just a dog. That's not our dog, she whispered, creeping closer. Horatio died ages ago. As he moved toward the open porch window, Hannah reached out with both hands to catch him and snatch him back. Too late. Oren climbed outside. The sky was early morning gray, and the tall trees had no colors yet. Smooth, worn boards were cool beneath his bare feet as he hunkered down before the gift that had been left at the edge of the porch. A lower jawbone, bare of flesh and laced with teeth. Even without the evidence of a silver filling in one molar, he would have known that this bone belonged to the skeleton of a human being. He was well acquainted with human remains in every stage of decay. Chapter 2. As the sky brightened in the east, Oren could see that this was no innocent find of the barking dog. An animal would have left wet traces of saliva, but the jawbone was dry. It had been dropped on the porch by someone who walked on 2 legs. He peered into the woods, looking for signs of trespass, trails in the air, left there by waving ferns and low branches. After delivering a present like this one, a pervert might linger a while to watch the reaction, and the dog might betray its master with one more bark. Oren sat down on the porch steps to wait and listen. The smell of moist earth wafted up from a garden that ran the length of the porch. Nothing had blossomed yet, but it was certain that the old man had planted the bulbs of lilies, dahlias, and gladiolas. Come a fine, warm day in high summer, all of them would rise up in a riot of bright yellow blooms. On this early June morning, the bulbs were still hiding and biding their time. Oren's mother had been partial to yellow flowers, or so he had been told. There were no memories of her, only of this enduring ritual of gardening, the only sign that his father was a fool for love. How much time had passed he could not say. Behind him, he heard the door unlatch, then the creak of a floorboard, and now he caught the aroma of coffee. He looked up to see his tall, lanky father standing over him, holding 2 steaming mugs. Not dead yet, old man? Far from it. The retired judge appeared to be enjoying robust good health, though he was no longer impervious to cool mornings. Henry Hobbs wore a flannel shirt over his faded jeans. His feet were shod in replicas of the old sandals with crepe soles that had allowed him to sneak up on boys who were up to no good. For this reason alone, Oren and his little brother, Josh, had often wished that the judge would wear shoes and socks like other fathers. A long ponytail had also been the old man's trademark. Now his head was bald. As compensation, he had allowed his beard to grow long. The wispy white ends of it moved with a gentle current of air. Bowing, almost courtly, Judge Hobbs handed one of the coffee mugs down to Oren, and then joined his son on the steps. The 2 men sat, side by side, in companionable silence, as if 20 years had been but an hour's separation, as if a human jawbone had not been left out in plain sight on the porch, resting there between them. The sun was up, and the color of their surroundings had ripened into lush forest green. Yellow wildflowers peppered the meadow, and the jawbone had a reddish cast. A flock of crows rose up from a nearby tree, screeching. Caw! Caw! Cop! 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 His father watched their flight. Damn birds. I never did need an alarm clock. With the same nonchalance, the old man said, So you've come home. Well, yeah. Oren sipped his coffee. I thought you were dying. What? The judge turned to face his son. Hannah told you that? No, sir. She never spelled it out in her letters. Yet she had left him with the impression that a funeral was pending. Just a crazy inference drawn from her line about shopping for coffins. The judge waved one hand, dismissing this notion. I'll outlive her. She drinks more than I do. He flicked a ladybug off the rim of his coffee mug, proof that he was not blind, except to the skeletal remains of a human being only inches from his elbow. The door opened, and Hannah rushed out onto the porch in a racket of wooden clogs. Bending low, she covered her employer's shoulders with a woolen afghan. Stop fussing over me, said the judge, though he snuggled into the wool, grateful for the warmth. When his housekeeper had gone back inside and the door had banged shut behind her, he turned to his son. Damn, she's in a state this morning. Oren lightly tapped the fleshless body part that perched between them on the edge of the porch, just a hint that this might be the cause of Hannah's distress. Well, said the old man, oh so casually, it's not like she hasn't seen that kind of thing before. That much Oren had already surmised, but he would not take the bait and ask an obvious question. Lessons of boyhood had made him into a patient man. In a contest of sorts, he sipped the dregs of his coffee, slowly, then looked up to the sky and said, "I heard the dog died." The judge nodded. "Horatio was lame and half blind when he chased down his last squirrel." He drained his coffee mug and set it down beside the jawbone. "Never heard a car pull up. How'd you get here, boy?" "Planes and taxicabs?" Even if he had waited another 20 years for this reunion, his name would still be Boy. "I got out of the cab on the highway and walked for a while. Last night, he had thought it best to sneak up on this place of profound pain and night terrors, and the best times of his life." Oren smiled somewhat insincerely. "It was late. I thought the noise of a car might disturb a sick old man on his deathbed." Judge Hobbs laughed. Approaching his 75th birthday, he could pass for 10 years younger. There was no sign of illness in his rosy flesh, nor had age slowed his brain. He announced every thought with the flicker of bright blue eyes, quick to note everything, missing nothing, not even what went on behind his back, for now he turned to catch Hannah watching from the window. Reaching down to a lower step, Oren plucked a small clump of yellow hair from the splintered wood before the next breeze could take it. There was no need of a microscope. No doubt that this was fur recently shed by the barking dog. "I thought you'd be wearing your uniform, boy." Oren stuffed the fur ball into the watch pocket of his jeans. "I left the army." Finding human bones on the porch seemed to be an everyday thing with the judge, but this news from his son was clearly unsettling. "You quit? Not on my account." "No, sir. It was time for a change." Years ago, he had ceased to define himself as a soldier. He was a man in search of a second act, and Hannah's most recent letters had pried him loose from the inertia of military life. The mail from his father had always been returned unopened, 20 years of letters, and yet the old man had remained a constant correspondent all that time. The silent war of father and son was a one-sided thing. Oren, formerly Warrant Officer Hobbs of the U.S. Army's Criminal Investigations Division, picked up the jawbone and pondered the rust-colored stain. "So, this happens a lot?" The door opened wide, and Hannah stood there, hands on hips, wearing a shapeless denim dress. Her hair was massed on top of her head and magically held in place by 2 wooden sticks. The new day had officially begun, and the balance of power shifted to her side of the porch. "Oren, I need you to carry that bag of yours upstairs. It's too heavy for me." In times past, the housekeeper had used this voice of authority only for special offenses, such as the grimy rings of a boy's life left on the porcelain sides of the bathtub. Smiling, he rose from the steps and followed her into the house. Closing the door behind him, he paused to stare at the deadbolts. Once, there had been a quaint keyhole lock, only one, and there had never been a key. Now there were 3 heavy-duty bolts, and each one required a key to unlock it from the inside. The parlor of the old Victorian was flooded with sunlight, and Oren had his first look at what time had done to this room. It was disturbing. The shabbiness was not a symptom of apathy. It was worse, a conscientious thing. A broken vase of no value, sentimental or otherwise, had been glued back together so that it could remain a fixture of the mantelpiece. The rug was faded and near bald in places, evidence of scrubbing spills or maybe the accidents of an old dog in its dotage. And though Henry Hobbs had bags of money, the old man had kept the same furniture. Rips in the massive red sofa had been carefully mended, as had the cracks in the old brown leather club chairs in the recliner. This was no act of preservation, but more like hardcore denial that 2 decades had passed since the loss of Josh. An Irish setter lay on the floor near the fireplace. The dog was posed in sleep, but nothing could be so still as death. "Horatio? Your father had him stuffed 12 years ago," said the housekeeper. Not the brightest of animals, Horatio had never learned to do tricks or obey commands. He had only known how to slime his family with kisses and wet them down with drool. So happy was he to love and be loved. his tail had wagged in his sleep. This stuffed thing was nothing like Horatio. Hannah squinted, as if to see the lifeless carcass more clearly. "I suppose it is a bad joke on a dead dog." She gestured by hand signals that he should follow her upstairs, where they would not be overheard. He picked up his duffel bag, his socks and cowboy boots, and then he climbed the steps behind her, noting the rut worn into the center of the staircase carpet. The same old carpet. Up to the second-floor landing and down the hall they went. The housekeeper led the way, and Oren spoke to her back. "So, Hannah, you mentioned a coffin in your last letter?" Surprised, she stopped mid-stride. "The judge didn't tell you?" She continued on her way down the hall, saying over one shoulder, "Your brother's been coming home, bone by bone." Chapter 3. Oren dropped his bag and boots. Grabbing the housekeeper by the shoulders, he turned the tiny woman around to face him. "The judge thinks that jawbone belongs to Josh?" "Well, yes. But that's not the crazy part." She rolled her eyes and sighed. "It never ends." By her tone, she might be describing a long parade of ants in the kitchen, instead of his younger brother's strange homecoming, one bone at a time. Hannah turned solemn as she studied his face. She must have seen that he was stalled somehow. The wiry little woman scooped up his belongings from the floor, as if the heavy bag and boots weighed nothing, and she carried them to the bedroom at the end of the hall. He was slow to follow her through that last door. Unlike the parlor downstairs, his old room showed no signs of time passing. Oren stared at the familiar blue bedspread and its history of soap-resistant stains. It was unwrinkled, not quite the way he had left it when he was a teenager who struggled with the concept of tucked-in sheets and smoothed-out blankets. The same photographs hung on the walls. His old fountain pen lay on the writing desk alongside a book he had never finished reading. All that appeared to be missing was the knapsack taken with him on the day when the old man had sent him away. Hannah settled his duffel bag on the bed and opened a bureau drawer. "You travel light." "I shipped a trunk. It'll be along in a day or two." "Good. That sounds more permanent." The housekeeper unzipped his bag and removed an old Colt .45 with 2 fingers and a look of surprise. "How on earth did you find it?" "That's not Granddad's gun. I bought that one from a collector." He had seen it as a sweet reminder of early childhood, a day when the housekeeper had found him and Josh playing with an old revolver in the attic. They had just figured out how to load the bullets when Hannah had snatched it away from them. Then she had hidden the gun with only the clue that it was buried, and the 2 brothers had dug up large sections of the yard by flashlight and moonlight in a quest that had gone on for years. Next, she pulled a heavy wad of T-shirts from the bag and unwrapped them to find a bottle of Jack Daniel's Tennessee whiskey buried inside. "A present," he said. She carried the bottle to the window and grinned at the label in this better light. "You remembered my brand. You good boy." "We need to talk about the judge. And the bones." "I know." Hannah set the bottle down on the desk and left the room. She returned a few moments later with 2 small paper cups from the bathroom dispenser. 3 fingers of alcohol had been poured and drunk before she said, "You know, it's possible for a man to be crazy and functional. Take the judge, for instance." "Right," he said dryly. "Just hypothetically." The housekeeper crumpled her paper cup into a ball, the only sign that she was vexed, and set it on the bureau. She turned her back on him to fold the T-shirts and place them in a drawer. "This business of stuffing the dog, turning the house into a damn museum." More clothes were pulled from the duffel bag. "It's like one little crazy spot in the middle of a real clear mind. That's called a fixation." Fixation? Pain had ebbed away with the medicine from the whiskey bottle, and Oren smiled as he parroted the housekeeper's old mantra. "You've been reading books. You know that can't be good for you." Countless times she had said this to him when he was a child spending too many daylight hours in the judge's library. It had been her mission then to save him from literacy and send him out of doors in search of a life. He poured and downed another shot of whiskey as he leaned back against the only patch of wall not cluttered with photos and white mats and black wooden frames. "I've got a present for you, too." The housekeeper opened the top drawer of the desk. She pulled out a photograph framed in silver and handed it to him. "You were such beautiful kids." He studied her gift, a portrait of two boys. Oren, pictured at the age of 17, stood half a head taller than his younger brother. He had never seen this shot, though he remembered when it was taken. No detail of that day could be forgotten. Josh had mounted his camera on a brand-new tripod and used a cable release to snap this picture from a distance. And so the two brothers were standing together, for the last time. The photograph was black and white, and Oren's blue eyes looked very dark. He seemed so subdued in that moment, and today he was not so changed after all, still brooding in his countenance, as if he had made a pact with Josh, for whom change was impossible. He sank down on the bed beside Hannah. She wrapped her arms around him in a hug. "It's good to have you home." He had sorely missed this little woman, and she released her hold on him too soon. He bowed his head to look down at the picture in his hands. "So, about that jawbone?" "Ah, the bones. They're always left on the porch late at night. You're the only one who knows, besides me and your father." No, there was another person who knew. The trespasser who traveled by night with a yellow dog. "I'm guessing that this has been going on for months." He dated that guess by the housekeeper's letters and their cryptic allusions to something amiss. "If the old man doesn't call the sheriff, I'll have to do it myself." She placed one hand on his knee and squeezed it with gentle warning. "He won't like that, Oren. He was a judge. He knows the law. But you don't know the half of it. Not yet." Hannah stood up, a little unsteady for the liquor. Late in life, she had evidently become a pansy drinker. He followed her down the hall to Josh's old room, where the braided rug and the striped wallpaper were holding up well. But the bedspread had once been brilliant green, and now it was a muted shade. The closet was open, and Josh's favorite denim shirt hung by a hook on the back of the door along with the Sunday best blue jeans. His brother had been wearing knock-around jeans the last time he was seen alive. Hannah seemed lost in reverie in a whiskey buzz, perhaps forgetting why she had brought him in here. To refresh her memory, Oren slapped the top of the coffin that had pride of place in the center of Josh's bedroom. "This is new," he said. Did that sound sarcastic? He hoped so. The varnished rosewood was trimmed with shiny brass that spoke of a recent purchase. It was the wildly upscale model hawked by funeral directors whose souls were interchangeable with used car salesmen. And this could only mean that one such undertaker must have seen enormous grief in the old man's eyes. And tears? Oh yes. The expense of the coffin was proof. This obscene trick could only be worked on a fragile mourner deep in pain. Hannah raised the lid and laid it back on its hinges. The judge didn't want anybody to know about this until he had all the bones. Till Josh was finished coming home. He made me swear not to tell. The satin lining was green, Josh's favorite color, and the skeleton nestled there was the same red cast as the jawbone outside on the porch. The hands and feet were missing. Perhaps the judge's night visitor was an amateur at exhumation, and had overlooked remains that might pass for sticks and stones. What destroyed Oren was the slight overlap of the skull's front teeth, the only physical imperfection of a 15-year-old boy. "Hello, Josh. Did you miss me?" Hannah stepped back from the coffin. "You wouldn't expect bones to smell." By profession, Oren was accustomed to decomposition. He knew it was the confined space and the seal of the coffin that gave the bones the reek of an ossuary. And there was also an earthy smell. He leaned down, as if to kiss his brother's lipless face. "Hannah, did the judge clean the skull? Did he do anything to it before it went into the coffin?" "No, not a thing. The way Josh is now. That's the way he came home. The bones of the body were dusted with soil, but the skull bore the circular marks of cloth-wiped dirt. No part of the skeleton showed signs of exposure to the elements, and there was no damage from the fangs of animal predators, only the stains of sheltering earth. Raw burial could only be read as murder. The torso and limbs were more lightly colored than the skull, a sign that they had been protected for a time by a layer of clothing. Oren took small comfort in the knowledge that his little brother had not been thrown naked into some hole. Hannah tugged at his sleeve. The judge won't want to give Josh up to the sheriff, but he might be willing to part with 1 or 2 bones. Oren nodded as if she had said something sensible. It had been easy enough for the judge to part with his firstborn son, but it would be too hard on the old man to give up the other child, the dead one. Hannah raised one finger to herald another thought. Maybe we could just hold off on reporting Josh's skeleton, at least until it's finished. One hand went up to her mouth to stifle any more mad ideas. Her head tilted to one side, as if to shake out this contagion of an old man's insanity, and then she gripped Oren's arm. Before you call the sheriff, you have to prepare the judge. And how would he convince a crazy old man to surrender his dead son? Well, he would avoid any useless words like closure. Oren could not even bring himself to close the coffin. He wanted to crawl inside with the bones, to lie down with them and die. Hannah stepped up to perform this small service for him. She was lowering the lid when he said, "Wait!" and stayed her hands. They don't match up. What? Look at the thigh bones, Hannah. She leaned over the coffin to stare at one and then the other. She looked at him, quizzical, worried. They're the same. Look again. The left one's off by an inch. Now look at the arms. He pointed to radials and femurs, not wanting to touch them. These bones belong to 2 different skeletons. At least 2. Chapter 4. After returning the telephone's receiver to its antique cradle, Oren knew he could count on 30 minutes, maybe a solid hour, before a deputy was dispatched from the county seat. There would be no siren screaming, no haste. The deputy from Sahlberg might even stop for breakfast along the way. The county sheriff's office was long accustomed to similar reports from hikers in the woods, and the remains always turned out to be the bones of animals. Oren had made no mention of the skeleton in the coffin, only the jawbone, but not its dental filling. He climbed the stairs and returned to his old bedroom, drawn there by the photograph in the silver frame, the shot taken on the day Josh had vanished. That was the only time that his little brother had used a tripod, the only instance of Josh appearing in one of his own pictures. Among the 100 examples of his brother's work on all the walls of the house, this posed composition was a rarity. The boy had favored a handheld camera for candid shots taken on the fly, hit and run. In this picture there was more than a foot of distance between Oren and his brother, as if Josh were already leaving him in that moment. Other photographs, more than a dozen, hung on the bedroom walls, and they chronicled 5 years of Josh's love affair with the camera. Oren stared at his favorite, one of himself and a girl who had only appeared in the summers of his boyhood. He colored her black and white image with a memory of long red hair and eyes the color of dark honey. As a boy, he had availed himself of furtive glances to count the freckles on her nose. At the age of 12, this had been his life's work. In his early teens, he had progressed to a fascination with her red toenail polish. He might have been 13 years old when this shot was taken. Boy and girl were pictured walking away from one another, heading toward opposite ends of the frame. Between them yawned a great empty space, nothing but sky. His little brother had never taken a picture without the intention to tell a story or a joke, and this was both. Nothing had ever happened between Oren and the summer girl. They had not exchanged a single word. He had never heard the sound of her voice. Isabel Winston. Hannah, don't do that. She should know better. Creeping up behind people had always been the judge's job. Oren turned around to see the housekeeper eyeing the same photograph. How long had she been standing there? Josh was good, wasn't he? She moved closer to the wall. A real artist. Oren reached out to the bureau and picked up her homecoming gift, the picture of two brothers. I know this shot came from Josh's last roll of film, the one he left behind that day. When was this developed? Was it before or after the judge sent me away?
Hello again. Let's slow down for a minute and reset with a bit of music. Don't worry, this audiobook won't cost you a thing. Thanks for being part of this journey.
Make it sound like he kicked you out of the house. She smiled, taking no offense at his tone of interrogation. After Josh went missing, I found a roll of film stashed in his sock drawer. I left it there for a while. The judge didn't want anything disturbed in your brother's room. He had a real bug about that. I don't remember exactly when I took the roll down to the drugstore to get it developed. After a furtive glance at the door, she lowered her voice. The judge doesn't need to know I did that. He'd pitch a fit. Hannah gave him her best conspirator's grin. So don't you rat on me, okay? She returned the photograph to the bureau. It's a good picture, but I know Josh would have done a better job in his own dark room. That's still in the attic? Just the way he left it. Is that where you put the rest of the pictures from his last roll? Hannah turned to the window. There's a car coming. He did not doubt her, but a few moments passed before he also heard the sound of tires on the gravel driveway. At the hour of a shift change, there would be no deputies on duty in this area, and it was too soon for any official vehicle from Sahlberg. The owner of the pickup truck had streaks of blonde hair the light shade of a towhead child's. If Hannah Rice had been in a more charitable mood, she might have credited those highlights to the sun instead of vanity. The judge says you have to wait until that warrant shows up. Dave Hardy was hunting for a shovel amid the pile of bags and gardening tools in the bed of his truck. I give the orders, Hannah. Sure you do. She was not convinced that anyone in a rock and roll t-shirt and blue jeans could have any authority over her, though even out of uniform, everything about this man announced him as an officer of the law. His I-run-the-show attitude had begun to form at the age of 8 when he got his first pair of dark glasses. Dave had worn them even in the rain, and some people who had watched him grow up could no longer recall the color of his eyes. When Hannah thought of this man as a child, she always embellished this picture of him with a tiny, fully loaded gun. Today he was not carrying a weapon, and without his dark glasses he looked nearly naked. Obviously feeling the need to bolster his credibility with her, he clipped his deputy's star to a belt loop, and then he resumed the chore of ransacking his pickup truck. The retired judge sat on the porch steps beside Josh's jawbone. Hannah leaned down and lightly touched his arm, her prelude to every strong suggestion. If you just tell Dave what's upstairs in that coffin, he might lose interest in that patch of dirt. She jabbed her thumb in the direction of freshly turned earth at the end of the garden, where the judge had planted his last batch of bulbs. Henry Hobbs shook his head. No deal. He called out to the deputy. For the last time, the bone didn't come from my garden. We'll see. Triumphant, Dave Hardy raised a shovel high above his head. Found it. He climbed down from the truck bed, turned toward the house, and turned to stone. Hannah looked back over one shoulder to see what had stunned the deputy. Oren stood in the open doorway, only curious at the moment and relaxed in his stance. The deputy could only stare at him, but everyone stared at Oren Hobbs. It was not merely the good looks of her blue-eyed boy that drew this kind of attention, more like attraction with the pull of gravity. 20 years ago, in Hannah's estimation, Oren had been interrupted on the way to becoming somebody, She had never forecast the army in his future. No, she had always seen him at the center of the stage. Indeed, this morning it was almost like a performance, him standing there, hands in his pockets, wrapped in the aura of a rock star in an idle moment. His audience, Dave Hardy, was spellbound. Spell undone, Dave rolled back his shoulders and gripped the shovel in both hands. Odd thing, Oren. That jawbone showing up the same time you do. The judge rose from the porch steps and walked toward the deputy, eyes on the shovel. You can't dig up my garden. Those bulbs will never bloom if you— That's enough, old man. Dave freed up one hand to point at the porch. Now go back and sit down. That's an order. The whites of Hannah's eyes got wider. One did not disrespect Judge Henry Hobbs. Not in this town. The old man hesitated, and there was confusion in his face, silently asking how this could be happening to him. Hannah's hands went to her hips in a pose that conveyed to Dave Hardy, Now look what you've done. Dave marched toward the far end of the flower bed and never saw his predictable demise in the eyes of Oren Hobbs, who descended the porch steps, slowly, angry and focused on the deputy. Poor deputy. Hannah Rice had always loomed large and mighty, even after Oren and Josh had grown taller than she was. The slightest pressure of the housekeeper's hand on any part of a boy that she could catch had been enough to restrain the two youngsters, and this influence of hers had lasted into their teenage years. It simply had never occurred to either of them that, once caught, they could ever get away from her. And now he felt Hannah's small hand closing over his right fist, the one he favored for beating the crap out of Dave Hardy. Oren stood very still, powerless to go anywhere. He looked down to catch her brief smile, the equivalent of rolling up her sleeves in anticipation of doing some damage. Hannah trained her eyes on the deputy and worked her old magic, hurling words across the length of the flower bed with a crack of lightning bolts. Put that shovel down this instant! Dave looked up. The shovel hovered. The housekeeper lowered her voice for the next salvo. Don't you make me call your mother. Run, Dave, run. Apparently the deputy's mother still held the office of town monster, a woman in the habit of publicly castrating her own son in 10 words or less. Oren recalled that Mrs. Hardy had sometimes rhymed her lines, and around town she had been much admired as an obscene poet. I can have Mavis over here, said Hannah, snapping her fingers. Just like that. Once, it had been rumored that Dave's mother was a vessel of demonic possession. More rational townspeople had argued that, in any arrangement of that sort, Mavis Hardy would be the possessor and not the possessed. Dave dropped the shovel. A jeep rounded a stand of trees by the driveway and parked in front of the house. The star of the county sheriff's office was painted on the vehicle's door, and Cable Babbitt was behind the wheel. The sheriff cut the engine and climbed out. He was grayer now, but still shaped like a pear with a mustache. He wore an amiable smile while he slammed the jeep's door, the only warning of things to come. In his quiet, almost genteel manner, he lowered a hammer on the deputy without raising his voice. You're late for work. No, sir. The deputy stood at attention, his back ramrod straight. I picked up the call before I left the house this morning. I'm on the job. Out of uniform? I don't think so, Dave. The younger lawman picked up his shovel, his proof of innocence. I'll get changed right after I dig up this— No, no, no! The judge called out from the porch steps. He was more his old self again when he shook one fist at the deputy. There are no bones buried in my garden. Cable Babbitt strolled over to the porch and tipped his hat to the retired judge, a greeting of friends, both local boys grown into old men, though Henry Hobbs was senior by 12 years. Morning, Henry. What have you got there? The sheriff picked up the jawbone and turned it over in his hand. He held it up high as a lure to draw his deputy closer. Well, Dave, you're half right. There's no sign of exposure, lots of staining. This bone was buried all right, but not around here. You see this reddish coloring? It comes from iron-rich soil. That puts the burial site to the north and straight up. He pointed to the high mountainside of deep woods tapering to bald rock. "There's a streak of iron ore up there." Iron ore? Oren wondered how the sheriff had come by that bit of arcane knowledge. Coventry had its roots in a small mill town. There had never been a mining operation within 100 miles of here, nor even a hint of iron deposits in this northern neighborhood of California. Sheriff Babbitt jerked one thumb toward the deputy's pickup truck, and this was enough to send Dave Hardy on his way. When the truck had disappeared around the stand of trees, Oren stood toe-to-toe with the sheriff. "Iron ore? You knew about that jawbone before I called it in." This was more than an accusation. It was bait. He studied the older man's face, looking there for signs of a lie in the making. "Maybe you already had one of Josh's bones. You'd need a sample to get a soil analysis for—" "That's enough, Oren. I've got a few questions for you." Showdown. Or maybe not. Hannah, an experienced wrangler of boys and men, worked her way between them. "Oren, I need you to run an errand in town." She pressed an empty pharmacy bottle into his hand, then faced the porch and shouted to the judge as if he might be deaf. "I'm sending Oren into town for your pills. Your heart medication." Henry Hobbs, who was not deaf, nodded with some puzzlement. "No idea where the car keys are." "I do," said Hannah. Oren followed her inside and down the hall to a room with Dutch blue walls and white cabinets. Like the rest of the house, the kitchen was unchanged except for a new refrigerator of stainless steel and a matching dishwasher. Apparently the judge was a failure at patching up worn appliances, and here he had fallen short of his insane mission to stop time. "You might have guessed. It's the same old car in the garage." Hannah retrieved a stepladder from the broom closet. "But the judge keeps the engine in real good condition. If you ask me, I think it runs better than brand new models." She kicked off her wooden clogs and mounted the metal steps to climb on top of the counter. "Even the poor white trash in this town drive those cars. They never die. They just get passed down and around." Bare feet firmly planted on the countertop, she opened a cupboard door. "I swear, if Coventry had a town flag, the emblem would be a Mercedes hood ornament." The tiny woman rose up on her toes to reach a high shelf. After moving a few canisters out of her way, she pulled out a tea tin, extracted the car keys, and handed them down to him. "It's still a one-drugstore town. You know the way." Startled, Oren wondered if Hannah did this each time she took the car out, but he only pocketed the keys, asking no questions. It was that kind of a day. In Coventry's insular idea of geography, the northwestern town perched on a cliff at World's End, where the earth fell away in a wicked drop to a rocky coastline. An elderly man posed close to the edge as a companion photographed him against blue California sky and the Pacific Ocean. He leaned one shaky hand upon a metal rail installed to prevent witless tourists from falling to their deaths. Across the street, a pastel row of small art galleries and boutiques was waking up to the morning trade, opening shutters and raising shades. These buildings were dwarfed by the Straub Hotel, with its 4 flights of windows capped by attic gables. Every street was lined with the cars of weekend travelers, and it was Oren's good luck to find a parking space. On the hotel veranda, a stout gray-haired woman was ensconced in a high-back wicker chair. Deep frown lines gave her the air of one who took offense at all that she surveyed, and her ample flesh hung in jowls and a double chin. Imperious, she presided over the comings and goings of hotel guests, giving each a curt nod as if to say, "Okay, I've acknowledged you, now move on." And they did. He should know this senior citizen. She knew him. Though the lady wore sunglasses, he sensed that her eyes were tracking him when he left the car and stepped onto the sidewalk. As he came closer, she graced him with a smile and lowered the dark glasses. Her smile quickly slipped away, and Oren knew that he had failed a test of some kind. The woman raised one clenched fist and slowly extended her middle finger as an invitation for him to perform an unnatural act upon himself. And by this hand gesture alone, he recognized her. He had been a teenager the last time they met. Then she had been a woman in her 40s with a lean body and long hair the color of lions. Then and now were different creatures. He approached the hotel steps, calling up to her. "Hello, Mrs. Straub." She leaned forward, causing the wicker to creak with a sudden shift of her bulk. Her voice had the husky quality of booze and cigarettes when she said, "Oren Hobbs. We've had sex in half the rooms of my hotel. I think it's time you called me Evelyn." Impervious to the peasants, a startled pair of guests, Evelyn Straub donned her sunglasses. She sat well back in her chair and turned her face away from him. This audience was clearly over. Thus dismissed, he gave her a wave, almost a salute, and continued down the sidewalk toward the drugstore. As always, the traffic moved slowly, not even close to the posted 25 miles per hour. By some mystical agreement of tourists and residents alike, all the drivers slowed down at the sign that welcomed them to town. Yet Oren was mindful of the slowest car, the one keeping pace with him. In sidelong vision, he noted only that it was black and low-slung, for his eyes were fixed on the pharmacy bottle in his hand. This was not the judge's medication. Another name was printed on the label. He recognized the drug, and he knew why it was prescribed. When had Hannah's days become so stressful? High anxiety and 3 strong locks on the front door. What else had changed during all the years of his exile? The black car still crawled beside him. Now it put on a short burst of speed to capture a freshly vacated parking space up the street. Oren raised his eyes as the car door slammed, and he missed a step. The summer girl always had that effect on him. Isabel Winston left her black sports car to face him down on the sidewalk half a block away. There was great purpose in her stride as she moved toward him. Though the morning was a cool one, a light white cotton dress swirled above her knees, and he saw the flash of red toenails on sandaled feet. Her hair was shorter, but still the color of raw carrots. Her freckles could not be seen at this distance. Oren took them on faith. He slowly released all the breath in his lungs. The first time he had come near her, she had smelled of horses and, in later summers, a succession of perfumes, a different scent each time they met. Now she was almost close enough to inhale. As the gap between them narrowed, he averted his eyes and edged closer to the storefront side of the pavement, unwilling to risk touching her in passing. And so they fell into their old childhood dance, the look-away two-step. He watched her reflection in a shop window as she came abreast of him. In the glass, he saw her pause just long enough for her left foot to lash out in his direction. A direct hit to one shin. His legs tangled and he was tripping, falling. The ground flew up to meet him with the painful crack of his kneecap on the cement and the vision of stars that came with a bang to the head. First contact. Oren rolled onto his back and raised himself up on one elbow to watch the summer girl, now a woman in her 30s, as she moved on down the sidewalk. There was never a backward glance to gloat over the damage she had done to him, and he thought that spoke well of her character. Chapter 5. The rear door of the coroner's van hung open, waiting to receive his child's remains. To rob him. Judge Henry Hobbs dangled his feet from the wide stump of an ancient tree. He had the meadow all to himself. His housekeeper had been so distracted by the events of the morning, she had allowed him to sit here in the sun without a baseball cap to shelter his bald head. And now she had deserted him for an interview with the sheriff. The judge could only watch his own front door from a distance, forbidden to enter it. The old Mercedes rolled past the house and parked where the gravel driveway widened into a turnout. His son left the car and walked toward him, not hurrying any. Apparently, Oren had completed Hannah's odd errand, for he carried a small white bag imprinted with the drugstore logo. The prescription for his heart medication only interested Henry Hobbs because he had no heart ailment and took no pills of any kind. The pharmacist would have apprised Oren of that fact, and now the boy would want to know what Hannah was playing at. His son idly shifted the bag from one hand to the other as he sat down to share the generous expanse of the stump. Oren pretended interest in the clouds passing by overhead when he said, "I saw Mrs. Straub in town, just to say hello." "Well, how nice, but what's in that damn sack?" In the ensuing silence, the judge had to smile, for now they had a game. His son was enjoying the tension of a query that could not be voiced. Obvious questions were against the rules. Heart medication, indeed. However, declaring his housekeeper to be a bold-faced liar would be rude, and bad manners were also against the rules of the game. Oren set the pharmacy bag on the stump, and the mystery of its contents hovered in the air between them. "Oh, Evelyn Straub," said the judge, keeping up his end. "I always wondered if she was the one who taught you to smoke cigarettes." He also suspected that woman of committing worse crimes against his son while the boy was underage. Oren picked up the paper bag, opened it, and looked inside. "And I saw Isabel Winston, too. So she still comes back every summer?" He closed the bag and set it down on the stump. "This time she came in April." The judge squinted and strained his eyes to read the receipt stapled to the paper sack, but this only told him the price. "I think the Winston girl moved back to the lodge so she could look after her mother." And the flimsy paper bag that did not contain the judge's heart medication was gaining more weight with every passing second. It had to be Hannah's own prescription. What ailed his housekeeper? Was it something serious? "So Mrs. Winston's not well?" "Sarah? Oh, she drinks a bit," said the judge. "When I was still on the bench, I had to revoke her driver's license." Could the bag contain heart medication for Hannah? Endgame. The judge picked up the bag, ripped it open, and stared at the label on a bottle of tiny white pills prescribed for his housekeeper. "Lorazepam?" Oren smiled. No, call it gloating, as he dangled the car keys in one hand. "I wonder why Hannah keeps these in a tea tin at the top of the cupboard." So that's where they were. "Well, age takes a toll, and she's getting up in years," said the judge, who was 15 years older than his housekeeper. "Did the pharmacist mention what these pills were for?" "He didn't have to. I already knew." Beaten again, the judge looked down at the mystifying label. "It's for her anxiety," said Oren, a gracious and charitable winner. Hannah anxious? Never. Henry Hobbs regarded the pill bottle as if it might be filled with little white bombs. "That can't be right. She's so calm, she's downright sluggish. She goes to bed early, takes naps in the afternoon." He addressed the object in his hand. "There's got to be another use for this medication. You know, over the past 6 weeks or so, I think she's gotten a little paranoid. Hiding the car keys, that fits. And you've seen all the locks on the front door? Kitchen door, too. That's Hannah's doing." "Well, sir, you've got human bones dropping on the front porch like clockwork. That might account for the locks." The sash was raised on the window in Josh's bedroom, and both men looked up to see the sheriff leaning over the sill and calling out in a neighborly fashion, "Oren? A word?" Hannah came down the stairs as Oren climbed upward. "I plan to throw a quick lunch together. You fancy a chicken sandwich?" "Yes, ma'am." She paused on the step beside him. "I told Cable everything." In passing, she whispered, "I don't think he'll need to question the judge today." "Good job." Reaching the second-floor landing, he saw a stranger standing idle in the hallway. Printing on the back of his jacket identified him as the county coroner's man, still waiting for the bones. That was odd. Hannah's small store of information would have filled 10 minutes at the outside. What had Cable Babbitt been doing with all this time? Oren hovered on the threshold of his brother's bedroom. He stared at the open closet, the rod packed tight with smashed-together clothes, a shelf piled high with junk, and he wondered if the sheriff had noticed the single anomaly in that chaos. Henry Hobbs was surprised and wary. No revved-up Porsche had announced the arrival of Addison Winston, who so loved a noisy entrance. The lawyer came strolling across the meadow, quietly, and that alone was cause for suspicion. Though technically neighbors, the Winstons owned a great deal of acreage, and it was a good hike from the lodge, for an attorney in wildly expensive dress shoes. All decked out in a superbly tailored suit of gray silk, Addison hardly looked the part of a man in early retirement. But then, he had never fit that role by so much as a single strand of gray hair. "Hello, Henry. I saw the sheriff's Jeep in the driveway. Thought you might need a good lawyer." Ad Winston had a smile that could charm a suicide bomber, but not the judge. The attorney's lean jawline was suspiciously well preserved. His hair was cut to a youthful shoulder length, and the Van Dyke beard, no doubt dyed the same shade of brown, was trimmed to a sharp point. The judge was convinced that if he could only see the man's ears, they would be pointy too. And so, in a Dorian Gray kind of way, Addison never seemed to age. "I don't need a celebrity lawyer," said the judge. "Well, Henry, if you're down to your last $1 million, I could take you on as a charity case." The attorney sat on the tree stump and raised his face to the sun, as if he were not tanned enough. The judge also looked up, but to the north where the Winston Lodge perched on a foothill. All that could be seen above the tree line was the conical roof of the tower atop Addison's castle of logs. "You got a telescope up there?" "3 of them," said Addison. "Tools of the trade for an ambulance chaser. Actually, I passed the coroner's van on the road, so naturally I assumed you were dead." His smile faded off as he turned toward the house. "Please tell me the coroner didn't come for Hannah." "Hannah's just fine." Or was she? He was still speculating on the pharmacy bottle in his hand. "Not dead. Glad to hear it. My daughter mentioned seeing Oren in town, so the boys come home. Josh, too." Ad Winston wore a look of stunned surprise, and the judge would have enjoyed that so much if he could only believe that it was genuine. Oren stood at the center of Josh's bedroom and looked down at the coffin, where his brother's bones blended with those of a stranger. "It's official now," said Sheriff Babbitt. 20 years late, but we got ourselves a homicide investigation." He rolled up a cloth tape measure that looked like something borrowed from Hannah's sewing basket. So this was where the time had gone. The sheriff had been measuring the bones of arms and legs. As a CID agent, when Oren had no DNA samples or dental records, he had sometimes used these same markers to identify victims found in the mass graves of combat zones. And on one occasion, all he had was the vertebrae of a baby mingled with bones of the mother. But Cable Babbitt was probably more concerned with the body count in the coffin. This man would not care to wait on a pathologist's report to tell him how many people it had taken to make this one partial skeleton. "A double homicide," said Oren. "Unless you think there might be 3 victims." The sheriff smiled. "Nice catch, son. Hannah told me you figured on at least 2 people here. If I come up with a different number, you know I won't be sharing that with you." "Yes, sir." Cable Babbitt glanced at his wristwatch. "Where the hell is Dave?" He called out to the coroner's man in the hallway. "Harry, no need to wait for my deputy. I guess we can just load the bones into a body bag." "No," said Oren. "Don't bag them." He reverently lowered the heavy wooden lid. "Just load the casket into the van." The sheriff nodded to the man in the hall. "Go get another pair of hands, Harry." When the other man's footsteps had died off down the hall, he said, "Good idea, son. It's best if your dad doesn't keep the coffin in the house. He might get to thinking that's a normal thing to do. Now, about these bones showing up on the porch, Hannah tells me this has been going on for a while, but you just got home last night." Oren nodded, looking down through the open window as a jeep pulled up in front of the house. The door opened, and the driver dropped to the ground on the run. Only seconds later, the coroner's man entered the room, followed by Dave Hardy, who had changed into his uniform. They each grabbed a brass handle, then lifted the coffin and turned it toward the door with some haste on Dave's end. "I made a call to the Army," said the sheriff. "Oren, you know how this works. I had to account for your time while the judge was collecting those bones." The coroner's man and the deputy were in less of a hurry now. Though the coffin must be heavy, they lingered at the bedroom door. If this annoyed the sheriff, it never showed on his face.
boss of your old outfit vouched for all your duty hours. He told me you were the best CID agent he ever met. He thinks I'd be a fool not to make use of all that talent. But I guess you know why I can't do that."
"Yes, sir." Oren well understood the reason. One day, 2 brothers had walked into the woods, and only one had come back alive. Chapter 6. The road was narrow, and new shoots of foliage reached out to touch the sheriff's jeep, just a kiss of leaves in passing. As Cable Babbitt traveled toward the coast highway, the dense forest was left behind, and he had a broad vista of town and sea and sky. He turned to the silent man beside him to make one more attempt at an actual conversation.
"I hear the Army gave you a real fine education. A damn master's degree in forensic science. They must think a lot of you, son. I'm surprised they let you go without a fight."
This was doubly surprising in wartime, when the military was strained and stretched thin, when National Guardsmen much older than Oren were pressed into active duty.
"Your commanding officer didn't say why you quit. I had the feeling he didn't know."
A station wagon sped past. The name of a news program was printed on a sign anchored to its roof. Oren Hobbs turned in the passenger seat to watch this vehicle heading back toward the judge's house.
"Reporters," said the sheriff. "Those guys are from a local radio station, and the signal's pretty weak."
He pointed to the sky, and a low-flying helicopter with station call letters boldly printed on the bottom.
"Now that's the outfit that worries me. They broadcast statewide."
"Turn around," said Oren. "Take me home."
"Bad idea, son. But don't worry. I'm the one who called Ad Winston. He'll look out for your dad and Hannah. Nobody handles reporters better than Ad does."
"The judge doesn't even like him."
"So what? Henry Hobbs is like royalty around here, and Ad would never miss a chance to do that old man a favor. It's better if you stay away from the media. You know that, right?"
"I know I'm the prime suspect."
"Son, you could confess right now, and I'd still put you to work."
Oren Hobbs was stunned and quiet for all the time it took to point the wheels of the jeep toward the county seat. In sidelong vision, Cable kept an eye on his passenger as the younger man struggled with the logic of this proposition. The absolute lack of legality, not to mention common sense. "You know I can't help you," said Oren. "You laid it out yourself back at the house. You told me."
"What I said back there, that was for my deputy's benefit."
High school grudges were long-lived, and Dave Hardy would never forgive Oren for beating him bloody and senseless in front of half the town. Isabel Winston, Ph.D., stood upon a wooden deck that encircled her mother's retreat, a tower room at the top of the lodge. The crisp, cool air was filled with spraying birdseed, loud caws, whistles, and trills, and the rush of wings. Hungry birds landed at feeders hung all around the railing, and the sated ones took flight. The ornithologist ignored them. Birds were not her passion today. Her binoculars were trained on a helicopter landing in the Hobbs meadow. She could easily identify her father, Addison, as he strolled the tall grass, one hand extended to greet the reporters piling out of the aircraft. Overhead, a private jet was making a descent at the county airstrip. More media? Of course. First, the local radio station had created a serial murder from the bones of one lost boy, and now the circus had come to town. She moved around to the other side of the tower and set the binoculars on the railing, startling a cowbird into flight and a high whistle of wee titty. She looked through the eyepiece of a telescope, one of 3 that were permanent fixtures of the deck. This lens was focused on the town of Coventry. Her mother, a gifted amateur naturalist, did more than note the passage of birds. Isabel looked back at the sleeping woman on the other side of the glass wall. How many years ago had that bed been moved up here? When had the tower room become Sarah Winston's whole world? Turning back to the telescope, Isabel shifted it and kept the sheriff's jeep in sight until it made the turn onto the coast highway, carrying Oren Hobbs away. Keeping track of Oren had once been the schoolgirl hobby of summer vacations, and now that he was out of sight, Her interest in voyeurism faded. She opened the sliding glass door and stepped inside. The tower room offered shade from the midday sun, but no greater sense of privacy. The northern and southern exposures were floor-to-ceiling panes of glass, and there were no curtains. The walls, east and west, were made of plaster and covered with framed drawings from her mother's sketchbook. There were also photographs taken by the judge's youngest son, Joshua Hobbs. They pictured the early birthday balls, a time when her mother had looked forward to that annual event. By Addison's account, the festivities of later years had been stressful. On those nights, Sarah Winston had been allowed no alcohol until the last guest had departed, and then her own private parties would become drunken stupors lasting for days. This morning's stress had been resolved not by the bottle, but with sleeping pills. Sleeping Beauty. In her middle 50s now, the woman lying on the bed was greatly changed by time. But in repose, wrinkles smoothed, the good bones of a fabulous face could still be seen. Her eyes fluttered open, so blue, so wide. "Belle?" "Yes, Mom, I'm here." Isabel reached down to stroke her mother's hair. Once, the blonde tresses had been natural, so silky. Now they felt coarse. "It's after 1. You must be starved." Her mother sat bolt upright on the bed. "Is it true? I wasn't seeing things?" "You were right. Oren Hobbs came home. I ran into him in town this morning." More accurately, she had chased him down with a very fast car and an old grudge. Oren Hobbs stood by the window and looked out on the Sahlberg street. This town seemed like a bustling metropolis compared to his lethargic Coventry, where a dog on crutches could outrun every car. Behind him, a fly buzzed round the room, and Sheriff Babbitt's fingers drummed on his desk blotter. "Pull up a chair, son." Oren was more inclined to leave, but the judge had raised him to be well-mannered, and so the gentleman in blue jeans and cowboy boots accepted the invitation to sit down. By his posture, no one would guess his military background, for he slouched low in the chair. By outward appearance, he had shaken off 20 years of soldiering, as if that part of his life had been lived by someone else. This might well be the day after Josh had gone missing, the last time he had sat down to a conversation in the sheriff's private office. "So," said Cable Babbitt, "we have a deal? This is an old, cold case, and I don't—" "It never was a case. You wrote my brother off as a runaway." "The hell I did!" The sheriff spun his chair around to unlock a drawer in his credenza. When the chair swiveled back again, the man held a stack of files in his hands, and he settled them on the desk. "There must have been 1,000 people combing the woods for Josh, and I bet you not one of them ever saw that boy as a runaway." To be fair, a search of the forest had gone on for a solid month, long after all hope of finding Josh alive was gone. "It's always been an open case." The sheriff slapped one hand down on his pile of paperwork. "This is it. All the files. There are no copies. Now, this is a one-way deal. I don't share anything with you. But everything you find, Oren, you bring that straight to me." "No copies?" Active files should be in the hands of a case detective. The sheriff had at least 5 of them to cover a county this size. Why would this man shut out his own investigators? "I'm a civilian now," said Oren, "and a suspect. What you're suggesting is against—" "Son, this is between you and me. It's not like I'm going to give you a deputy's star." As if the sheriff might be only half bright, Oren carefully measured out the words. "I'm the prime suspect." "Oh, hell, I never thought you had anything to do with Josh's disappearance, and neither—" "When I was 17, you asked me for an alibi." "And your alibi's one thing that isn't in these files. It was a good one, I believed it. But I never put it down on paper." He tapped his temple. "It's all up here. So I guess you're working for me. Now that it's a homicide investigation, you might need that old alibi." "I never—" "No, Oren, you never said a word. Someone else came forward to account for your time that day.
You wouldn't tell me a damn thing when you were a kid. But now, you'll work this case for me."
A gang of ravens made an assault on the bird feeders surrounding the tower room, and the flight songs of smaller birds were fading in the distance. The ravens had no song. They croaked. Cruck and pruck.
"I don't see Judge Hobbs. He must have gone inside."
Sarah Winston handed the binoculars to her daughter and then bowed her head to look through the eyepiece of a telescope.
"I see your father. He's in the middle of that crowd of reporters."
The sheriff asked him to handle the media. That's his job today. Father was not Isabel's preferred name for Addison, but all of the four-letter names disturbed her mother. More reporters had joined the feeding frenzy below, where Hannah Rice was chasing a station wagon off the grass. When another helicopter descended to the meadow, the housekeeper threw up her hands and retreated to the porch.
"Oh, Christ," said Sarah, one eye to the telescope. "You see that yellow Rolls-Royce? That's Ferris Monty's car. You remember him, don't you?"
Yes, Isabel had a vivid recollection of Monty, though he had only come to dinner once, never to be invited back. His yellow Rolls pulled into the judge's driveway. It was a beautifully restored vintage model. She loved the car, but the little man behind the wheel revolted her. She had never shaken off the first impression of him formed in her childhood. Wasn't he a real writer once? I think I read something of his when I was in college. Her mother nodded, never lifting her eyes from the telescope.
30 years ago he was a literary star on the rise. But he turned out to be a one-trick pony."
This slur was charity. The man had de-evolved into a celebrity muckraker, a writer of gossip columns and exposés in the form of true crime books. As a frequent guest on television, he was known to millions of viewers who had never read nor even heard of his one good piece of art.
"So he still keeps a house in Coventry?" "Oh, yes," said her mother. "And he's still the only one in town who's never invited to my birthday ball."
Isabel imagined that the gossip columnist left a trail of slime instead of footprints as he walked toward the Hobbs house. The first reporter had spotted Ferris Monty, and now they all ran toward the slander man like children who have heard the calliope music of the ice cream truck. She focused on Monty's face. The pasty white blot in her lenses was capped with a thatch of black that might have been made of fur or feathers. He still has the same bad toupee. He should give it a name and buy it a flea collar. Monty was holding court with the crowd of reporters, and a war of egos was predictable. Her famous father would not enjoy sharing the spotlight with another celebrity. The sheriff only listened for a few seconds and then said, "Thanks, Addison," and slammed the telephone receiver down on its cradle. "One more thing, Oren. Stay the hell away from Ferris Monty." "Who is he?" "He's famous," said the sheriff, as if this might help. It did not. "Well, maybe he only shows up on TV in California. Ferris's trade is gossip. If you see a chubby little jerk white as bug larvae, that'll be him. You might remember his yellow Rolls-Royce." Oren nodded. He never forgot a classic car. It belonged to one of the summer people. "And now he lives in Coventry year-round." Cable Babbitt gathered up his file folders, all but one, and locked them away in his credenza. Then he picked up his car keys and sunglasses. "I'll be gone for a while." When the door had closed on the sheriff, Oren glanced at the remaining folder that had been overlooked. It would be rude not to open it, since the sheriff had gone to some trouble, all but decorating this file with a neon arrow and then providing time and privacy to read it. The name on the first page was not familiar, though, according to the sheriff's notes, this man had been a citizen of Coventry for years before Josh had vanished. William Swan was identified as a former police officer from Los Angeles, wounded in the line of duty after barely 1 year on the job. Disabled, he had been pensioned off at the tender age of 21. Today, this ex-cop would be in his late 40s. Penned in the margins were the sheriff's updates, noting that the man was not licensed as a private investigator, though Swan had conducted many interviews around town, all of them related to Josh's disappearance. Handwritten words at the top of one page described him as uncooperative, refusing to divulge the name of his client. A margin note listed the most likely client as Oren's father. This would make sense from Sheriff Babbitt's point of view. The relatives of crime victims commonly hired private police when the case went cold. Oren recognized the address on Paulson Lane, a house so well buried in the woods that lifelong residents of Coventry might be unaware of it. That property was well beyond the means of an ex-cop on a disability pension. Was Swan bleeding his client dry to make the mortgage payments? No one looked up as Oren passed by the desks in the outer room. Apparently the deputies and civilian staff had been told not to interfere with him. Once outside the building, he stepped into the street to flag down a ride. A woman stopped. Whenever he had occasion to hitchhike, it was always a woman who stopped for him. Ferris Monty led his flock of reporters through the town on foot. As a favor to Addison Winston, he had taken on the job of keeping his fellow jackals away from Judge Hobbs. He was more than happy to do whatever Addison asked of him. For the first time in 25 years, he had hopes of receiving an invitation to Sarah Winston's birthday ball. It was a gala event that cost the moon and made the society pages, a night when the famous and the infamous danced with the local folk until dawn. Ferris Monty had the distinction of being the only Coventry resident ever to be disinvited. Each year, he received a formal card that bore the printed script of his uninvitation, and it was always bordered in black, like a funeral announcement. The reporters gathered around him on the sidewalk, and he preened for the handheld cameras.
The dead boy's photographs can be seen in a number of places around town. We'll start here.
He led them up the steps of the Coventry Bank, a modest two-story landmark that dated back to the Milltown days. In the small lobby, a triptych of photographs hung on the wall. Ferris pointed to an image of himself standing in line to make a deposit more than 20 years ago.
This is me when I was young and beautiful.
A reporter said, "So you knew Joshua Hobbs personally?"
Oh, yes. In fact, I liked these photographs so much I bought a set of prints from the boy.
What was he like?
Very sensitive. An artist.
He shrugged to say, "You know the type." The day he had purchased those custom prints, there had been no conversation. Joshua Hobbs had been edging back toward the door from the moment of his arrival. Without a word, the young photographer had handed over the pictures and held out his other hand for the check. Ferris had blinked but once, and the boy had vanished. A few weeks later, following a second, more permanent vanishing, Ferris had begun his comeback book, the story of a tragedy in a small town. It had opened with descriptions of townspeople, haggard and tired, marching past him in the streets, homeward bound after another fruitless day of searching the woods for a lost child. Outside on the street again, a reporter broke into Ferris's reverie and pointed toward the library. "Any pictures in there?"
I couldn't say. No one in Coventry ever goes to the library.
And, lest they find this fact too intriguing, he marched them down the sidewalk with the lie of something more interesting at the other end of the block. As they walked, his mind was on the abandoned manuscript in his desk drawer, and he was already planning his rebirth as a serious author. Ferris opened the door to a tourist-trap restaurant in the din of luncheon conversations and tin silverware. He ushered his charges inside, where more examples of Joshua Hobbs's work were hanging on the walls above the heads of the patrons. However, Ferris was not featured in any of these pictures, and he never even glanced at them. He was looking at an interior vision of literary prizes, love-struck critics, and the naked adoration of readers waiting in line for his autograph on the book tour circuit of his imagination. A reporter stood before him, asking, "Mr. Monty, did the sheriff have any suspects when the boy disappeared?" Here Ferris had to pause, needing a bit of time to weigh his invitation to the birthday ball against Everlasting Life on the bestseller list. His unfinished manuscript contained his best writing. 20 years ago, the book had been so promising, but it had no finish. Until now. "Mr. Monty, any suspects that you know of?" With this prompt from another reporter, Ferris Monty went careening down Glory Road. His lost muse was found and coaching him from the ether when he said,
"There was one suspect. Joshua's brother. Oren Hobbs was 17 years old at the time. You'll have to ask the sheriff why the boy was never arrested."
The reporters were waiting on his next words, tensing, extending microphones toward him and all but levitating off the floor. Then one of their number asked, "Any theories about that, Mr. Monty?"
Oren's father was a sitting judge in those days. I'm sure the old man's influence had something to do with it. In any case, the boy was allowed to leave town, and he's been gone for 20 years. But that old miscarriage of justice was rectified this morning. The sheriff took Oren into custody only minutes before you arrived at the judge's house.
How gratifying to see the press corps scatter like cockroaches, reporters and cameramen scuttling off to their vehicles to hunt down the sheriff in Saulburg for their next soundbite. However, Ferris was writing this scene in his head, and it had yet to play out in real life. The reporters were still standing there, staring at him.
"Well, what are you waiting for?"
He waved both hands, his fat fingers fluttering to shoo them on their way. Oren Hobbs walked the last half-mile to Paulson Lane and stopped by a postbox with no name, only a number stenciled on the side. All of the homes in this area were set well back from the road and hidden by dense foliage. William Swan's house was still in hiding when Oren came to the end of the long driveway. Thick vines camouflaged the high stone walls and reached up to a slate roof. What passed for a front porch was a Grecian portico supported by columns thick with ivy, and its marble steps and floor were veined with encroaching moss. He stood before an oak door with a small, square grill of ornate iron at its center. There was no outside furniture, no chairs that might invite a visitor to stay a while. There had never been anything inviting about this place. He remembered it well. Twice a week he had come here with Josh while they were still in elementary school. The judge had sent them to this address on Good Samaritan duty. In those days, an old woman had resided here, and the boys had been charged with the mission of verifying that she was still alive and well and possessed of all her faculties, neither raving nor starving. Oren pressed the doorbell. The ringer was loud, so that the former tenant could hear it from every corner of her house. He waited for the new owner and listened for sounds of movement within. The householder was certainly at home. A car was parked in the driveway, a Mercedes. What else? It was the unimaginative choice of Coventry, and the previous tenant had also owned one. The Hobbs boys had never been allowed inside the house. Oren and Josh had always spoken to the elderly woman through the iron filigree at the center of the locked door, rather like an interview with a cloistered nun. They had never seen her face, only her backlit shadow in a frame of light that made a square halo about her wispy, unkempt hair. One morning she had not come to the door, and they had reported this to the judge. In the afternoon, the boys had been told that the old woman was dead. The current owner must be stone deaf. Oren pressed the bell again, and this time he leaned on it, listening to the shrill ring reverberating throughout the house. After 1 full minute of this, a small square panel opened in the center of the door, and a shadowy head was outlined there behind the iron grill. Seconds ticked by. Evidently, no hello was forthcoming. "Good afternoon," said Oren. "Sorry to disturb you, sir." "Apology accepted," said the shadow man, and the panel was closed. Oren waited for the massive front door to open. And he waited. 2 minutes passed before he pressed the bell one more time, and for a long time. When the panel opened, he said, "I need to talk to you, Mr. Swan. It's about Josh Hobbs." The panel was closing, and he rushed his words. "Wait, please, I'm not a reporter. I used to be a cop, like you." "I hate cops." The square panel closed with a slam. Chapter 7. Oren Hobbs walked down the driveway, intending to hike the quarter-mile home, but the sheriff's jeep was waiting for him by the side of the road. The passenger door hung open as an invitation to climb inside. When he had settled into the front seat, he stared at the windshield as he spoke to Cable Babbitt. "I'm guessing you left something out of Swan's file." "Oh, the most interesting parts of my files are the things I leave out." The sheriff started up the engine. "He wouldn't talk to you, huh? Well, don't feel bad, son.
I never had any better luck."
You knew Swan was a cop-hater.
"Oh, yeah. Lord knows he's got reason."
The sheriff pulled into the road and drove off at the leisurely pace of a man going nowhere.
"Next time you talk to him, I'd leave cops out of the conversation."
He made a right turn, and they traveled the back roads for a mile before he said,
"One other thing I left out of that file. Swan's no fool. He had 2 college degrees and most kids were still in high school. And he picked up another one while he was waiting to turn 21. That's when he joined the LAPD. All his life, that genius kid only wanted to be a cop."
The sheriff turned to his passenger, no doubt waiting for the obvious question. But Oren was the judge's apprentice, and he knew better than to show any interest. Another mile down another road, the sheriff wearied of the apathy.
"It took me years to get the whole story. I went to a few police conventions down in Los Angeles, had to get stinking drunk with cops before they'd talk to me. And I bought a lot of beer for Swan's ex-partner, Jay Murray. The guy left the force, kicked out, so it took me a while to find him. Murray told me he called in sick the night his partner got ambushed on patrol. After another 6-pack, he told me he wasn't sick at all. Interesting, huh?"
Oren could see where the story was going, but he said nothing to move it along. He only had to wait for the sheriff to fill the holes in his one-way conversation.
"This happened back in the 80s. The bad old days of the LAPD. You know, anything goes, cowboy cops, lots of shootouts. They didn't want to swap bodily fluids with a gay AIDS carrier. That was the rumor on William Swan."
Sheriff Babbitt squinted into the light of the afternoon sun slanting through the trees.
"So Swan's riding solo that night, and the dispatcher sends him out on a domestic dispute. Well, it's a bad area. He calls in for backup, but nobody shows. The kid goes in alone."
The sheriff shrugged.
"A rookie mistake. The next time Swan called for help that night, he was hurt bad. Officer down. That should have brought out every patrol car on the planet. Not one cop came to help him."
He gave his passenger a sidelong glance, but got no payoff from the younger man, who showed more interest in the road rolling by his window.
"Son, I know what you're thinking."
Oren doubted that. He was wondering if any part of the story was backed up with proof, anything in the way of physical evidence or facts.
"Back in the 80s, said the sheriff, AIDS was a death sentence. And all these years later, Swan seems healthy enough. Except for a bad limp. According to the police report, he walked in on a drug deal in progress and took a bullet in the leg. Hardly made a blip on the evening news. The department press release left out what was done to his face. And here's the kicker. I heard that drug dealer hacked off Swan's balls."
Not likely. Oren had interfaced with many police departments on joint investigations where the Army had an interest. In or out of the military, drug dealers had never been prone to starting cop wars in any era. Nothing about this story rang true. Too many rumors passed for fact, and way too many police officers were involved to keep any gory details out of the newspapers. This isn't right.
"That's what I say," said the sheriff. "And it's the cover-up that proves the crime."
Oren shook his head, though the other man probably took this gesture for shock and awe instead of disbelief.
"Here's another thing you might find interesting," said Sheriff Babbitt. "William Swan sued the LAPD, and it was settled out of court for a pile of money. I know he paid cash for his house. And I got a niece in state revenue. She tells me Swan gets a real nice income from his investments. But you won't find the settlement in the public record. It was handled real quiet with non-disclosure agreements. That proves the cops were in on it."
No, it did not. However, Oren had no plans to point out flaws in logic and reason. The man beside him had won his first election with the bare minimum of requirements for the job. Apparently, the sheriff's skill set had not improved any. "I've got no idea who outed Swan. Cable Babbitt made another turn of the wheel.
Jay Murray said it wasn't him, and I believe that much. Never occurred to him that his partner was gay. First time Murray heard that rumor was during his interview with Internal Affairs.
Finally, a fact that could be documented. Murray was interrogated right after the ambush?
Oh, yeah. He said the sun was just coming up through the window of the interrogation room when the detectives lit into him. That's when they told him his partner was a gay man with the plague. Well, Swan never mentioned a girlfriend in the year they'd been riding together, but Jay Murray thought the kid was just inept with the ladies.
What about the dispatcher who sent him out on that bogus call?
Oh, she disappeared. The woman never made it home from work that night. Now, I figure that's just cops being tidy. But Swan still won his settlement. I suppose it helped that Ad Winston was his lawyer. And those two stayed tight. I know it was Ad who put him onto this house.
They had come full circle. The Jeep rolled to a stop beside William Swan's mailbox on Paulson Lane. The sheriff leaned across Oren to open the passenger door.
Go back in there, son. Get what you can. Kiss him on the mouth if that's what it takes. Just bring me something useful.
Oren kept his seat, disinclined to follow any orders from this man. You think Swan's a likely suspect in my brother's murder? Why?
You know how this works. I can't...
You can't even tell your own people, can you? That's why there are no copies of the files. You've got, what, 5, 6 detectives countywide? One of them should be interrogating William Swan. But you want me to break your suspect. The sheriff had bungled something badly, or he had stepped outside the law. One of these two things must be true. Cable Babbitt needed an outsider who would not mind working in the dark. Someone with something to lose. A good soldier who would ask no questions. But Oren was not in the army anymore. And now he planned to finish this man off, to knock him down with a civil tone. Oh, and that old alibi of mine? The one you're holding over my head? Screw that. A few seconds passed before the older man appeared to understand that he was not in charge here. He never had been, and there was cause for worry. I need leverage. Oren climbed out of the Jeep and issued his first order to the sheriff. Find out when Swan's ex-partner left the force. And I need to know if Jay Murray got any part of his pension. Don't call the LAPD. I don't want rumors. Use your niece in state revenue. She can get that off Murray's tax records. Walking away without turning back, he barked his final order. Call me here as soon as you've got facts. Oren pressed William Swan's doorbell, but there was no sound. Evidently, the loud ringer had been disconnected for the sake of peace. He knocked and then banged on the door with his fist. The small square panel opened behind the grill. This time, the householder was the first to speak. You've got 10 seconds of my time. Josh Hobbs was my brother. I already knew that. You look like him. The panel closed. The 10 seconds were gone. Oren shouted, My brother's bones were found today! He heard the click of a lock being undone, a bolt drawn. The front door opened wide, and Oren was ushered inside with the wave of a silver-handled cane. This sunlit house was far from the cave-like hermitage he had once imagined for the old woman who had died here when he was a boy. At the far end of the vast foyer, a marble staircase tapered up to the second-floor landing, where a large window framed blue sky and treetops. On the parlor floor, the rooms had pairs of ornate wooden doors built to the scale of giants. Oren saw only the back of William Swan's denim shirt and jeans as his host led the way in stocking feet. The man was tall, with a slender build, the iron-gray hair of middle age, and that cane was no prop. He leaned heavily on it and walked with a gait slightly out of control, as if his house pitched and tossed upon a roiling sea. This stirred an old memory in Oren, but he could not connect that signature limp to a face. Perhaps this man was someone he had once or twice seen around town, and then only from a distance. They entered a corner room, large and airy, filled with light from tall arched windows, and it housed more books than could be found in the town library. The built-in shelves lined every bit of wall space. More volumes lay open on an antique writing desk, and others were stacked up on the floor. William Swan turned to his guest and used his cane to point to an armchair. "Sit down, Mr. Hobbs." Oren remained standing, staring, unable to look away. Chapter 8. Oren had come face to face with the subject of his brother's finest photographs. This was the letter man. The scar was not gruesome, but faint, and just as Josh had described it, a jagged A carved into the left cheek. The scar had not been visible in pictures taken of the man's profile, for Josh had captured the ordinary side of William Swan. None of his brother's work had ever been titled, and so it had been the boy's secret pun to sell the letterman portraits to the postmaster. "What fascinates you, Mr. Hobbs? Could it be my mutilation?" Swan's dark eyebrows arched with anticipation, probably awaiting the guilty shift of feet or the blush of a gawker caught in the act. "No, sir. I recognized you from the photographs in the post office." Oren wondered if that trio of pictures was still hanging there after all these years. "My brother never knew your name, and neither did I, until just now." Swan settled into an armchair and laid the cane across his legs. "I understand you're with the Army's Criminal Investigations Division." This was said with contempt, a virtual announcement that the two of them would never be close friends, for a cop was a cop, and this man's hatred of police was old and very precious to him. "No, sir. I left the Army." Oren stared at the cane, the symbol of a life derailed, all that they had in common. "I'm told that CID agents wear street clothes during an investigation, and they don't have to salute superior officers. That must have given you quite a sense of power." "Mostly I just like the idea of wearing my cowboy boots on duty." And now the pleasantries were officially over. "I know you investigated my brother's disappearance. The sheriff thinks my father hired you." "Judge Hobbs?" A puff of air escaped Swan's lips in a mild show of incredulity. "How much sense would that make?" "None at all. He would have hired a first-rate agency before he'd use an ex-cop with only 1 year on the job. For all I know, my father did hire somebody, but it wasn't you." Swan's nod was almost imperceptible, a small acknowledgement of a glove thrown down, a contest begun. "Judge Hobbs never hired an investigator. I would have noticed that kind of activity in a small town. And he never asked for help from the State Justice Department, even though he had the political pull to call them in." The man addressed the handle of his cane. "Don't you find that odd?" He raised his eyes to Oren's. "By that I mean your father's lack of interest." Josh was a missing person. There was no evidence of foul play. "Of course there was." Swan's tone said liar. "Everyone knew that boy didn't run away. Your brother had a bank account, but he left his cash behind. He didn't take any clothes either, and we both know he wasn't lost. This town has a wonderful reputation for finding people who lose their way in the woods." "They always found you, didn't they?" Oren ignored the question, knowing better than to fall into this old trap of turnabout, the interrogation of the interrogator. He had to wonder about Swan's inside information. No newspaper account would have mentioned an abandoned bank account. And how would this man know that Josh had not packed any clothing? His brother's knapsack had never been found. "Now," said Swan, "if I wanted to bury an investigation, I'd do what your father did. I'd leave it in the hands of the county sheriff's office. That department is a joke, and I'm sure that made it easier to whisk you out of town, out of the sheriff's jurisdiction." He raised his cane to point it toward Oren's chest, his heart. "When Judge Hobbs sent you away that summer, did he suspect you of killing your brother?" The tip of the cane settled to the floor, and Swan rested both hands on the silver handle as he leaned forward. "Or do you think that venerable old man murdered his own child?" The next shot belonged to Oren. He sat down in an armchair and leaned back into the plush upholstery. Outwardly he was unrattled, a man in repose and almost drowsing. "Hard to believe you were a cop." He let that settle in as a blunt insult, and then added, "You don't talk like one." His adversary's accent made him a transplant from the world of upscale Bostonians, possibly uprooted in childhood, for the geographical marker was faint. This and the advanced college degrees would have been enough to alienate William Swan from his brother officers. He was so obviously not cut from the same blue cloth. "You sound more like a college professor." "I'm a guest lecturer at Berkeley. My area is criminology, but I'm sure the sheriff told you that." What else had Cable Babbitt failed to mention about this man? "How well did you know my brother?" "I never met him." This could be true despite the evidence of the letterman photographs in the post office, 3 shots taken at close quarters. His little brother had been a thief of sorts, stealing people's images and running off with them. Sometimes a subject would hear the click of the camera and turn to see an empty space where a boy had been standing. Oren rose to his feet and turned to the shelves, pretending interest in the titles on the book spines, while he considered the source of Swan's inside information. "Let's talk about your client." "I told the sheriff several times no one paid me to—" "I didn't ask who paid you." Oren faced Swan, wanting to see the man's eyes when he said, "Hannah Rice was the client." Satisfied with the reaction, he pressed on. "Hannah couldn't afford the day rate of a PI. But then, you're not a licensed investigator." He turned back to the shelves and trailed one finger from book to book, as if this matter meant very little to him. "And you don't need money, do you? That's why she picked you." He glanced back over one shoulder. "Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe you thought she came here because you were so smart?" Swan's eyebrows rose in a subtle touche, and the man almost smiled with approval. Almost. "I don't pretend to know how Miss Rice's mind works. She's the only walking enigma I've ever met. And there's something about her speech. She's not from this part of the country, is she? Sometimes when she's tired, I think I hear the ghost of a southern accent." That touch of the Southland in Hannah's voice had begun to die off in the early years of Oren's childhood, along with idioms and odd words. He shrugged and splayed his hands and said, "As far as I know, Hannah's always lived in Coventry." This evidently passed as truth, for the older man seemed disappointed. When billeted in the state of Tennessee for the duration of a manhunt, CID agent Oren Hobbs had gotten a taste of the food in the regional dialect. He had realized then that Hannah Rice must have hailed from there, and this had led to another revelation. He knew every vital statistic in the life of the runaway soldier he hunted. He knew nothing about the woman who had raised him. As a boy, he had been comfortable with the notion that the housekeeper had sprung to life on the day his mother was buried. At the age of 3, Oren had been too young to remember Hannah's arrival in Coventry, but he knew the story told 100 times. The judge had laid his dead wife to rest in the family plot and returned to his house in the company of neighbors, whose extra arms were needed to carry casseroles and baby Joshua. Oren had played the little man that day and walked everywhere on his own 2 toddlers' legs, bumping into everything, blinded by tears and batting away every hand that offered comfort. Those were his father's words. Judge Henry Hobbs had always told the tale in the same way, word for word. "So we come back from the cemetery, and there's young Hannah, a stranger and a trespasser, standing on my front porch like she owns the place." The story had been repeated until the children's eyes had glazed over, and this segment of oral history was burned into their little brains. "Real brassy for a runt housebreaker," the judge would always say. The young stranger, Hannah Rice, had greeted the funeral party and served them a feast made from scratch materials found in the pantry. Her bite-sized bits of finger food, with 3 flavors apiece, lingered for years in the memories of all those present on that long-ago afternoon. But the fine coffee had been enough to ensure Hannah's legend in the neighborhood. Her suitcase had been unpacked in the upstairs guest room hours before her future employer had even known of her existence, and the judge still had no idea who she was at the close of the funeral supper. That evening, while she cleaned up after the mourners, the judge had thought to ask for her name. Days later they had come to terms on a salary, but he had never pried into her past. That would have been rude. Apart from a core of third- and fourth-generation lifers, there had always been a coming and going of residents. Some were attracted by the raw beauty of the coastline. Others sought the privacy of in-country woodlands. One abiding charm of the place was the whole town's lack of curiosity about the outside world, as if a citizen's life had not begun until they set foot in Coventry. A fair number of outsiders had come here to hide themselves away until they could reinvent their lives or rest up from a chase. After a month or a decade, some of these people would decamp with no word of goodbye or forwarding address. But others stayed long enough to be buried in local ground. After 34 years, Hannah appeared to have staying power. Oren had become curious about her past, but he loved that little woman dearly, and he would never ask for her story, nor would he betray the fact that she had surely been a fugitive. Henry Hobbs spoke to his housekeeper's back as she pulled down 2 coffee mugs from the cupboard. "Why did you do it, Hannah? I know you convinced the boy to come home. Why now, of all times?" "You have to stop calling him boy." It was her custom to deflect every rebuke with one of her own. "I know how you hate change, oh, don't I know it? But boys will grow into men." She set the mugs on the table and turned to the window that looked out on the meadow. "At least the reporters are gone," she sighed. "That's one small mercy. They're all following Ferris Monty. He took them on a walking tour of Coventry." "My idea." Addison Winston's voice preceded him down the hall, and now he materialized in the doorway. A puff of smoke and a whiff of sulfur would not have surprised Hannah. "Don't worry about Oren," said the grinning attorney. "After all this time, there can't be much of a case against him." The judge rose from his chair, knocking it over in his rush to make a stand. "There's no case. Period." He pounded the table to bring this point home. "There never was a case against Oren." The old man stomped out of the kitchen, though the effect of this angry exit was somewhat blunted by the crepe soles of his sandals. Addison Winston's professional smile never faltered. He stared at the old-fashioned coffee pot percolating on the stove, and then he turned to Hannah, willing her to offer him a cup of her wonderful brew. Hands on hips, her eyes narrowed to tell him that this was not going to happen. He handed her a business card. "You never know when you might need a lawyer. The pressure's on. The sheriff will have to arrest somebody." She never glanced at his card, but let it hang there in the air. "How many years have I known you, Addison? I've got your number." She had taken this man's measure long ago. "And I know what you do." Nothing good. Far from taking umbrage with her tone and a double entendre or two, his eyes lit up, and he was laughing when he left her. "So the sheriff found Josh's body?" Swan tapped his cane on the floor for punctuation. "Of course, it's murder. If there were any possibility of an accident, you wouldn't be here, Mr. Hobbs. So there was an obvious cause of death. A bullet wound? A blow to the head?" Oren shrugged, allowing the other man to believe that he had not yet seen his brother's body. "The coroner hasn't made a finding yet." "That should be interesting. Our new county coroner used to be a dentist." "I'd like to see all your interviews with the locals," said Oren. "The sheriff won't let me read his." "Perfectly understandable. You're his prime suspect." "And yours too?" Swan was deaf to this question, or maybe he thought a countering jab just too easy. He reached out for the telephone by his chair and placed a call. The person at the other end of the line must know the sound of his voice, for all he said was, "The judge's son is here." After listening for a moment, he said, "If you wish." He hung up the phone and rose from his chair with a grimace of pain. "I'll get my files." No need to ask who had given the instruction to play nicely with Oren. "Thank you, Hannah." The older man limped across the room, opened a narrow door and stepped into the cage of a small elevator. The gears clicked and whirred and carried him upward. The ironwork of the cage dated it back to an era long before Swan's purchase of the house. This conveyance on the premises must have been a great selling point. Climbing stairs would pose a problem for a man who winced as he walked, but an elevator could also be a technology trap for a hermit. When the former owner was alive, she had 2 small boys to keep track of her. Who was looking after Swan? Oren had his answer when he ran one finger over a tabletop. Not a day's worth of dust had collected there, and the wood floor around the area rug had the shine of fresh waxing. Swan's wealth and his handicap were 2 more indications of a full-time cleaning lady on the payroll, and that woman might be worth an interview. The passing minutes were spent reading book titles in earnest this time. Many were familiar. Most of them related to the field of criminology, an interesting choice for a man whose natural enemy was the police. The sound of gears signaled the return of the elevator. It slowly settled to the floor. The man in the iron cage stood beside a carton piled high with file folders and envelopes. Oren was quick to cross the floor and help with the unloading. "I hope you plan to stay a while," said Swan. "None of this material leaves my house." "Fair enough." Oren lifted the box and carried it to the center of the room. With both hands gripping the cane, Swan lowered himself to the floor and sat down in an awkward pose, one leg drawn in and the twisted one sticking out, unable to bend at the knee. The 2 men emptied the contents of the carton to cover the surrounding carpet with manila folders, large envelopes, and banded bundles of paper. Oren leafed through a stack of typed interviews. Each one was clipped to a photograph. My brother took these pictures. Some of these same compositions were framed on the walls of the judge's house. But Josh didn't make any of these prints. They lacked the crisp perfection that Josh had achieved by manipulating his negatives. The boy's attic darkroom had been a place with a language of its own, words like dodging and burning to play down bright lights and coax lost details from areas of gray. Other things came back to Oren. A memory of that room bathed in red light and the array of bottles, some of them intensifying chemicals. And there were special grades of paper and filters to push the contrast of every picture into the darkest shadows, the brightest highlights. Almost magic. He looked down at the print in his hand. This was ordinary. "It's a bad job, I know," said Swan. "Miss Rice loaned me the negatives, and I ordered these prints from the drugstore in town. No comparison to Josh's work. He was gifted in a dying art form. I don't think he would have cared for the age of digital cameras." Oren picked up a photograph of a birthday ball. In this shot, the stout hotelier, Evelyn Straub, was in her 30s, still lean and fine, her short skirt showing the endless long legs of a former Las Vegas showgirl. Swan leaned over to glance at it. "Your brother was probably 10 when he took that one, and I'm not just guessing by Mrs. Straub's age. It's the perspective of a child looking upward. That angle changes subtly as he gets taller." He looked down at the other pictures spread out on the rug. "Even though Josh doesn't appear in any of these pictures, it's like watching the boy grow up." Oren noticed that only his brother was referred to by his given name. Even Hannah, a longtime acquaintance, was always called more formally Miss Rice. Was Swan only comfortable with the dead? Or had he lied about never meeting Josh? "I think your brother knew his killer." The photograph fell from Oren's hand. "According to your housekeeper, the boy was carrying a camera the last time she saw him." "He always took one of his cameras when he left the house." "But this one wasn't his pocket camera," said Swan. "It was the old Canon FTB, the heavy one. Why would he carry that dead weight on a hike in the woods? The boy wasn't a nature photographer. Look at these images. Only people. That was his subject. Did he take pictures of you that day?" "No." Oren saw no need to mention the picture Josh had taken before they left the house, the portrait of 2 brothers that Hannah had framed in silver. "Miss Rice said she packed a lunch in Josh's knapsack. But nothing for you." Swan waited a moment for the explanation. It never came. I understand that you and your brother went your separate ways after a while. So Josh had his own plans for the day, and he obviously intended to take pictures in the woods. But the boy only photographed people. Swan allowed the import to settle in for a moment, and then he said, "Beer?" Without waiting for a reply, he slowly rose to his feet, using the cane as a climbing pole, and limped out of the room. Oren emptied a bulky envelope containing pictures that had not been married up with interviews. Nowhere in this lot was a standard print of the photograph that Hannah had enlarged for his homecoming present. Every detail pictured in that silver frame was fixed in memory, and it brought to mind the interview with Cable Babbitt shortly after Josh had gone missing.
"Talk to me, son," the sheriff had said to him then. "I need to account for your time."
The judge had answered for Oren, saying, "Cable, you can't expect the boy to know where he was at this hour or that hour. What teenager wears a watch on a Saturday?" In the silver-framed portrait of two brothers, Josh had been wearing a wristwatch. Swan returned with 2 bottles. He leaned down and handed one to his guest. Oren accepted the cold beer, but hesitated to pop the cap and drink with the man, given his errand in this house. He stared at the telephone as if this would make it ring. "Expecting a call, Mr. Hobbs?" "Oh, shot in the dark, a call from Sheriff Babbitt." One casual wave of Oren's hand took in the surrounding paper storm. "Did you share all of this with the sheriff?" Swan set his own bottle on a table by a chair, but he remained standing. "I gave him everything that might help with the investigation." "But not everything, right? You held out on him." "Is that what Babbitt told you?" "I suppose this means I'm on his short list." "I'm sure you are." Oren glanced at the phone. How long did it take the sheriff to make a simple call? He chose his next words carefully, aiming to rattle and topple a cripple. He studied the man's face, hoping for giveaway ticks and other tells when he said, "A cane makes a good weapon." Swan never blinked, nor did he miss a beat. "That it does." He leaned his walking stick against a small table and made an effort to stand up straight, though it caused him pain, and he could not quite achieve it. One shoulder was lower than the other because of one leg twisted inward. The hand that held his cane was empty but still frozen in a curl. Beginning with the scarred face, all the damage ran down the left side of Swan, a man broken by half. "You thought I might do a lot of hiking in the woods?" "If my brother's grave is near a road, you'll make my short list." The man retrieved his cane. "So Josh was buried, and Sheriff Babbitt said more than you let on." The atmosphere of the room had changed. The air was charged. "He also passed along some old rumors, didn't he?" The tip of the cane rose in a warning. "Please don't deny it. I'm aware that he's been digging into my past. So now you think you know all about me." Swan lightly touched his scar, the jagged A, a show-and-tell exhibit for AIDS. "And you've just got to know. In addition to my other crimes, rampantly fucking men and spreading disease, was I also in the habit of diddling young boys in the woods?" "Were you?" The telephone rang and Swan ignored it, though it sat on the small table only inches from his hand. "I believe it's for you." On the third ring, Oren rose from the floor and approached the phone, skirting the man. He picked up the receiver and said, "Hobbs." After listening to the sheriff for less than a minute, he answered the only question. "No, that's not a case of cops being tidy." Hanging up on Cable Babbitt, he turned to his host. "About those old rumors, it surprised the hell out of your ex-partner when he found out you were gay. Jay Murray heard that rumor during his interrogation by Internal Affairs, after you were attacked. So tell me if I've got this right. You believe a whole precinct full of cops conspired against you for being a gay man with AIDS." Oren splayed his hands. "But your own partner never heard that rumor? How is that possible?" "I can't discuss this with you." "Of course not. You signed a non-disclosure agreement with the LAPD. Lots of money at stake if you talk." Oren sat down on the couch and stretched out his legs. You and Jay Murray rode together for a year. All that time, and it never occurred to him that you were gay. He just took you for an overeducated geek, an awkward kid who had no shot with women. You don't believe that? You were a rookie, so your first partner would have been an older guy, a mentor. I bet Murray gave you more advice about women than police work. Am I right? He was right. He could see the first fault line in Swan's composure. Gears were shifting behind the man's eyes as he considered this one true thing. You were set up that night. Oren raised his beer bottle and took a swig. You were just wrong about everything else. He pointed at the scar on Swan's face. Cops had nothing to do with that. Ah, this was heresy. Was the man gripping his cane a little tighter with that damaged hand? Yes, but Swan said nothing. Continued silence was worth millions, and Oren was counting on that. He could bang away at his leisure and never have to dodge a counterpoint. Your ex-partner made some cash for calling in sick that night. I'll tell you how I know. According to Murray's tax records, he left the force without a pension. He was terminated right after you were ambushed. That's what the sheriff called to tell me. So there was no time for a formal department hearing. That's how I know Jay Murray lost his pension in a plea bargain. He was looking at jail time for taking a bribe, and there had to be solid evidence. Detectives probably tossed his place and found the payoff money. You think Murray knew what was going to happen to you that night? Give me a break. Calling in sick was like painting a target on his own chest. So what's left? The dispatcher, who conveniently disappears before she can make a sworn statement. A civilian dispatcher. And that's how I know. When you called in for help that night, you got the same woman who sent you into that ambush. Oren knew that he had guessed right when the man's eyes flickered with new interest. Swan, you can't believe that cops passed the hat around the station house for the dispatcher's go-away money. Maybe you think they killed her? Could he be more sarcastic? No. Cops are not that stupid. He stared at the scar on Swan's face. And whoever did that to you is smarter than you are. That's one case that'll never be investigated. He saw confusion in Swan's eyes. Fleeting. Gone now. The dispatcher never relayed your call for help. Those cops you hate so much, they never knew you were in trouble. If they had, they would have turned out for you that night. And they would have turned L.A. upside down to find the guy who hurt you. But you closed the case yourself. The day you took the settlement, the hush money. The older man's stance was weighted to one side, and it seemed that the breath of one more word might knock him down. But no. Resurrection time. Old business, said William Swan, too cavalierly dismissing a quarter-century of hatred for every cop ever born. His lips pressed together in a line of new resolve, fresh anger. Oren would not be allowed to get away with attacking his very personal mythology. That much was in the man's face. Payback was coming. Let's return to the case at hand. Your dead brother. Poor Joshua. Swan settled into the nearby chair and stared at his cane, hefting its weight in one hand and paying special attention to the heavy silver handle. You're right. This is a good weapon. And since you favor the idea of death by bludgeoning, that tells me there were no bullet holes in Josh's remains. Too bad. You see, the seclusion factor always troubled me. Privacy for a murder can be had in any enclosed space. Why would the killer pick a meeting place in the deep woods? Obviously, he wasn't worried about the sound of gunfire. No gun. Maybe he didn't want anyone to hear the screams. Some murders, the cruelest, the most perverted kind, require more privacy. More time. I was hoping it was a quick death. Apparently, it wasn't. First blood from a master of retaliation. Oren settled to the floor and sat there, very still. His own scream was an interior noise that only he could hear. And Swan was not done with him yet. The man was leaning toward Oren and into that range for exchanging ugly little secrets, almost whispering when he asked, "Did your brother seem apprehensive that day?" Josh asked you to come with him, didn't he? No. In fact, it had been Oren's idea to go along on that hike. So you started out together that morning, said Swan. And then you left your little brother. You left him there all alone in the deep woods. I always wondered why. Oren closed his eyes. He was not remembering it. He was reliving it. From the moment they entered the woods, Josh only wanted to get away from his older brother. Miss Rice wouldn't allow me to question you when you were a teenager. Swan leaned closer to his guest, too close. You were in very bad shape in those days. After Josh disappeared, you were always running off into the woods. Sometimes it took days for the townspeople to find you. What drove you, Mr. Hobbs? Was it guilt? Didn't you just want to die? That part was true. Still true. A second pot of coffee had been delivered to the tower room by the maid, Hilda. Sarah Winston eyed it with chagrin. She opened the drawer in her bedside table and pulled out an empty bottle. Turning to the open door, she called out to her daughter. "This was full when I went to bed last night. You poured it out, didn't you, Belle?" Isabel Winston stood outside on the deck with a telephone in hand, its long cord trailing a few feet beyond the doorway. She barely paid attention to her mother. The phone's receiver was pressed to one ear, and she could not listen to both of her parents at once, not with the other distractions of hummingbirds hanging in the air, dive-bomber starlings, and the piping whistles of orioles. She ended the call when her mother joined her outside. A bird came to light on the older woman's shoulder, a common enough occurrence, but her daughter always marveled at it. Sarah turned her face to the lark and mimicked its short song of flute-like notes. The bird sang back to her and took flight. Isabel was the one with an ornithologist's credentials, but her mother was so well acquainted with these wild things that they bid one another hello and goodbye. "They never come to me." Isabel stretched out one hand to a nearby feeder. Wings unfurled and flapping madly, the birds flew off to the next seed holder farther down the railing. "They never light on me." "And they never will," said Sarah Winston, as if they had not held this conversation many times. Endlessly patient, she said to her only child, "But this is a good thing, Belle. You're so animated, so alive. No bird would ever mistake you for a tree limb or a post. A lifeless thing." Never spoken were the final words, "like me." Yet Isabel always heard them. "Did your father tell you who was taken away in that coffin?" And now Isabel realized that her mother knew nothing about the bones. There was no radio in the tower. There never had been. Her mother only listened to the birds. "The coroner's van came for Josh. They found his remains." "At the judge's house?" "Yes. Someone's been leaving the bones on the old man's porch late at night." The coffee cup crashed to the deck. Birds flew off in alarm, screaming. And her mother screamed. Chapter 9. "I found out what they want." Dave Hardy stood at the door to the sheriff's private office. He raised his voice to be heard above the noise from the street-side window. "That maggot Ferris Monty. He told them you arrested Oren Hobbs." Traffic in Saulburg was snarling, horns honking. The parking lot was full, and latecomers double-parked in front of the building. One reporter brazenly pulled up onto the sidewalk. Cable Babbitt stood at the window, frowning. "I suppose it would be wrong to shoot them." He glanced back at his deputy. "Son, just make them all go away." "How?" Cable joined him at the door and pointed to another deputy in the outer room. "Take John with you. Go out there and ticket the crap out of all those cars and vans. Then you can just let it slip that Oren's gone somewhere else. Any place that's not Saulburg." Outside on the street, while writing tickets and slapping them on windshields, the new recruit, Deputy Fawkes, flirted with the pretty woman who tagged after him, microphone in hand. When they were within earshot of two other reporters, he answered her twice-repeated question. "My guess?
Hobbs is probably hiding out in the Coventry Library.
The newswoman tilted her head to one side.
You're kidding, right? Why would he go there?
Her colleagues were turning their heads, staring at the deputy, and he called out to them.
It's the perfect hideout. Nobody in Coventry ever goes to the library.
3 reporters raced for their cars. Others in the pack picked up the scent and followed. But one camera was still filming when Deputy Fawkes turned around to receive a bloody nose from Dave Hardy's fist.
"Cop fight!"
yelled the cameraman. The radio was tuned to a local jazz station. The delivery boy had come and gone, and civility was provisionally restored at William Swan's house. Oren sat on the floor, eating a slice of hot pizza and drinking a second cold beer with his host. He had not given up any details of the sheriff's case, not a word about finding the bones of a second victim. For now, the prospect of a multiple homicide was only a rumor on the radio during the news break. Swan appeared to give the idea no weight.
Next, they'll be saying there's a serial killer in the neighborhood.
Not likely. Oren drained his beer bottle. There might be 30 serials at large in a country of 6 million square miles.
Right. What are the odds of one finding his way to Coventry?
Although, said Swan, in the tone of an afterthought,
Josh could have been killed to conceal another murder.
The man was left to make what he could of the silence. Oren had not come to this house to collaborate with a suspect. After reading the last interview, he laid it down among the others scattered on the floor all around him. I don't pull motives out of thin air. I like facts.
Anyone with a secret could have a motive for murder.
Swan opened another envelope and pulled out a thin stack of photographs.
Take your secrets, for instance.
One by one he laid out the glossy prints like cards dealt from a deck. Oren looked down at pictures of himself at the ages of 15 and 16. In one print his hair had only covered his ears. In the next it grazed his shoulders. Each one showed him walking down one street or another, oblivious to the stares of middle-aged women turning his way.
Now, I'd say those ladies looked a bit hungry.
Swan laid out more pictures in a march across the carpet. Oren's hair grew longer as he turned 17. This succession of snapshots had been taken inside the Water Street Cafe. The pictures were ganged together to represent 10 seconds of time passing frame by frame. In the first image, Oren saw his younger self walking near a table of matrons. The next shot focused on one of them, a pretty woman in her 40s. Evelyn Straub had just raised her head to look up at him. In the last photo, teenage Oren turned her way for only the click of a camera, and this photograph had captured a clandestine passage, something said in a glance that went unnoticed by the other women at the table. Only lovers had these conversations of the eyes. Only Josh had seen it. And William Swan.
I'm sure Mrs. Straub thought she was being discreet, said Swan. Have I made my point? Maybe Josh stumbled on a bigger secret and sold the negatives with the prints. How do you see your little brother as a blackmailer meeting a mark in the woods?
No way. He was a decent kid.
I agree. According to your housekeeper, Josh didn't care anything for money. The boy was only a passionate collector of small dramas.
Oren looked down at the carpet and its covering of Swan's old interviews with the people of Coventry. There were interesting omissions. You never questioned Addison Winston. He's a criminal defense attorney, a man with lots of secrets. And what about his wife? Mrs. Winston was a bird watcher. She was always out in the woods with a pair of binoculars. But you never talked to either of them.
Everyone's a critic.
Swan, unfazed, ate the last slice from the pizza box and chased it down with beer.
So tell me, Mr. Hobbs, how did you know about Mrs. Winston's bird-watching forays? Did you ever meet her in the woods? Did her husband know?
Isabel screamed at him. Yet Addison Winston still had no regrets about formally adopting his wife's only child, though he sometimes wished the girl had come with a volume control.
"Do something!"
Isabel yelled. His wife flew about the room, hands waving, tears running down her face, and Sarah's daughter followed after her as the self-appointed handmaiden to a drunk with delirium tremens.
"There's a doctor coming from Sahlberg," said Addison.
"She needs help now! She's terrified!"
"Of course she is." Your mother's seeing things that aren't there." The empty bottle of scotch was odd. He knew that his wife's secret stash had been restocked. Contrary to what his daughter believed, he did pay attention to Sarah's drinking. By doubling the large tips that the maid received from her mistress, he kept track of the daily consumption of alcohol. However, there was no liquor on Sarah's breath to account for the empty bottle. "You cut off your mother's booze again, didn't you, Belle? That was naughty." She glared at him with hate, but he had grown accustomed to that. It killed him to see it, and he laughed each time she did it. "Weaning your mother is a gradual process." He set the bottle down. Hands in his pockets, smiling broadly, he sauntered up to Sarah, who had found the only corner in a circular room, that place where the deep armoire met the wall. She swatted the sleeves of her robe and then raked her fingers through her hair, looking there for bugs that only she could see. Addison studied his wife as he spoke to her daughter. "I usually start tapering off the liquor supply a few days before the birthday ball. That way she can get through an entire evening cold sober, and no hallucinated creepy crawlies." The lawyer looked down at his watch. "Doctors. They like to make you wait, even when you're paying cash. No taxes." He winked, and Isabel seemed to find that obscene, so he did it again. On the deck outside, hungry rats with wings were feeding at the many seed holders fastened to the railing. In her early schoolgirl days, Isabel had created a pet name for this avian sanctuary at the top of the house, and the child had always regarded him as an intruder there, the boogeyman of birdland. He caught his reflection in one wall of glass and smoothed back his hair, finding himself rather handsome for a monster. "She needs help now! Get an ambulance!" "You wouldn't like that, Isabel." He knew his wide smile was wholly inappropriate, a display of entirely too many teeth. "They'll put your mother in restraints, and then she won't be able to brush the spiders away. Think of her terror when she's tied down. The bugs are crawling into her eyes. Is that what you want?" In the ensuing silence, he watched her face turn pale. "No? I didn't think so. Now, the good doctor just gives her a shot and knocks her out cold. No fear, no pain." His expression sobered as he looked in on his wife's invisible world, watching as Sarah brushed small bugs from her nightgown. Ah, and now she batted her hands at a particularly large one. He could always gauge the size of the imagined spiders by the wideness of her eyes. She lapsed into one of her brief intermissions from the horror show in her head. Exhausted, she sank to the floor and covered her face with both hands. Smiling again, Addison turned to the younger woman, so like Sarah at the same age, though not a stunning beauty, merely pretty. "After the doctor gives her a shot, your mother will sleep for the rest of the day. Tonight, when she wakes up for dinner, she'll drink as much as she likes. You won't even count her shots. Is that clear?" Isabel seemed a bit less ruthless now, and he knew that the reason was guilt. She was beginning to understand her own folly, her fault in this damage. He strolled through the open doors to the outside deck, and she trailed after him. Addison bent down to look through the eyepiece of a telescope. "Dangerous toy." There was no need to focus the lens. "And powerful. Do you know where this thing is pointing, Belle?" She was Belle to him again, now that she was contrite and more manageable. "This morning your mother had a perfect view of that jawbone sitting on the judge's porch." Smile in place, he looked up at his daughter. "On a typical day, the most startling thing in Sarah's world is a confused bird migrating in the wrong direction." All along the curving deck, wings flapped, and pointy beaks sprayed seed in all directions. Greedy feeders. He had learned to hate birds. "Mom didn't even know about the bones until I—" "No matter. Any change in her routine would stress her out. Even the sight of Oren Hobbs would have been a shock after all these years. But you know that didn't cause your mother's hallucinations." And now, to drive the point home, he said, "In fact, a drink might have helped. Too bad you poured out her bottle. And then you gave her those sleeping pills on the nightstand. Where did those pills come from, Belle? Is that your prescription? You wanted your mother to rest, to sleep, while you went into town. So you drugged her. What a good girl.
He walked back into the room and looked at more damning evidence. The carafe of coffee, the second one today, so said the maid, his spy in Birdland.
Cold turkey withdrawal, always a mistake. Then sedatives and caffeine. What were you thinking, Belle? Your doctorate is in ornithology, not medicine, not chemistry.
Sarah screamed and ran across the room, as if she could outrun her small tormentors, hands fluttering in a panic, eyes full of fear. Left to her own devices, his wife would have gotten through this day with a pleasant buzz. As usual, she would have passed out after dinner. That was why Sarah was such an early riser. She awoke with the light and the songs of filthy winged vermin come to feed outside her glass walls, and a good morning drink to kill the pain. Addison Winston dropped his smile.
Leave your mother's care to me. You're not helping her. I'm not the one who did this to her.
Well, that shut her up. And now, verbal spanking done, he left Isabel alone with her handiwork, her weeping, frightened mother. Only 3 people remained on the Coventry street outside the library. The rest of the reporters and their news crews had departed after failing to construct a jailbreak from Deputy Fawkes's offhand comment. "This is a waste of time," said the young segment producer, and she was not referring to the useless phone as she folded it into the back pocket of her jeans. There was no cell phone tower within 20 miles of this backward town. She stared at the foothills, perhaps looking there for dinosaurs, something, anything, to film. She turned back to face the middle-aged reporter and attempted to reason with him one last time. "The sheriff told you Oren Hobbs was never under arrest." "And that's what we lead with," said Reggie Mason. "A hot denial." He closed the door of what might be the last telephone booth in America. It even had a rotary dial, a charming artifact from his youth. The producer banged on the booth's glass wall. What the hell was the girl's name? All of his segment producers were interchangeable, and none of them looked a day over 13 years of age. This one, deluded child, truly believed that she was in charge of the production. "We're leaving!" she yelled. "Right now!" Turning her back on the phone booth, she climbed into the van and closed the sliding door behind her. The cameraman would have followed the girl, but Reggie grabbed his arm.
"Hold on. The operator's back."
He had been placed on hold by a 911 operator, and now the woman resumed their telephone conversation.
"Yes, ma'am. That's right. Yes, it smells."
Reggie cupped the phone's receiver with one hand when the cameraman leaned into the booth and asked, "Is she laughing?" From the window of the van, the sullen child producer yelled, "Hey, it's time to pack it in!" The cameraman stared at the small brick building.
"Did you read the hours posted on the door? There's nobody in there." "But the smell."
Inspired now, Reggie reopened his dialogue with a laughing 911 operator.
"I think there's a dead body in the library." "Well, it smells like death." "So you'll send the sheriff?"
After a few seconds, he placed the receiver back on its cradle.
"She hung up on me."
The cameraman unstrapped his equipment and laid it down, final notice that his workday was done.
"Do you know what a dead body smells like? I don't. You can't make something out of nothing."
Au contraire. Reggie pointed at the library.
"Did you see that?"
"What?"
"Something moved in that window."
"Reggie, are you making this up?"
"Where's that lame producer when I need her?" He banged his fist on the side of the van.
"Hey, sweetheart, the wind's blowing our way again. I want you to smell something."
"I know Ad Winston was your lawyer," said Oren. "All that settlement money? You must have been a grateful client. Is that why you never interviewed him or his wife?" After calmly wiping his hands on a napkin, Swan finished his beer.
"He was your lawyer, too, Mr. Hobbs."
"What?"
"You didn't know?"
Swan wore a satisfied smile.
"Judge Hobbs retained him for you right after Josh disappeared. Wise move. You wouldn't give a reason for leaving your little brother alone in the woods, and you wouldn't tell anyone where you were all day and half that night. Your father was probably holding his breath, waiting for the sheriff to turn up at the door every second of every day. He wanted to be ready if it came to a trial. So he hired the best lawyer in the state.
That's why I didn't interview either of the Winstons. They couldn't talk to me. One old mystery was solved for Oren. This explained why he had been left alone after one brief and fruitless interrogation by the sheriff, after time had been allowed for the scratches on his face to heal. Swan picked up a sheet of paper attached to a photograph of Evelyn Straub. "You probably noticed this interview is very short. I'm sure you wondered why. When did this woman ever censor a thought in her head? Absolutely fearless. It took me an hour to find her soft spots and break her." "Evelyn?" Oren suppressed a smile. He wanted to laugh at this man, this amateur. Interrogation was not a criminologist's game, and he would pit Evelyn Straub against the best of the best in his own trade. The lady was made of unbreakable stuff. He waved off the proffered piece of paper. "I read it. Seemed light. Most of her conversation was never typed up for my files." Swan pulled out a small notebook. "However, I do have a more complete version. It concerns your lack of an alibi for the day your brother disappeared." He fanned the pages to show the handwritten lines. So many. Oren was backing up in his mind, bracing. Swan glanced at the first page of his notes. "I had the feeling that Mrs. Straub knew all your secrets." He looked up and paused for a beat. "And she probably knew about the other women you were sleeping with." Oren sipped his beer, appearing only mildly curious and keeping to a boyhood habit of never confirming or denying those rumors. Leaning back against the side of a chair, Swan dragged out this lull. "Mrs. Straub was very attractive in those days. These past 20 years she hasn't aged well. And that's odd. You know she has the money to stay young forever." Absently turning a page in his notebook, the man never took his eyes off Oren. "Your housekeeper asked me to find you an alibi witness. That was my job. She had no inside information about your affairs, but she had eyes. Miss Rice knew the effect you had on females. When she first came to me, her focus was on your refusal to say anything in your own defense. It was her theory that you might keep silent to protect a married woman. So I didn't just single out Mrs. Straub. I talked to all the women posed with you in Josh's photographs. Unfortunately, my efforts backfired. 2 women came forward. The 2 alibis should have canceled each other out. But the sheriff believed one of those stories. Hers." Swan tapped the photograph of Evelyn Straub. "You had good taste, Mr. Hobbs. She was a pretty woman in those days. I liked her. Very jaded. Very hip. I figured she was only in it for the sex. A teenage boy never runs out of juice. No real emotion in play. That's why I thought the sheriff believed her when she told him you spent the whole day in her bed. But I was wrong. Later I discovered she had a prenuptial agreement. If she was caught cheating on her husband, she'd get nothing in a divorce settlement. Mr. Straub was an old man, good as dead. His wife only had to bide her time for another year. But she put everything on the line for you." Swan flipped another page, though he never looked down at the lines written there. "I never told Mrs. Straub how I found out about her affair with you. I suppose she assumed that you betrayed her. For all I know, she still believes that. But after I talked to her, she went to the sheriff anyway. You were only 17, probably younger the first time she took you to bed, the underage son of a judge. That woman risked a lot more than money." He leaned forward, the better to study the younger man's face when he asked, "Did she tell the truth? Or did she risk everything to lie for you? Did she love you, Mr. Hobbs?" Oren looked at his watch. "Time to go." He brushed pizza crumbs from his jeans as he stood up. Extending a hand down to his host, he helped the man to rise from the floor. Swan seemed deeply disappointed. He had dug his hole, his trap of words, and covered it over with twigs and branches, but Oren had not fallen in. "That wasn't an idle question." Swan's limp worsened as he followed his guest into the foyer. "It doesn't matter if Mrs. Straub lied or not. Just consider what she stood to lose." Oren opened the front door. Mr. Hobbs, either this woman loved you, or she needed an alibi as much as you did. Thanks for the beer and pizza. Oren stepped outside, escaping. He was walking down the driveway when he glanced back. Swan had followed to the edge of the portico and now called out to him. When you report back to the sheriff, ask him about Mrs. Straub's seances in the woods. The judge and Miss Rice go out there to commune with your dead brother. Oren stumbled, and then moved on. Chapter 10. The phantom spiders had been vanquished by the doctor from Sahlberg. While Sarah Winston slept off a sedative in the tower room, her husband and daughter stood outside on the deck. Isabel focused a telescope on the winding fire road. In the twilight hour, the running lights of vehicles made them visible through the scrub pines of the foothills. These were the witchboard people. Yes, it still goes on. Addison Winston swirled the whiskey in his glass. Since when do you care what happens in Coventry? When was the last time you paid us a visit, Belle? I can't seem to remember the decade. This failed to make her angry, but he liked a challenge. She looked up from the telescope. Those people didn't used to meet in the woods. Well, they have for the past 15 years, and you'd know that if you'd bothered to come home more often. However, your mother so enjoyed the crummy little postcards you sent her from Europe. Addison held the binoculars up to his eyes, and wondered why the spook fest in the woods should interest Isabel. They're heading up to Evelyn Straub's old cabin. You were just a little girl when she built that place. As he recalled, Evelyn's last name had been Kaminsky back in those days. Well into her 30s then, she had aged out of her showgirl career and snagged an elderly millionaire for a husband. And these days? Well, the woman had gone to hell from the hips up, and her long legs were not on display anymore, but they tended to linger in a man's memory. Evelyn's best quality was the heart of a pirate, and this alone was enough to make her worthy of his admiration. Did you ever go to one of the seances? Yes, I took your mother once. Everyone in Coventry went to at least one of them. Some people go back again and again. The witchboard group was an old one, but hardly exclusive. He drained his glass and rattled the ice cubes. Any other town in America would have formed a bowling league. The parade of vehicles had almost cleared the pygmy forest of scrub pines. He lifted his wife's binoculars and trained the lenses on one straggler. You see the jeep following them from a distance? That's the sheriff. Evelyn's place is the only cabin on that fire road. If she catches Cable, he's toast. Legally, he shouldn't be within a half-mile of that seance. Addison's grin spread wide. I smell a lawsuit. The jeep disappeared under a canopy of tall trees as it climbed the mountain into denser foliage. The show was over, and Isabel abandoned the telescope to lean back against the railing. How did Mrs. Straub get involved with seances? She doesn't seem the type. She's not. However, the lady does have an eye for opportunity, and her pet psychic is worth a fortune. How much does she charge? Not one dime, said Addison. The seances have always been free. The Coventry pub was a quiet place. A television set was bolted to the wall over the bar and always tuned to a local news station. By custom of long standing, the bartender never turned on the volume until the sports coverage was nearing airtime. So 5 steady patrons, sports fans all, were watching an anchorman moving his mouth in silence. They liked their news delivered this way. So restful. And now they were startled by the image on the screen. That looks just like our library, said the bartender, stepping up to the set for a closer look. Can't be. A customer squinted and then donned his spectacles. Sure it is. Hey, Fred, turn on the sound. The bartender turned the volume up high, and an anchorman's voice boomed out of the box to tell them that this was indeed film coverage of the local library. It was also the scene of a standoff with a fugitive from justice. Unconfirmed was the rumor that the escapee was armed. One of the men stepped outside for a look at the library 2 doors down and across the street. He called back to his fellow patrons. Just a van parked out front and a couple guys standing around the phone booth smoking cigarettes. He walked back inside, looked up at the screen, and scratched his head. The picture of the library was replaced with coverage of a California race for the Senate, and the volume was turned off again. Fresh beers were served up and down the bar, and reality was restored to the Coventry pub.
"I never take my own car up here."
The sheriff steered the jeep through a turnout to avoid a large cavity in the dirt road. He gave his passenger a wary glance.
"I understand how you feel, son. If I'd known that Hannah and the judge were sucked in, I would have kept tabs on the seances. But I still say Alice Friday's harmless."
Psychics are never harmless. Oren Hobbs had already made it clear that psychics were the precursors to blowflies lighting on a fresh corpse, and their favorite prey was the parent of a murdered child.
"This one's different. I learned a lot about the psychic trade when your brother disappeared. All the pros turned out. I must have talked to 20 con artists. Alice was the only one with a Ouija board. Now that's one way to separate hustlers from amateurs. Pros won't use them. There's no money in a board game that anybody can play at home."
What about Evelyn Straub's connection?
When Alice Friday moved into the Straub Hotel, the other guests really liked the nightly Ouija board sessions on the veranda. So Evelyn cut a deal with the woman, free room and board and some walking around money.
The closer Cable got to the cabin, the thicker the trees and ferns. Almost there.
"It's just a gimmick to fill the hotel off-season. Now, some people got hooked on the seances, but there was no charge. As long as nobody got fleeced, I never saw the harm."
He had never foreseen a day when rock-solid people like Hannah and the judge would go looking for Josh in a witchboard. As the jeep approached the cabin, Cable began a preamble to his worst fears.
"It's been quite a while since I was up here," he lied. "The land changes as years go by. You think you know a place, and then you find out you don't. I wouldn't want to be up here when it gets dark. There'll be a full moon, but you can't count on it. Not tonight."
He leaned forward to look up through the windshield.
"The clouds are already rolling in."
Searching the woods for a teenage Oren Hobbs had once been the pastime of an entire town. After a while, they had ceased to hunt for Josh, giving him up for dead. But young Oren had spent all his days in the forest, hunting for his brother. No matter how many times the boy lost his way, townsfolk would stop what they were doing, shops would close, and people would walk into the deep woods to find Judge Hobbs's only surviving child and bring him home again. And again. They never failed that good old man or the boy. Too often Oren was found dehydrated and disoriented. So many times the boy could have died, but Coventry would not allow it. Oren Hobbs nodded his understanding that he should not get lost one more time. Why did Evelyn Straub move her psychic from the hotel to the woods?
That was actually pretty smart. Evelyn gets a tax write-off by using the cabin for business purposes.
The sheriff turned onto a private road of hard-packed dirt, slowing to a roll when the roof of the log house came into view. While he still had trees for partial cover, he stopped his vehicle, cut the lights, and let the engine idle.
"I'm not supposed to be here. Evelyn's got an injunction to keep me off her property. She says police harassment ruins the ambiance. So I've got to get this jeep out of here real fast."
Yet his passenger remained in his seat, patiently waiting for more, and of course more was owed to him.
"Swan was right," said Cable. "Evelyn's the one who gave you that alibi. She told me you spent the day in the cabin with her. She said Josh went deeper into the woods by himself."
"Who was the other one?" Swan said 2 women came forward.
"Well, what does it matter now? And son, just how many women were you sleeping with? You weren't too talkative as a teenager."
Silent then and silent now, Oren opened the passenger door and stepped out.
"Hold on."
The sheriff rummaged through his glove compartment and pulled out a flashlight.
"Can't remember the last time I changed the batteries. Use it sparingly. If you're smart, you'll start out for home while it's still light."
Oren reached through the open window and took the proffered flashlight. "Thanks."
"If you get caught spying on these people, don't tell Evelyn I was here. That's all I ask."
"I won't get caught."
"One more thing, Oren. On your way out, stay clear of traffic on the road. Evelyn drives the hotel's shuttle van."
Cable leaned toward the passenger window. His voice was in the low, warning notes. "Son, I know you found your way home from this place more than once, but don't go taking any shortcuts through the woods." He was talking to the air. Oren Hobbs was gone. The sedatives had worn off, and Sarah Winston reached for the whiskey bottle held just beyond her outstretched hand. "Dinner's ready." Using the liquor as bait, Addison coaxed her out of bed and down the tower's narrow flight of steps. As they walked along the second-floor landing to descend the grand staircase, he placed one arm around her shoulders, forgetting for the moment that his wife was merely tired, no longer drunk and in danger of falling. Well, soon enough. They entered the dining room, arm in arm, and a drink, a reward, was poured for her. Isabel was already seated at the table, head lowered, though not in prayer. She had no religious faith. However, she did believe in walking evil. "Hello, Daddy." Long ago she had called him that to please her mother. These days the sarcastic tone of this salutation could only be read as "drop dead." Throughout the evening meal, Isabel watched her mother toy with food and drink her dinner. The older woman was in a stupor by the time dessert was served. Her husband and daughter talked around her body while she remained upright. When Sarah laid her head on the table and closed her eyes, they conversed over her bowed back. Their argument was an old one. "I take care of your mother," said Addison. "You're more like her jailer," said Isabel. "You killed off every plan she ever had for getting back out in the world." "Your mother didn't need another college degree. She's beautiful, and beauty is power. I gave her whatever she asked for, just for the pleasure of looking at her." He stared at his wife's sleeping face, her open mouth, the bit of spittle on her lips. Sarah was awakened for the postprandial brandy, another lure. Steadied by Addison's arm, she was led to a couch in the cavernous front room, where a window spanned 30 feet to a pitched roof and offered a view of darkening woods. When an hour had passed, and his wife was at the point of passing out, Addison gently lowered her head to the pillow of his lap. "Tomorrow the weaning begins," he whispered in her ear. "Only a little booze for breakfast and lunch. None for dinner." When her eyes had closed in sleep, he smoothed the hair back from her brow. He looked up to see Isabel glaring at him, hating him, and so, of course, he smiled. "One year I cut her off on the day of the ball. Huge mistake. That was the first visit from the spiders. 3 days is about right." Isabel's hands curled into fists, a good sign that she was paying attention. "By the time your mother's birthday rolls around, she'll be able to go all night without a drink. Do you think Oren Hobbs will come to the ball this year?" "Why should he? He hasn't been here since he was 12. Addison doubted that she would be disappointed if Oren never came to another birthday ball. Though Isabel liked to nurse her grudges, even she could not carry this old obsession for so many years. However, it was worth a dig. "There's a rumor that Oren always had a thing for older women. Married women." He looked down at his sleeping wife. "And you think he slept with Mom?" Isabel was incredulous. Or was she jealous? "Well, I know he didn't sleep with you." He saw heat rising in her face to color it with a flush. "I know what you did, Belle. All those years ago. It's going to come back and bite you." Isabel rose from the couch and stood over her sleeping mother. "I don't know why Mom stayed with you, but I know why she drinks. The alcohol dulls your sharp little teeth when you nip at her ankles." What a roundabout way of calling him a son of a bitch. Isabel was normally so direct. He looked down at his wife, the woman who shared his house, if not his bed. In a stage whisper, he said, "Oh, look. She wakes." Sarah Winston lifted her head in the manner of a timid animal peering out of a burrow and finding the world unsafe. Her head dropped. Her eyes closed. Isabel sank to her knees and stroked her mother's hair. "This is torture. Why do you let her go on like this?" "Oh, I don't know." He leaned forward with a smile, something between a tease and a leer. Because I love her madly. Rising to her feet, Isabel crossed the room with long strides and no wave or word of good night. Addison caressed his wife's sleeping face. He loved her madly. Deputies Dave Hardy and John Fawkes had done a poor job of removing bloodstains from their uniforms. The pink blotches were not the only evidence of a fight. They had been caught on film. Waiting for the fallout from their skirmish on the streets of Saulburg, they stood before the window of an appliance store and watched the images of 10 television sets tuned to different channels. "We're screwed," said Dave Hardy. "If that fight makes it to the evening news, we'll get suspended." John Fawkes was equally worried, and this carried in his voice, but he was also a man in denial. "That guy was just a cameraman, not a reporter." He turned his eyes from screen to screen. "I wish I could remember the name of the news show. I know the station call letters were printed on that camera." Dave pointed to a TV set at the top of the display. "What the hell is that?" The screen showed them the still image of a window set in a brick wall. A banner of type ran across the bottom of the screen, telling them what they already knew. The bones of a lost boy had been found in Coventry. And now something different. The hunt for a fugitive was underway. "I wish we had sound," said Deputy Fawkes. The camera pulled back to show more of the building. "It's the library in Coventry," said Dave. "Those stupid reporters believed you. They went to the library." "I'm sorry," said the man beside him. "It was just a joke. How was I supposed to know they'd actually go there? Nobody in Coventry ever goes to the library." "Don't ever say that again." Dave Hardy's fist was raised and promising more than a nosebleed this time. Evelyn's cabin had once been her shelter from a hateful old man. Millard Straub had punished his wife every day of their marriage, because he was dying and she was not. Tonight, Oren studied the ruins. Nature was reclaiming the structure, sending tree shoots through broken window panes. There were cracks in the foundation, and the porch roof sagged under the weight of a fallen branch. He could smell wood rot from the yard. There was one improvement. The turnout for the driveway had been expanded into a parking lot. The van belonged to the Straub Hotel, and the sedans would be owned by local people. He judged some of the cars to be 20 years old and older, with cracked dashboards, dents, and bald tires. Others were brand-new luxury models. The theme of wealth parked next to poverty played out all over Coventry, where a millionaire might build his mansion next to an acre parcel with a mobile home, or an old knockdown cabin like this one. The land sloped downward as he moved toward the rear of the property, and the cabin's foundation had been built to accommodate this incline. He remembered concrete footings 6 feet high at the back end and a large opening used for storing yard tools. Even better, there was a trap door that would give him a view of the goings-on in the rooms above. As he rounded the cabin, he discovered that the opening had been enclosed. Behind the wooden steps leading up to the kitchen, he found a metal door set into the new wall of cement, and it was padlocked. A pity. The old crawl space would have made a perfect spy hole. Now he would have to risk being seen. Oren walked up the back stairs and looked through a cracked window pane. There was no one in the kitchen. He opened the door and entered the room, stepping light and slow. A rough interior wall was pocked with light leaking through the crumbled mortar between the logs. It offered him a selection of peepholes, large and small. He moved silently from one to the other until he found a good view of the gathering in the next room. No money had been wasted on props for the seance. Spiderwebs hung from the ceiling in ghosty gray curtains, very theatrical, but all too real. 6 people sat on metal folding chairs gathered around a flimsy card table. They were encircled by the light of candles on cracked plates that sat on the floor. Other people were seated in shadow on the far side of the room. Evelyn Straub occupied a love seat, and no one dared keep her company. Oren remembered that small sofa. Once he had thought the plush velvet upholstery and gilt frame were too grand for this rustic setting. Now the old love seat seemed tired and sad in the lean and the sag of it, and the woman who sat upon it had also gone this route, less recognizable now than her furniture. Even by the kindness of the candlelight, he could not find Evelyn Straub in this older woman's face. Inside the circle of candles, all but one of the people rose up in a body and yielded their chairs. As players from the sidelines took their seats, Oren had a clear view of the table and an uncommon Ouija board. This was nothing bought in a store. The numerals and the alphabet appeared to be handmade. He recognized a small object at the center of the board. Made of rough carved wood, a three-legged heart had a hole at its center to display single characters from the painted lines of letters and numbers. The sheriff had been right about one thing. The Ouija board was an anomaly. None of the grifters that Oren had encountered ever used one. And tonight he did not draw on his experience as a CID agent. This was a game from his childhood, played in secret places, dark cellars, and deep woods. His little brother had loved the game, at first, calling it by its older name, Witchboard. A stick-thin woman, who had kept her chair, now gave instructions to the second shift of players.
"Place your fingers on the planchette,"
she said, and by fingertips the other 5 people touched the heart-shaped piece of wood.
"No pressure, mind you. It moves by other forces."
This could only be Alice Friday. Her face had a gaunt, starved look, and her eyes were sunken and heavy-lidded. The woman's voice had a nasal twang of the Midwest and a no-nonsense tone. She might well be giving a lecture on aluminum siding when she said,
"Now we'll ask my spirit guide to answer your questions."
She raised her head and raised her voice, calling out,
"Joshua Hobbs, are you here with us tonight?"
So Alice Friday used his dead brother to earn her living. Oren would not lay any blame upon Evelyn Straub. It had always been her nature to make money off of everything that moved and everything that did not. Why not the dead? The planchette jumped on the board, startling people who must be new to the Ouija board. The more seasoned players only smiled. The psychic dryly chanted above the noise of crickets and the sounds of small animal paws scurrying across the ceiling. 6 people leaned into the center of the table, and their heads bowed over the board each time the planchette stopped over a letter, and together they spelled out a chant. I, A, M, N, E. Starlight could be seen through the mortar chinks in the upper walls, but Oren stared at another light, small as a star and electric green, and this one was in the floor. A cable fed out of one baseboard and traveled up a wall. He looked up to the ceiling, but it was too dark to find a camera lens in the rafters. A, R, S, O, D, A, R, K. Evelyn Straub rose from the love seat and walked toward the kitchen, moving with the limber grace of a woman who had not grown old and stout. This vestige of her younger days fascinated him. It took a moment to collect his wits, to back out through the open door and softly pull it shut behind him. Good night, pretty woman. Mercifully, he was gone before the chanter spelled out O, R, E, N, H, E, L, P, M, E. Chapter 11. High up where the roof joined walls of glass and walls of plaster, a circular bookshelf ran around the tower room, and Isabel Winston climbed a ladder on wheels to reach it. Since returning home, it had become her nightly custom to covertly replace a borrowed birdwatcher's log and pull down another one. She shifted the remaining volumes on the shelf to fill in the space so that the absence of a single book would not be noticed. What was the point of worrying over this? Her mother had drunk herself into oblivion, and on the rare occasions when Addison visited here, he probably never looked past his own reflection in a glass. The man would have no interest in records of bird sightings, though these were not the typical birder's journals, and even if he should peruse a book or two, he would never crack the code. Crafty mom. After kissing her sleeping mother, Isabel carried the purloined journal downstairs to her bedroom, hiding it in the folds of her robe, knowing all the while that her parents would care nothing about her reading habits. When had she become so paranoid? An hour later, propped up by pillows, the ornithologist was still reading by the light of a bedside lamp, utterly engrossed in a book that had little to do with birds, though feathered characters were drawn on every page. Once upon a time, with a child's egocentric view of the universe, Isabel had believed that these volumes were created for her. The fanciful illustrations better lent themselves to children's books than to birders' journals, and there were storylines and lines of dialogue and song. Before learning her ABCs, Isabel had learned the human phrases used to identify 100 birds, words that mimicked rhythm and the rise and fall of notes. As a little girl, her favorite song belonged to the Pee-wee, and she had sung it all day long. Ah-dee-dee, P-O-E, ah-dee-dee, P-O, because it had driven Addison crazy. Her mother's logbooks made departures from traditional notations, though the songs could still be recognized. Upon returning to Coventry, Isabel had read many of the old volumes again with a new understanding. Some of the birds drawn here did not appear in northwestern climes, nor anywhere outside of her mother's fragile mind, and these were not fairy tales. It had taken 6 weeks to work through the early years of life in Coventry. With the exception of the birthday balls, Addison had discouraged his wife from mixing with the residents. Isabel, always away at boarding school, had felt abandoned and resentful in those days, but now she realized how lonely her mother had been. Yet Sarah Winston appeared to know a great deal about the town and its people, secret things gleaned by 3 telescopes and a pair of binoculars. Hannah Rice had been the Rosetta Stone, pictured here as an elf owl in constant company with a tall, thin bird that had lost its crown of long feathers over the years, the balding Judge Hobbs. And thanks to this morning's sighting of Ferris Monty, Isabel now knew the identity of the black-capped chickadee. The man's bad toupee resembled the bird's cap, and the yellow feathers of the breast matched the color of his Rolls-Royce. The gossip columnist did not sing chickadee-dee-dee. He sang, "Look at me, me, me," to the lark, who paid him no attention. And everywhere the lark went, the black-capped chickadee was sure to follow. Sometimes the lark would follow another bird, and they made a procession of 3 through the streets, the chickadee always at the rear, singing his hopeless song. Her mother seemed to like Evelyn Straub, who was portrayed in colored pencil as an exotic pink heron with a graceful wingspan, long legs, and 2 nests, one in the town and one in the woods. In this volume the lovely heron's mate was still alive. Isabel could not mistake the gray and shriveled starling for anyone but Millard Straub. He rode on the heron's back. Throughout the state of California, television viewers were annoyed by interruptions in their prime-time viewing hours. The late-breaking news was always the same image of the Coventry Library bathed in bright electric lights. The story was periodically updated by a manic anchorman's message that the sheriff had still not responded to the emergency of a strange smell emanating from the premises. Patrons of the Coventry pub considered walking down the street to view the unfolding events of the sheriff not responding to a 911 call. However, upon being told that they would not be allowed to take their beers with them, they elected to stay and watch a picture of the library on television. The camera angle swung around to show the approach of a jeep. The lawman emerging from the vehicle was identified as a county sheriff. The reporter approached him, microphone extended, excitement mounting. "Are you here to investigate the smell?" "No," said the sheriff. "I understand you've been fooling with a 911 operator." He handed a folded sheet of paper to the reporter. "That's a summons to appear in court tomorrow morning. Then you can explain why a smelly library constitutes an emergency." "There could be a dead body in there. Aren't you going to investigate?" "Well, no," said the sheriff. "The library's closed." "What about the smell?" The reporter pointed to the brick building as if it might be hard to find. "You have to get closer to—" "No, son, I can smell it just fine, thanks. Are we on live television?" "You bet." Sheriff Babbitt turned his smile on the camera and tipped his hat. "It smells like a pair of really ripe socks." He stepped back to look down at the reporter's feet. And so ended the statewide coverage of the Coventry Library. When the lawman and the news crew had departed, lights came on inside the library, and they burned late into the night. A figure could be seen pacing across the window shades. But this was such a common sight. No one passing by took any notice. The moon was on the rise and guiding Oren's steps down the mountain road that would lead him home. He spared the flashlight battery for pitch-black moments when clouds blocked the moon. A pair of headlights came up behind him, rounding a hairpin turn in the road. Minding Cable Babbitt's request that he not be caught near the cabin, Oren dove into the woods as the hotel van sped by. More cars came around the curve, their headlights aimed straight at him. He was backstepping deeper into the cover of tall ferns, moving quickly, when his boots clipped a tree root behind him and he fell to ground, but not to a hard landing. He rolled down a steep incline. Reflex kicked in, He covered his face, only scratching his hands on chutes and deadwood, rolling, and finally coming to rest flat on his back. Fool. He lay at the center of a depression shaped like the hollow of a giant hand. Above the rise of encircling land, he could see a glow from the parade of cars in the distance. Seduced by lack of sleep, he meant to close his eyes for only a moment. When he opened them again, all the light had been sucked out of the world. There was no demarcation line between sky and earth, no sense of up and down. Blackness only. Where was his compass, the moon? Killed by clouds. Where was the flashlight? Crawling sightless, he searched the ground by fingertips, touching brush and dirt until his hand finally closed on the metal casing. Click. No light. The batteries were dead. On all fours, he climbed up the slope of the hollow and crawled toward the road. He crawled forever. The road was gone. He had gotten turned around in the fall and traveled the wrong way. For how long? How far? By touch, he found the root and rough bark column of a tree and sat down to lean his back against it. So tired. He clicked the useless flashlight in his hand, desperate for a miracle, just a few seconds of light. Darkness was another dimension, where natural law did not apply. Separated from every visual clue to the solid world, he hugged himself for reassurance that mind and body had not gone their separate ways, but he could not lose that sensation of being suspended in a void. The road could not be far. He listened for the sound of cars. Useless. There was only one cabin on the fire road, and the séance was long over. All the players had gone home by now. He rose to his feet and walked 2 steps into an alien land, hands outstretched to fend off low-hanging branches that might reach out for his blind eyes. Which way? He might be on a parallel route, only 20 feet from the road, or 20 yards. How long had he crawled in the wrong direction? Space and time had no meaning here. This is not the first time you've been lost in the woods in the dead of night. Sit down and wait. At sunup you'll see the road, the way out. Whenever he listened to that inner voice of reason, it always sounded a lot like Hannah. She would be worried, and so would the judge. How long would they wait before the alarm was sounded? He remembered other nights in these woods and the sight of waving yellow stalks of light, hundreds of voices calling his name. Every woodland creature had been awakened to flee on the wing or on the run, frightened by an army of searchers, their shoes and boots shaking earth and bough. Not again. Not one more time. Even when he was a teenager, he would have known better than to move on tonight, and yet he did. Every soldier's survival skill was forgotten as he felt his way from tree to tree. All that he could count on was the natural circle of one who was lost. His feet might bring him back to the beginning, and just as likely carry him away again. High in the invisible canopy of tall trees, an owl called out. Hoo! 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 Another night bird answered with hollow whistles in the rhythm of a bouncing ball or footfalls losing their momentum, slowing. All stop. Wits lost. Oren screamed his brother's name. All around him he could hear things moving in the dark, small animals alarmed and stirring in the underbrush, creeping, running. He felt their panic, the same old fear, a coldness stealing up his throat. Shivering, he hugged himself for warmth. And what of Josh? His brother had left his jacket behind. Josh is dead. You've seen his bones. How many days had he gone without food or water? No hunger, no thirst. Today you had a chicken sandwich in the kitchen with Cable Babbitt. Oren turned toward the sound of a car engine in the distance, and he heard it die, suddenly, switched off. He sucked in his breath and held it. A small ball of light floated on the air, appearing and disappearing behind the trunks of trees. Was he dreaming this? Every time he dreamed, he died. Chapter 12. Hannah Rice was the resurrection and the light. Oren fell to his knees on the dirt road. How did you find me? She brushed the hair away from his eyes. I got a telephone call to ask if you made it home from the séance. Hannah gently coaxed him to stand up. Then she took him by the hand and led him to the car, treating him as a handicapped person, and he was one tonight. Evelyn Straub saw you dive off the road when her van came around a curve. Everybody knows you have a penchant for getting lost in the woods. After settling him into the passenger seat, she leaned across his body to fasten the safety belt. And here all concept of road safety ended. The little woman provided him with the medicine of comic relief as she turned the car toward home. She strained to see over the steering wheel, sometimes using the wheel as leverage to raise her body up. Raising the seat was not an option, not if she wanted to reach the foot pedals. Yet Hannah loved to drive. She lived to drive. Odd, this sudden interest of yours. She leaned toward him, big smile. Seances, Oren? I heard you and the judge were big fans of Alice Friday, he said, big smile. Oh, everybody went up to that cabin at least once or twice. Hannah looked at the dashboard clock and then put on some speed. Dave Hardy called tonight. He wants to buy you a beer sometime. I didn't expect to see him this morning. Most kids leave the day they come of age. His brother had been the rare boy who never dreamed of escaping from his small coastal town. Josh had loved Coventry, and he had loved his life. But Dave Hardy did leave, said Hannah. That boy made it all the way to Chicago. And now you're wondering why he came back. He forgot to shoot his mother on the way out of town. Dave heard she was dying. A tumor in her stomach. Well, in this world of real estate gone nuts, his mother's 5-acre parcel is worth quite a bit. But I don't think he came back just for Mavis's money. Maybe he wanted to watch her die? Around here you could sell tickets to a thing like that. Hannah shot him a look of disapproval. You don't want to say things like that when the judge is around. He won't tolerate anybody making fun of that poor woman. Oren recalled that Mrs. Hardy's other champion was Hannah. He had never heard the housekeeper say one word against Dave's mother, not in earnest, not in fun. And now he grabbed the dashboard as she made a sharp turn onto the road that would lead them home. Dave came back to town about 8 years ago, said Hannah. Now here's the odd part. Mavis didn't die. Her tumor keeps growing, but she just won't die. Oren wondered if Mrs. Hardy was toxic to tumors as well as people. Hannah shushed him, and this should have spooked him, for he had not voiced that idea aloud. But Oren remembered all of the housekeeper's parlor tricks, and this had been one of her best, divining impure thoughts from a smirk or guilty downcast eyes and the antsy feet of boys. She looked from the dashboard clock to her wristwatch, double-checking the hour. This might be the first time he had ever seen her wearing a timepiece, and this thought chained back to his brother. That photograph of me and Josh. He was wearing a watch that last morning. Don't you think that's odd? Josh never cared about the time of day before. You mean, not so you noticed? She reached out to pat his hand. When you were a kid, you missed a lot of things. Take Isabel Winston. I remember the first birthday ball. The first time you kids set eyes on one another. You were only 12 years old, but I saw your whole life all laid out in front of you that night. I could see all the way into a generation of your grandchildren. But something went wrong, and that was long before Josh disappeared. The life you've been leading isn't the one you were meant to have. Isabel Winston focused her lenses on the distant glow of a porch light, and she watched Hannah and Oren enter the judge's house. She lowered the binoculars and carried them inside, where her mother lay on the bed in a drunk's blackout sleep. No dreams. Was that the reason for her mother's drinking? Was there no peace for her, waking or sleeping? Sarah Winston lay with arms outstretched, her wrists exposed, and her daughter stared at the old razor scars running across the veins. Though these suicide attempts were old events, years in the past, Isabel had first learned of them only months ago when she had come home for a short visit. And now she could not, would not leave. She climbed the ladder to replace the bird log borrowed earlier and to take another one down from the shelf. At the end of the last journal, the beautiful long-legged heron was pursuing a bird much younger than her gray starling husband. The young hawk and the heron soared together, describing circles around one another in the sky. However, Isabel's mission tonight had nothing to do with Evelyn Straub's extramarital love affairs. This time she did not take a journal and steal away with it, for she had remembered something learned at her parents' dinner table. One of the guests had been a well-known politician. "Kid, if you're gonna do something wrong," the man had said to her then, "do it right out in plain sight. It's the hidden things that attract attention." She sat down in the chair by her mother's bed and switched on the lamp to decipher the code of drawings and birdsong. A letter fell from the pages, and she recognized the quirky handwriting on the envelope, though she had not seen a sample of it in decades. The lines of longhand were small and lightly penned, all but begging to go unnoticed. Crazy Mavis. In the old days, her mother and Mrs. Hardy had gone bird-watching in the woods. In the summers of childhood, Isabel had sometimes accompanied them, and she had loved the conspiracy of keeping these outings a secret. Addison would never have approved of his wife befriending the town monster. The opened letter in her hand was filled with descriptions of flight, the colors of feather and sky, and the music of the deep woods. Almost poetry. Apparently, Mrs. Hardy had depths unknown and qualities that were not monstrous. Oren paused by the closed door at the bottom of the staircase. He leaned down to the housekeeper and whispered, "I heard something." "I'm sure you did." Hannah consulted her wristwatch. "It's about that time." She turned to the judge's door. "Did you know that used to be the sewing room? That's why it's too small for anything but a twin bed. A few days after your mother's funeral, your father moved all of his things out of their old bedroom. He said he wanted to sleep down here so he could catch you boys if you tried to sneak out late at night. Well, you were only 3 years old, and Josh was still in diapers. Personally, I think his marriage bed just got too wide for him." She tapped the crystal on her watch, as if that would make the hands move faster. "Any minute now. I got this down to a science." The judge's voice could be heard inside the small room, but the words were unintelligible. Oren cracked the door and looked inside, asking, "Did you need something, sir?" "He's sleeping." Hannah lightly tugged on Oren's arm to pull him back. "He sleeps with his eyes open?" "Just wait." After closing the bedroom door, the housekeeper produced a string of cowbells from a drawer in the glove table and hung them on the knob. She walked down the hall, saying, "You'll see." Oren followed her into the kitchen, where the table was laid out with a whiskey bottle, 2 empty shot glasses, and an ashtray, evidence that Hannah and the judge continued to enjoy their postprandial drinks and cigars. She set out 2 clean glasses and Oren's gift, the bottle of Jack Daniels. Next, she laid down a stack of paper with printed text. Oren pulled out a chair for her, a habit learned in childhood. He turned his own chair around and straddled it, folding his arms across the wooden back. Another habit, one learned in his years as a CID agent. This was his preferred interrogation posture. "So the old man sleeps with his eyes open? And he walks in his sleep? That's why you hang bells on his doorknob? You just wait and watch. And that's why you installed all those deadbolts, so he can't leave the house at night without a key." Hannah picked up a sheet of paper from the pile in front of her. "This report's from a sleep clinic in San Francisco. They claim you can't predict an episode of somnambulism. But I've got a computer printout from another outfit in L.A., and that one tells you how to make it happen. So much for expert opinions." "Printouts? You're surfing the internet, Hannah? I thought you'd be the last person on earth to get a computer." "Oh, the judge wouldn't have one of those damned things in the house. I use the computer at the library." "But no one in Coventry ever goes to the library." Down the hall, the cowbells were ringing. "You have to see this for yourself," said Hannah. "That's why I stopped his medication when I knew you were coming home." "You mean your medication? The prescription I filled at the drugstore, right?" Oren got up from his chair and left the kitchen. As he walked down the hall, Hannah was close behind him. "He won't go to a doctor," she said, "so I go. It doesn't matter much if the doctor sees him or me." She spat out the word. "Doctors. They can't agree on anything. One tells you it's not psychological, and another one says it's all in your head. And your father believes it's all in my head." The judge stood before the front door, pulling on the knob, then jerking it. His eyes were vacant, and so at odds with his urgency to get out of the house. Hannah looked up at Oren. "This morning I changed his decaf for regular coffee, real strong and lots of it. Caffeine is one of the triggers that brings it on, and the medication keeps it turned off. It's like working a pharmaceutical light switch." The old man twisted the knob with one hand and banged on the door with the other. Oren took his cue from the housekeeper, who showed no sign of alarm. This was something witnessed many times. "Your father doesn't see the locks. The door he's looking at doesn't have any yet. I got locks on the windows, too, but he's never tried to get out that way. I don't know why. Only doors. The window wasn't locked when I came home last night."
No need, I was waiting up for you. Must have fallen asleep in my chair.
Her second job as the sleepwalker's watcher would explain why the judge thought she seemed sluggish at times, and this must be why she took naps in the afternoon. His father began to cry, and Oren came undone. He had never seen the old man in tears before, not even after Josh went missing.
He wants to get out of here so bad, said Hannah. He's got the night terrors.
How long does this go on?
You don't have to whisper, she said. It's real hard to wake him. This can last a few minutes or half an hour, sometimes longer.
The judge gave up on the door. Oren and Hannah followed him down the hall and into the kitchen. The housekeeper motioned for Oren to take a seat as she poured their whiskey. She pushed one of the shot glasses to his side of the table.
You'll need that.
So spake Hannah the oracle, and he knocked back the whiskey with unconditional faith. His father had found the back door and struggled to open it. His obstacles were 3 strong bolts, but he never tried to undo them, not that he could, not without a key. Hannah watched, almost bored by this.
It began after Josh went missing, but it only happened a few times. You were never around in those days, always out in the woods looking for your brother. Then the night terrors started up again when the judge sent you away at the end of that summer. The sleepwalking went on for a long time, but then it finally stopped. Years and years went by.
And then the bones started turning up on the front porch.
Anxiety.
Hannah rewarded him with a smile.
That's the key.
Oren looked up to see the judge staring at him. Sir?
Don't get fooled, said Hannah. He's looking your way, but you don't know who he sees in your chair.
You should have told me this was going on. You didn't have to go through this alone.
I promised your father I wouldn't worry you with this silly notion of mine, that he walks in his sleep.
The desperate need for escape was forgotten. The judge opened the refrigerator, perused its contents, and pulled out a jar of pickles. Next, he raided the bread box, and then he stood at the counter, using a fork to smear one slice with the juice from the jar.
He thinks that's mayonnaise, said the housekeeper, shaking her head. There's as many theories about what's going on here as there are experts who think they know what they're talking about.
He's acting out a dream?
Some say yes.
She riffled the papers in the stack on the table.
Others say he can't be dreaming. Sleepwalking happens in non-REM sleep. She laid one of the printed sheets in front of him. But according to this doctor, he can sleepwalk in a dream state. When you deal with more than one medical opinion, it's always a crapshoot.
The judge sat down with them. An invisible object was cradled in one arm, and now, with great care, he set it down on the table. After lifting a latch that only he could see, he stared at the contents of a box that was not there.
I've seen that before.
Hannah shook her head.
I mean to say,
I know. Oren also stared at the non-existent box. Any idea what it is?
Wish I knew. Drives me nuts. No sense in asking him. His answers don't always work with the questions. Watch this.
She leaned toward her employer and raised her voice.
What's in the box?
The judge turned to her without expression and said, The soup was burning on the stove.
Nothing to do with my question.
Hannah sat back in her chair and turned to Oren.
But you heard his answer clear as can be.
He nodded. His father might be reliving a night months after Josh had vanished. Oren had come home from the woods, dirty and exhausted. The judge and the housekeeper had waited up for him long past the dinner hour. Distracted and frazzled, Hannah had allowed the soup to bubble over in its pot and burn. Now Oren could see it, and he could smell it too. A trace of that same broth lingered in the air tonight, mingled with the stale odor of lamb cooked for dinner. He had a collection of scents that triggered strong emotions. In combat zones, the stench of burning flesh called up the adrenaline rush of a man standing out on a ledge. The smell of Hannah's soup conjured the helplessness of a teenage boy in free fall. The housekeeper held up a sheaf of papers clipped together.
This doctor says a sleepwalker's speech is incomprehensible gibberish. That's how I know the fool phoned in his research. He for damn sure never talked to anybody who lives with a sleepwalker.
She crumpled these sheets into a ball and tossed them over one shoulder as she pushed the rest of the stack to Oren's side of the table.
It's not like any of these idiots talk to each other, either.
Oren touched his father's arm, asking, "What's in the box?" "Our child is lost," said the judge. "I need another miracle."
"Well," said Hannah, "now we know he's talking to your dead mother."
"Another miracle? What does that mean?"
"The stuff of dreams," she said. "Nothing more. You know your father doesn't hold with miracles when he's awake."
She pulled the pharmacy bottle from her pocket and set it on the table.
"He sleeps through the night when I slip lorazepam into his whiskey. It won't cure him. Nothing will. And that's the only thing the experts agree on. But the drug keeps him out of mischief, and I can get some rest."
Oren watched the old man close the lid of the dreamed box.
"This is why you hide the car keys in a tea tin." She nodded. "One night I found him behind the wheel. He was almost at the end of the driveway when he woke up. He can do lots of things when he's sleeping. My big fear is that he'll get out of the house one night and go for a walk in the woods."
"Answer the phone," said the judge, though the telephone was not ringing.
Hannah leaned toward him, saying loudly, "It's not my call. It's for you." She turned to Oren. "Sometimes he can understand me, so long as it works with what's going on in his head."
The judge rose from his chair and walked to the telephone mounted on the kitchen wall. He picked up the receiver and held it to his ear. After a few seconds, it dropped from his hand and swung from its cord. There was surprise in the old man's eyes, as if he were seeing his surroundings for the first time. He looked down at his bare feet, not wanting to meet the eyes of his son and the housekeeper. Shyly, he slipped out of the kitchen and padded off down the hall. They heard the cowbells ring as the bedroom door closed behind him.
"Your father gets embarrassed when he wakes up that way."
The housekeeper retrieved the dangling receiver and set it back on the wall cradle.
"But he won't remember any of this in the morning."
Hannah returned to the table to pluck another paper from her stack.
"This expert says it's dangerous to wake a sleepwalker."
She laid it down and covered it with another.
"And this one says it isn't dangerous at all."
She crumpled both of them.
"You see why I get frustrated?"
"What do you think, Hannah? What's going on with him?"
"Well, what's in a nightmare? It's the intolerable thing. You remember your dreams, don't you? He never does. I think he's struggling with something that can't be said out loud. This unspeakable thing, it's something he can't deal with in a wide-awake brain. Sleepwalking is like his safety valve. His worst thoughts come out at night, and he never has to remember them when he wakes up."
She sat back in her chair, downed her shot glass in one gulp, and then she poured another.
"That's why I used to take him to the seances. Things slip out there. Sometimes things bypass your brain and just pop out on the witchboard."
"It's a scam." Oren filled his glass again.
Hannah smiled. "I remember a time when you thought different. How old were you when Mrs. Underwood died? You know who I mean, the old lady who used to live down on Paulson Lane."
"Our Good Samaritan duty."
"Right. I guess you were 11 and Josh was 9. That woman was very old, close to 90. The judge was real surprised when you boys took her death so hard. All those nightmares."
Hannah's grin spread slow and wide.
"But you and I both know what caused those scary dreams. It was the witchboard you hid behind the washing machine. Did you boys really believe that I never cleaned behind the washing machine?"
Oren smiled. With the destruction of that old Ouija board, Hannah had ended the midnight conversations between two children and a dead woman in the dark of a cellar. Most of Mrs. Underwood's communication from the grave had been simple yes or no responses, but whole words had also been spelled out. Cold drafts of air had sometimes blown out their only candle, causing the boys to stifle screams of fear and delight. And all through that winter, Josh and Oren had believed in magic. "Kid stuff," he shook his head. "This is different. Alice Friday is a con artist. That Ouija board of hers is just a cheap trick."
"It is and it isn't," said Hannah. "Nothing magical or supernatural about it, but it does work in a way. You used to have an open mind." She laid one small hand atop his. "And then you grew up."
This was said with a small measure of pity. Oren poured himself another shot, I've dealt with lots of psychics in homicide cases. They turn up at the funerals so they can meet the grieving relatives and fleece them. Bloodsuckers.
But there's no charge, Oren. The seances are free. So where's the crime?
It's fraud. He made no distinctions between the fakes who charged and the ones who did it for attention. In his experience, they all did real damage to the families of victims. Hannah sipped from her shot glass.
A witchboard can only tell you what you already know. That's my take on it. Most of the time, the board spells out nonsense words. You have to work at it to force out a meaning. More like therapy than magic, but it's way more interesting than that. And you'd be surprised at who turns up out there in the woods.
Like the judge? That surprised me.
At first, he went on my account. I told him I was scared to go alone.
And he believed that? You're not afraid of anything. He knows how you drive a car. Ignoring this, Hannah continued.
So your father, always a gentleman, escorted me out there one night. He only watched for a while. The little wooden thing, a heart with a hole in it, well, none of the players could believe they were moving it around the board.
Somebody moves it, and it isn't my dead brother.
Oh, Josh, the spirit guide.
She nodded and smiled.
Now that part's fake. When Alice asks if his spirit is there, the wooden heart just settles over the letter Y for yes. The witchboard never spelled his name. But one night, the board spelled out the words red comb. It helps if you know that the judge took Josh in for a haircut the day before he disappeared, and the barber gave the boy a red plastic comb.
Oh, please.
Hannah leaned toward him. Don't you roll your eyes like that. The barber always gave every customer a black comb. That red one was a fluke. It just turned up in the box with the barber shop's regular order of solid black. Josh was the only boy in town with a red one.
And Alice Friday probably heard that from one of her victims. Don't tell me the judge was fooled by...
Your father is no fool. And Alice Friday never touches the witchboard. Half the men at that seance were tourists, and the others were regulars at the town barber shop. I'm sure they all heard about the red comb. So for a while, the judge sat down to play on a regular basis, and the sleepwalking stopped. All that's left of Josh is little snatches of memories, and lots of people have them. When they sit around that witchboard, all those little bits of the boy come out to play. You might say your father was collecting pieces of Josh long before the bones started coming home. Oren leaned back in the chair and stared at the ceiling. And that's why he never asked for more help. Never called in state cops or the feds. The old man was waiting for somebody to drop a clue in a damn seance? Did he believe that? Did she?
No, and no. He refilled his shot glass and hers. You weren't quite that patient, Hannah. Right after Josh went missing, you asked for help. You got William Swan to find me an alibi. He lifted his glass and drained it. I always knew who really ran this house. Our lives. Was it your idea to send me away that summer?
No, I was against it.
The shot glass seemed almost too heavy for her as she lifted it to take a sip.
I told your father to send Josh away. He didn't listen to me then. After the boy disappeared, the judge probably thought about that all the time. I wish I'd never said a word.
Now all her words were spent, and so was she. Her eyes were closed by half. Her day was done. Oren switched on the bedside light and then rose to pull on his jeans. Though he was tired, sleep would not come, and he was grateful. He lacked his father's gift of forgetting every dream. Sometimes acts of nightmare violence broke into his wide-awake mind, but it was worse when he lay helpless, wrapped in sheets, eyes closed in the dark. And some nights he would wake up screaming the soldier's song, "Make it stop, make it stop, make it stop!" He sat down at his old desk and wrote a letter to Evelyn Straub. Then he put out the lamp and patted down the stairs in his stocking feet so as not to wake the house. Having no keys to the bolts on the front door, he climbed through the porch window, pulled on his boots, and struck out for Coventry on foot. No need for a flashlight. The moon was back and it was bright. Oren walked down the road undisturbed by any traffic. His only company was a dead boy and a dead dog. Josh had walked this same route with him on many a summer morning, and Horatio had trotted along between the brothers. Occasionally, one boy or the other would reach down to ruffle the dog's fur, reassuring their pet that he was still part of the family, though Josh never wanted the dog to come along on trips into town. Horatio had been shameless about kissing strangers and drooling on them, and he had been banned from every store where customers preferred to do their shopping dry and unloved. One standout day, Josh had locked the poor beast in the kitchen, using his let's-be-reasonable voice to say, "No, you can't come today." That had set off the barking tantrum, followed by whining that was almost human. The dog had cried, as if in fear that he would never see his boys again. Oren remembered his own words. "I know why you don't want Horatio along. He gives you away. This has to stop. It's creepy." Josh had ducked his head under the weight of that comment. Creepy was a word that could turn a boy's high school life into a living hell of derision. Oren had released Horatio from the kitchen, and the dog jumped on his brother, paws on shoulders, kissing and slobbering. All was forgiven. This was followed by the old familiar line screamed at the top of Josh's lungs. "Get off me! I'm gonna puke!" Horatio had done his mad little dance on hind legs, barking to say, "Let's go! Let's go!" The boys could have set fire to him, and the dog, who was love incarnate, would have assumed that they were only having a difficult day, and promptly forgiven them. Tonight, Oren resolved to get rid of the stuffed carcass on the living room rug, that bad joke on a good old dog. The lights of town were up ahead, and he pulled the letter from his back pocket. He planned to leave it with the night shift clerk so that Evelyn could read it first thing in the morning. As he approached the Straub Hotel, it was a surprise to see her sitting on the veranda at this late hour. Oren walked up the steps and sat down beside her. She never acknowledged him, not even by a nod in his direction. By unspoken agreement, they sat in peaceful silence for a while. The beach could not be seen from this view, only the straight lines of the road, its railing and the broader stripes of sea and sky. He studied her profile by moonlight, looking there for signs of Evelyn trapped inside that aging stranger's body. Her lean jawline and high cheekbones had disappeared into loose folds of flesh. Her breasts sagged above a thickened waist and protruding belly. Yet he persisted in his search for a clue to her, as if she might be only hiding from him, though that was hardly her nature. In the younger days of her 40s, she had been the aggressor, taking him down with her strong tanned arms, sinking with him deep into a feather bed, her long legs wrapped around him, no escape. And never was it enough, not for him, not for her. And there had been feeling between them, as much as Evelyn had allowed. As a boy, he would never have betrayed her, even if it had meant jail. He would have lied for her, died for her. And was he still tied to her? Yes. The strings were still there. He could feel a tug in the dark when she said, "Good evening, Oren." "Hello, Evelyn." He said this as if he had just discovered her, and he had. "Glad to see you made it out of the woods tonight." When she spoke, it was easier to recognize her. He only had to close his eyes, and there she was. "Hannah told me you called the house tonight." "I can guess why you're here," she said. "When you see Cable Babbitt, you tell that old bastard I know the sound of his Jeep. It's a piece of crap with a skippy motor. I know it like I know the sound of his voice." The wicker chair creaked as she turned to face him. "I could put Cable's ass in a legal sling for taking you out to the cabin tonight. But I won't mess with him. Not this time. Satisfied?" "That's not why I'm here." He gently laid his letter in her lap. "After Josh disappeared, you must have wondered why Swan came to see you. How he knew. I swear to you, I never told anyone about us." "I know that, Oren." "When you went to the sheriff to give me an alibi, why did you lie for me?" "Get off my veranda, Oren." Upstairs in her bedroom, locked in the safe among her jewels, Evelyn Straub kept a yellowed envelope. Inside it was a photograph that Oren Hobbs had sent to her from a boarding school in New Mexico. The image was a cold nightscape of barren rock formations and vast tracts of sand, so different from the forest lands where he had grown up. Scrawled upon the back of the picture, a brief note had voiced the only complaint of a teenage boy in an alien world far from home. "The judge has sent me to live on the moon." Alone again, Evelyn resumed her vigilance over that cold ball of light hanging in the sky. She had never read a human face into its surface features, but always saw it for what it was, a sterile and distant chunk of rock. And now, because she refused to recognize the grown man who had come to sit with her tonight, she fell back into her old ritual of the lunar cycles. Her eyes turned upward as she spoke softly, bidding good night to the boy on the moon. Chapter 13. Though he was off to a late start this morning, Ferris Monty drove his yellow Rolls-Royce into town at the leisurely pace of a long-time Coventry resident. He had sacrificed a night's sleep to review his abandoned notes and false starts, reams of words written many years ago. Fortunately, all the landmarks and most of the people were right where he had left them on the pages of his unfinished opus. He parked at the curb in front of the public library, a one-room brick building made ludicrous by grand marble pillars and a lintel that overshot the roof. 100 years ago, when Coventry's only employer had been the sawmill, this building had been the lofty donation, call it a joke, of the town founder, a man who believed that only a handful of his workers could read or have need of more than a few books. Ferris stepped out of the car, and a small woman with mouse-brown hair caught his eye. She stood on the sidewalk and gaped at him as he turned onto the flagstone path that led to the door. Her hands flew up, fingers fluttering a warning. But now her eyes turned toward a front window, perhaps in fear of a watcher, for she thought better of reminding him that no one in Coventry ever goes to the library. He envisioned twitching whiskers when she scurried away, as mice will do when they are in the neighborhood of a cat. Or worse. Oh, definitely worse. The library door opened onto a room filled with rows of bookshelves, and he walked into a wall of stink. Although the librarian was nowhere to be seen, he knew she was here. The smelly epicenter could only be Mavis Hardy. Her body odor was formidable, even mythic. It was said to have permeated the pages of every book. However, he could hardly neglect to interview a town icon as important as a murderess at large. He rounded the first bookcase, getting closer. The stink was stronger now, and he resisted the urge to cover his nostrils with a handkerchief. According to legend, Mrs. Hardy took her annual bath on the eve of the birthday ball, but she had not attended one for 20 years. Apparently, the attendant bathing had been allowed to slide. Ferris Monty still had hopes of going to this year's ball, though the gala's gatekeeper might pose a problem. Well, certainly there would be some fancy tap-dancing around his most recent bad behavior. Addison Winston might wonder why his chosen envoy to the media had sicked reporters on Oren Hobbs, a clear conflict with the lawyer's intentions. But betrayal was mere technicality to an author-turned-zealot, a born-again writer of real literature. Ferris saw himself as an aging comeback kid and a ruthless Cinderella. He would find a way to go to the ball. Turning down a narrow aisle of books, he walked slowly, creeping, actually, following the sound of heavy breathing. The aisle ended at the center of the room, an open area of tables, chairs, and a hulk of flesh wearing a cotton house dress. There she was in all her smelly, unwashed glory, graying brown hair hanging to her shoulders in oily strings. She grunted and glistened with sweat. What a prize. He had been told that, though she went barefoot winter and summer, she had always been properly shod for the early birthday balls. It was doubtful that she had worn anything as delicate as high heels. Her well-muscled legs had the girth of tree trunks. Oh, and now she was turning his way. His visit to the library, perhaps any visitor at all, must come as a shock. One clue was the woman's slackening jaw. He had never been so close to her, and now he was near enough to count the missing teeth by the gaps in her open mouth. But he had to look up to do it. Mavis Hardy's size was impressive, more muscle than fat, as evidenced by the barbells tightly gripped in her hands. There were other items of bodybuilding equipment on the floor behind her. This argued against the rumor that she was dying, and it gave credence to a theory, oft repeated by the locals, that she could not be killed except by supernatural means.
Mrs. Hardy, I wonder if I could speak to you?
You just did! She held the barbells high above her head. Did she have it in mind to smash him out of existence? Legs gone to limp noodles, he felt the sudden need for support and sat down at the reader's table.
My name is Ferris Monty.
I know who you are. The librarian remained standing, lowering and lifting her weights as she counted aloud. 16. You don't look like the author photos on your book jackets. That true crime trash. 17. I know they airbrushed those droopy eyes of yours. 18. But damned if I can figure out how they made you look smarter. He pulled out his bifocals and donned them.
Is that better?
19. Somewhat. On the count of 20, she set the weights on the floor, then pulled out a chair and sat down next to him, edging closer until he could smell the rot from her mouth of broken and lost teeth.
I'd like to ask you about Oren Hobbs and his brother, Joshua.
On best behavior today, and fearful, Ferris smiled, as if he were dealing with a normal person, a sane person. The extreme order of military life had been discarded in a single day. The bedroom floor was strewn with cast-off clothes and cowboy boots. Oren's habit of early rising had also been lost. When he stepped out of the shower, it was almost noon, if he could believe the wind-up alarm clock on his bedside table, the same old clock. He glanced at Hannah's homecoming gift, the 8x10 portrait of two boys in a silver frame, fruit of the purloined roll of film that had been hidden away in his brother's sock drawer. Even if Hannah had not mentioned taking that last roll to the drugstore for development, he would have known that Josh had not printed this picture. Missing was the magic that his brother performed in the attic darkroom. The quality of this print was no match for the ones on the wall. And where were the other photographs from that last roll of film? Dressed in the bathrobe he had worn as a teenager, Oren padded barefoot down the hall and entered his brother's bedroom. The last time he was in here, the coffin had been a distraction. Now that it was gone, the room had a timeless quality, and he was in danger of falling into the judge's state of mind, a scary place where old dogs and young boys never died. The tripod leaned against the wall where Josh had left it on the last day of his life. A pair of sneakers lay on the floor, so casually arranged, as if the boy had just changed into his hiking boots for a walk in the woods. Oren picked up a jacket that had been draped on the back of a chair 20 years ago. He held it to his breast as he lay down upon his brother's bed and lost an hour there, staring at the ceiling. When he remembered his purpose for coming here, the one odd feature in the bedroom of a teenage boy, he rose from the bed and opened Josh's closet to a familiar mess. The clothes on hangers were jammed together, and the shelf above was packed with magazines, a broken bicycle pump, and stacks of cigar boxes favored for catching the smaller items of junk. The jumble seemed about to fall on Oren's head at any second, but the floor of that chaotic space had always been sparsely covered, so orderly. As a teenager he had never found that odd, and now he did. He knelt down before the closet and took out 2 pairs of shoes to expose tool marks on the floorboards. He reached up to pull down a coat hanger and used the stiff wire as a pry bar. The boards did not lift easily. It was a few minutes' work to remove them. He reached into Josh's hidey hole and brought out a thick photograph album. Private pictures. People's secrets? Flipping through the pages, he scanned the images and then stopped to linger over one. In this picture, Oren saw himself as a 16-year-old boy out walking with the judge on a winter day. Cowboy boots had given him an inch of height, but he had not yet reached the old man's stature. Here he had been caught in the act of dropping back a step to check out his father's long ponytail, probably measuring it. Though Oren's hair was a good 6 inches shorter, the judge's hairline had begun to recede in those days, and a bald spot was visible at the back of his head. Oren was smiling in this picture, assured that this was one contest he could not lose. Come the summer he turned 17, Oren was sent away, and his hair was cut off with a razor. He closed the album. Why had Josh hidden a roll of film in his sock drawer? Why not stash it with his secret cache in the closet? Not enough time. Josh had worn a watch that day. He had been in a hurry to start out for the woods. The photographs from that last roll were now of greater interest than any film that might be recovered with the rest of his brother's bones.
He lowered the album back into the hole. The boards were replaced, and the closet floor was restored to the way he had found it. Oren returned to his own room to find a clean change of clothes laid out on the bed. Just like old times. Thank you, Hannah. But where were the blue jeans he had worn yesterday? He ransacked all the drawers, knowing all the while that this was futile. By now, his dirty clothes had certainly made their way to the laundry room in the basement. Hopping on one foot, then the other, he pulled on the clean pair of jeans as he moved down the hallway. Pants zipped up, he descended the stairs 3 at a time, calling out, "Hannah!" "Down here," said a distant voice. He opened the cellar door and rushed down the cold cement steps to find the housekeeper pulling a load of wash from the dryer. "No, no, no!" He bent over her wicker basket and found his jeans still warm from the dryer. He searched the watch pocket for the fur of a yellow dog, his only tie to the grave robber who had left the jawbone on the porch. And of course, it was gone. He sat down on the floor and covered his eyes with one hand. Of all the screw-ups he had ever... "You should have more faith." The housekeeper squatted down beside him. She looked around at the cluttered shelves, an old trunk and storage boxes that had not yet found their way to the attic. "Oh, the memories in this cellar. Do you recall that little tree frog you crammed into your pocket when you were 6 years old?" She pointed to the small window in the door of the washing machine. "I'll never forget him. Plastered to the glass, spinning round and round. That frog looked so surprised." She patted Oren's hand. "I guess that was the only time I didn't go through your jeans before I washed them." She reached into a deep dress pocket and produced some loose change, a few ticket stubs from his travels, and the fur of a yellow dog. "You're a goddess!" He took the ball of fur from her hand and held it up to the light of a basement window. "Do you know anybody who owns a dog this color? I found this on the porch steps right after the... That dog doesn't belong to anybody." She returned to the dryer to load in a fresh batch of wet laundry. "He's a stray. At night I leave him scraps down by the garden shed." Now he made sense of the barking on the night when the jawbone was left on the porch. "That stray is your burglar alarm?" She nodded. "Beats wiring up the house. The judge would never let me do that." "I'm sure there won't be any more late-night bone deliveries, so I guess you can stop feeding the stray." "Oh, the dog has other uses. One day the judge will invite that mutt into the house, and I'll be dragging Horatio's stuffed carcass out the back door for a proper burial." Good plan. Oren stared at the useless ball of fur in his hand. "I love the photograph you gave me. Did I thank you for it?" This made her smile. He carried her laundry basket to the folding table. "I remember the morning Josh took that shot." He watched for signs that Hannah knew it was the day that Josh went missing, but there was nothing in her manner to give this away. "When you had the film developed, the drugstore gave you a pack of standard-size prints, right? Where are they now?" "Oh, who knows? That was a long time ago. It's not like you're asking me what I did with the morning newspaper." And now he knew she was hiding something, for Hannah's memory was flawless, archiving even the stunned face of a frog drowned in a washing machine over 30 years ago. Could those pictures be in the attic? In Josh's darkroom? No, too risky. The judge is always up there looking through old pictures. He would have pitched a fit if he knew I had that last roll developed. I told you he didn't want Josh's things disturbed. And it was unlike Hannah to repeat herself. She was stalling for time. He could almost see the bright work going on behind her eyes as she hunted for the right response. And now she had it. "I remember this much," she said. "I looked over the pictures before I left the drugstore. That shot of you two boys was the only one I cared about. I ordered the enlargement right then and there. So I would have left the negatives with the druggist. Maybe I left the whole envelope, negatives and prints too. It's possible I never got them back." "Do you remember anything about the other pictures?" She shook her head. "Sorry, Oren. It was so long ago." "Then you didn't see anything worth showing to William Swan?" She jerked her head to one side, her eyes wary and searching the stairs. Satisfied that they were alone, she turned back to him. Her voice was low, almost a whisper. "The judge doesn't need to know about my business with Mr. Swan." "You've known this guy for a long time. Do you still call him Mister? That's not like you." And Swan calls you Miss Rice. He might be the only one in town to use your last name since I was 3. So what else did he... I know you gave Swan all of Josh's negatives when you asked him to find me an alibi witness. And he did. He overdid it. Oren held up 2 fingers. 2 witnesses? Here she paused, sensing that he was not buying her pretense of surprise. She stuffed her hands into the pockets of her house dress, Hannah's version of a pout. I think Mr. Swan might have mentioned that. And he told you their names? No, he only told me that 2 women went to the sheriff with 2 different stories. Well, I could see where that might be worse than no alibi at all. Then Mr. Swan called me one day and said everything worked out all right. One of those alibis held up. Was Swan still working on my alibi when you developed Josh's last role? Oren Hobbs. Her tone carried the threat of no dessert and no television tonight. Let it be. And now she must have remembered that she could not even stop his allowance anymore. Both hands flew up in surrender, but then she turned her face to the cellar window. The judge is home. After a few moments he heard the sound of tires on the gravel driveway. Hannah walked to the foot of the stairs, looking up, listening for the front door. She turned to him, silently asking if they could end this now. No, not quite yet. The librarian's madness appeared to have an off switch. The barbells sat on the floor, and Mavis Hardy sat in a chair, her hands folded in a ladylike fashion, as she answered a question for Ferris Monty. Both of the Hobbs boys were readers, but the judge had a bigger library than this one. I think they came here because their father had better taste in literature. No science fiction or horror genre. Ferris noted that her hands were clenched tightly, as if holding on to something precious, or merely holding on. After scribbling a line of shorthand in his notebook, he lowered his reading glasses. Did the boys get along well? They did. Oren had a few years on his brother, but that didn't matter. In some ways, Josh was 100 years older. That little boy listened to people like he really cared about what was going on in their lives. I miss that child. I didn't see much of him after he turned 10, except from a distance. The way I see everyone now. And this must be the marker for the year when life had soured for the librarian. There was no need to consult his old notes. By the time Joshua Hobbs turned 10 years old, Mavis Hardy had evolved into the monster of the public library. Ferris remembered that year very clearly. The librarian was the one who had drawn him to Coventry in hopes of covering a sensational murder trial. Her homicide case had ended too soon and too softly. A few words spoken in open court for the public record, and a quiet dismissal of charges. And 5 years later, she had not figured as a suspect when a young boy disappeared. Now that Ferris had become accustomed to her body odor, he could at least endure it, and he leaned toward her in the manner of inviting a confidence. When Josh first disappeared, did you think he was a runaway? Or did you suspect foul play? As if she were a perfectly rational person who had never done a murder of her own, Mavis Hardy paused to give this some thought. Well, that's what kids do in this town. They run off as soon as they're able. Usually older kids right out of high school. They just can't leave Coventry fast enough. My own son ran off, but Josh Hobbs was barely 15. Way too young. No, I don't suppose I ever saw him as a runaway. So, other teenagers have disappeared? A few, but it's not like they dropped off the face of the earth. They packed bags. Josh didn't. And most kids drift back to town after a while, like my son, Dave. He came back. I heard a rumor that there was more than one set of bones found yesterday. Can you think of anyone else who might have gone missing around the same time? Mr. Monty, you've lived here for a good long while. She pointed to the window with a view of the foothills. You know what we've got out there in the woods. People nobody wants to keep track of. I imagine they disappear all the time. And who'd ever know? You think one of those people could have murdered Josh?
Maybe someone with a criminal background?
Not likely, she said. Not one of our criminals. In my experience, outlaws make the best citizens. They pay their bills on time, in cash, and they never get speeding tickets.
Her eyes took on a crafty look as she rose from her chair. Ferris feared that the interlude of sanity might be drawing to a close. She loomed over him.
You think I've got an inside track? I know what they say about me around town. Parents tell their children to behave or they'll be sent to the library, and I bet those kids don't sleep well at night. Do I figure into your nightmares too, Mr. Monty?
She leaned down and placed both hands flat on the table.
If you've got a question to ask, ask.
You haven't attended a birthday ball since the Hobbs boy disappeared.
He looked up at her with expectation. The librarian coughed up a mouthful of mucus and let it fly. So good was her aim that she hit one lens of Ferris's spectacles on the first try. He rose from his chair and fled the library. Oren stood beside Hannah at the laundry table in the cellar. He rolled a pair of socks and added them to the pile, having already amazed her with his skill in smoothly folding T-shirts. So you still go to the library?
At least once a week. Mavis taught me how to work the computer, and sometimes she special orders books from other libraries.
Then you weren't kidding yesterday, when you told Dave you could get his mother over here to ream him out.
Oh, I wouldn't have done that. I just wanted Dave to drop that damn shovel. You know how the judge feels about his flower garden.
So nothing's changed. Mrs. Hardy still...
Everything has changed,
said the judge from the top of the basement staircase. He walked briskly down the steps and joined them at the folding table. One hand ran back over his bald scalp in a loving memory of a time when he had hair. Back in the days of the old man's long ponytail, most people would have taken him for an aging hippie. But Oren knew the judge's favorite poet was Ferlinghetti, and there was more evidence to date his father back to the beatnik generation, medals of the Korean War stored in the pacifist's attic. The judge might sometimes wonder if joining the army had been Oren's idea of teenage revolt, or revenge. The question would never be asked by this quintessential gentleman. The judge picked through a pile of unmatched socks.
So what's this about Mavis Hardy? You think the press is going to dredge up that old business again?
Oren rolled another pair. You mean her murder case? The judge did not rise to this old bait. He placidly hunted the sock pile for a match to the one he held in his hand. Premeditated murder. Oren smiled, and the judge countered with,
justifiable homicide.
Murder. Oren leaned closer to his father. How long do you think it took Mrs. Hardy to lay her plans? I'd say a year at least. The judge turned his full attention on a hole found in the toe of one sock.
I came down here to tell you that your trunk arrived. I had the delivery man haul it up to your room. Did you pack a good suit in there?
Yes, sir. I packed everything I own.
Good. Sarah Winston's birthday ball is only a few days away.
I'm not going, said Oren, and this should have ended the conversation by the old man's own rules of debate. His father would never resort to the obvious question. It would diminish the twin arts of conversation and manners to ask, why not?
Why not?
Hannah stepped between them as the judge's foil.
What is it with you and Isabel Winston? The pharmacist told me that girl kicked you all the way down the sidewalk yesterday. Now why would she do that?
Oren shrugged to tell her that he didn't know, and she didn't say. Why ruin a perfectly good rumor by trimming it back to a single act of minor violence? In the next telling of this story, it was predictable that Isabel would have shot him once and stabbed him twice. Collecting gossip was sometimes a trial of endurance. Ferris Monty pretended to take notes on the postmaster's lecture, which, if there was a god in heaven, was winding to a close.
I bought these 3 pictures from Josh and framed them with my own money. Not one dime from the taxpayers' pockets, said Jim Webb. I intend to leave them behind when I retire next year. My gift to the town.
Ferris nodded absently as he studied Joshua Hobbs's triptych. The boy had taken shots of postal patrons in a waiting line. The people appeared to move as the viewer's eye made the jump from one frame to the next. He stepped closer, the better to study the primary subject, the one at the center who posed with a silver-handled cane. Though Ferris had seen this person around town, he had only registered the scar and a peculiar limp in memory. But Joshua had focused upon the undamaged, unmemorable side of the man, and that was curious. A view of the rack and ruin side would have been a more worthy angle. Pointing to this image, he said, "I don't recall this man's name. He's lived in Coventry for a long time, hasn't he?"
"Yeah, but not as long as I have. I started as a clerk 35 years ago,"
said the postmaster in the mistaken belief that his interviewer might care.
"That's Mr. Swan. I can't say I actually know him. He's a hermit. Hasn't been in here since we started rural delivery, but he does show up for all the birthday balls. Will I see you at the Winston Lodge this year?"
"I think you might." The author followed the postmaster into a small office, where he endured Webb's version of high tea, a fig bar and a cup of Earl Grey dosed with honey. The man looked out a window that faced the narrow street and watched cars crawl by. Ferris imagined this as the prime activity of Jim Webb's day. Watching.
"So you knew Oren Hobbs as a boy?"
"Oh, yeah. And by 9 o'clock yesterday morning I knew he'd come back to town. That's a perk of the job. I get the gossip earlier than most."
Ah, gold.
"I understand that Oren Hobbs had a thing for older women, married women."
"Is that what you heard?"
Postmaster Webb pretended to find a spot of dirt on one lens of his perfectly clean eyeglasses, and he polished it with a tissue. For the first time in the past half hour, the man seemed oddly reticent to gossip. Spectacles restored to the bridge of his nose, he smiled at his visitor.
"If there's any truth to that rumor, I'd have to say it was the other way around. Older women had a thing for Oren. Understandable. You've seen him?"
"Yes, a very handsome young man."
"When he was a teenager, my wife described him as beautiful and inadvertently charming. Or did she say accidentally? Something about his smile. No, I'm wrong. She said it was his eyes. When my wife spoke to Oren, he made her feel like the center of the universe. She said I didn't come off well by comparison."
"So it wouldn't surprise your wife? Those rumors of an accidentally charming boy accidentally falling into strange beds when school was out, but the husbands were still at work?"
"I can't say what's true or not."
Jim Webb turned to the window.
"All I ever saw with my own eyes was a bad case of twisted puppy love."
Ferris leaned forward.
"You mean the Winston girl?"
This was another bit of Coventry lore that he had collected 2 decades ago, just the snatch of a story that had no beginning and no end. The postmaster removed his bifocals and turned to the window, his watery eyes in soft focus, looking at some middle ground of memory.
"Isabel and Oren, they made me feel young again at least 3 times a week. You see, the judge's boys used to switch off on picking up the mail. This was before we had rural delivery. Back then I knew the faces of everyone in this town, even the ones that lived out in the woods. Everybody picked up their mail at the post office, except for Mrs. Underwood, the old lady who used to live in Mr. Swan's house. The boys would pick up her mail, too. Not that there was much. Anyway, it's not like Josh and Oren had a schedule. I never knew which boy it would be or when he'd show up, but little Belle Winston always knew, and she always beat Oren Hobbs into town. Now, this only happened in the summer. The rest of the year she went to a boarding school in the East. Belle was about 11, I'd say. On fine summer days she'd come flying into town, little legs churning up dust, long hair flying. She'd run in the door and ask for her mail like it was a matter of life or death. And couldn't my clerk understand that speed was everything to her? And then she'd just stand by the lobby window, watching the street. Sometimes 10, 15 minutes would go by. Such a patient little girl.
She was waiting for Oren Hobbs.
The postmaster nodded, never taking his eyes from the window.
The minute she saw him coming, she'd slowly open the front door like she had all the time in the world.
Smiling, he tapped the window glass, as though he might be watching the story play out.
She'd saunter down the stairs and pass him on the sidewalk out there, like she didn't notice that boy was alive.
Did Oren notice her?
You bet. The second he saw Belle, the boy's eyes were glued to the sidewalk. Or sometimes he'd find something fascinating to look at on the other side of the street, until she passed him by. The boy always took a deep breath before he turned around to watch her walk away. This went on all summer long for years and years. It was the greatest little love affair that almost happened.
Done with old memories, the postmaster donned his glasses again, prepared to see the world as it was today.
You can hear rumors anywhere, and from people who tell them better than me.
He jerked one thumb back at the window pane.
But that's the only secret Oren Hobbs ever had that I ever knew about. Me and the rest of the town.
When Ferris Monty turned to the window, it was easy enough to pick out the distinctive copper shingles of the tower atop the Winston Lodge. No doubt young Isabel Winston had used that high ground to keep track of the boy she fancied. He wondered if that habit had lasted into her teenage years. Had she been spying on Oren Hobbs the last time the boy walked into the woods with his little brother? If Sarah Winston had not been a devoted follower of the birder's life, she might have had a career as an artist. This was the opinion of ornithologist Isabel Winston. The renderings in her mother's journals were beautiful. Exotic birds with brilliant plumage did not exist in this part of the world, and yet there they were, singing and dancing with common sparrows and crows. These were the guests of the annual birthday ball. It was a temptation to hurry through these books, but something important might be missed. Invisible spiders had not crept up on her mother in a single day. That kind of damage took years, but Isabel examined every page with the hope of finding a signal event. She looked up from her reading to glance at the deck beyond the glass wall and the telescopes positioned to see the world from here, if the world be Coventry. Her mother's journals never hinted at life elsewhere. "Let's see," she whispered to her sleeping mother, who had passed out after a midday binge. "When did it all start to go wrong?" She climbed the tall ladder on wheels and, by one hand, rolled it along the high circular shelf. The dates on the book spines told her she was approaching the largest event in her own reckoning, the vanishing of Joshua Hobbs. She scanned the labels of months and years, then pulled down a volume out of order, a sneak preview of things to come, and she opened it to leaf through the pages. This journal only depicted birds of prey. One stood out from the rest. Isabel's first thought was borrowed from an old fairy tale, and twisted a bit. "What strange, crazy eyes you have. What long teeth." On these pages, Coventry had lost its charm and become a nightmare state where monsters roamed. Walking birds with fangs and curled knives for talons. Chapter 14. "That was Ad Winston on the phone." Hannah's wooden clogs clattered down the cellar stairs. "He says the reporters won't be bothering us today. They're all joining up with the sheriff's search party." Approaching the table, she seemed pleased to find her last batch of laundry folded and neatly stacked by Oren and the judge. Smiling, she inspected their work. "From the kitchen window I could see bits and pieces of a long line of trucks and cars moving uphill through the trees." The housekeeper frowned at 3 stray socks with no mates, and Oren waited for the old magic that had made him Hannah's laundry slave when he was 6 years old. As she rolled the orphan socks, each one became a pair, and he never caught her pulling the mates from her pockets. "I wonder what Cable uses for brains." She glanced at the cellar window. "He should have waited till morning. Not enough daylight left to search a whole mountain." No problem. Oren knew it would be a short outing for all concerned. No bivouac, no campfires under the stars. The searchers would stumble upon the rest of his brother's bones long before dark. William Swan gripped his cane tighter. Some days, any weight on his twisted leg would cause him pain, and he had pills for that, but medication fogged his mind. He limped across the wide foyer, cursing his mistake in reconnecting the doorbell. Upon opening the center panel, he saw Sarah's red-headed daughter standing on the other side of the iron grill. Belle? What a happy and awkward surprise. How would he explain why he had not paid her a visit since her return to Coventry? "Hello, William." The door opened wide, and the pretty woman in blue jeans entered the foyer, lifting her face to receive a hello kiss. At their last meeting, she had been 16 years old and had to stand on her toes to kiss him goodbye. Stepping back a pace, she said, "So, you remembered my name." Isabel's rebukes had never been understated. He led the way into the library. "I remember every woman who ever proposed to me." And now he could see that this occasion had slipped her mind. "You were shorter then. Only 4 years old." "Olden days." Isabel settled into an armchair. "Mom's school days. You were the youngest Latin scholar at UCLA. "No, I majored in criminal justice." He sank down on the couch and laid his cane to one side. "But I did tutor your mother in Latin. That's how we met." "You were her friend. How could you let her marry Addison?" He laughed for the first time in ages. "I had nothing to say about it. I was a kid, only 10 years older than you were." "But you were so smart. A damn genius IQ. Mom listened to you." "I was just a geeky little boy, an oddity on a college campus. And Sarah had not listened to him. It had been quite the other way around. She had been his mentor, passing on to him all of her wisdom on the survival of freaks, that woman of freakish beauty. Sarah had been the salvation of a lonely, pimple-faced child with a monster-sized brain. "Memories can be treacherous, Belle. I think I like yours better than mine." "You loved my mother." He had worshipped her. "You moved to Coventry so you could be close to her." "No," said William. "That was Addison's idea. He told me this was a good place to hide from the world, a place to lick wounds." However, in fairness to Isabel's reckoning, he had looked forward to the reunion with Sarah and her little girl, the two people he loved best in all the world. And he had begun to heal in the early years, while Sarah was still at home to him when he came knocking on her door, while she continued to mentor him on the subject of their mutual freakdom. And what an odd pair they had made in those days, Beauty and the limping beast. Isabel's smile was unsettling. "You used to come to the lodge once a week. You were the only friend of Mom's who ever came to dinner. Anything wrong with that memory? I know you stopped coming after Josh Hobbs disappeared." She sat on the edge of the chair cushion, though not perched there. Nothing like a bird, but something rather more dangerous. How contrary was this quiet bomb exploding slowly. She continued to smile at him, but she did not breathe. She seethed. Behind him a clock was ticking, ticking. Isabel bolted from the chair and yelled, "How could you abandon my mother? I counted on you!" The slope owed its gentle incline to an outcrop of bald rock on the south face of the mountain. There might be 200 people gathered here, if Oren did not count reporters as people. More volunteers were climbing out of vans and trucks parked along the fire road. Deputies handed out maps while a young forest ranger addressed the crowd. The bullhorn was unnecessary, but the ranger was new to this part of the world so high in the air, where sound could carry from one mountaintop to another. He explained the process of a grid search, and the citizens of Coventry listened politely, as if they had not done this before and done it well, finding every lost soul, except for Joshua Hobbs. That boy had been their only failure, though this was not their fault, for he had been hiding from them, dead and buried underground. But today they had returned for him, the rest of him, the bones that had not yet been found. Their mission, said the ranger, was to locate a grave. The nameless stranger buried with the hometown boy was only a rumor to these people. When the bullhorn was laid down, the crowd split into small groups and followed their section leaders off to different compass points. No search party had ever combed this part of the mountain so close to Bald Rock. reasoning that no one could be lost in an area between a fire road and a well-worn hiking trail, a high place with a view of the town below. Cable Babbitt nodded to a pair of late arrivals with cameras and microphones, and he handed each one of them a map.
"Stay with your group, boys. Don't wander off. We haven't got all day to go looking for strays."
Oren Hobbs pointed these two stragglers toward one of the search parties. When they were out of sight, he said to the man beside him, "Waste of manpower, isn't it, Sheriff?"
"You shouldn't be here, son. This place is crawling with reporters, and they all want a piece of you."
"Well, that's disturbing. If reporters can't find me while I'm standing right in front of them, how will they find a hole in the ground?" Oren looked down at his own copy of the map and made a pretense of studying it. "Damn, you forgot to mark the gravesite for them." The sheriff's smile was strained but game as he let this pass for a joke. Oren spread the map on the hood of his father's car. This copy still bore the stamp of a university geology department. The perimeter lines for the grid search were drawn in odd shapes and restricted to areas where the soil was rich in iron. "Lucky you just happened to know about these ore deposits. The coroner sent the—" "You knew where to look before I reported the bones. I was there, standing in my front yard, when you pointed this site out to Dave." Oren folded his map. "I'll make sure you get credit for that." The sheriff's smile faltered and died. He walked away, trailing behind a group of volunteers. There were no reporters assigned to this party, only townspeople spread out in a long line and walking abreast, eyes to the ground, looking for signs of disturbance in the earth. Oren caught up to Cable Babbitt. For 20 yards of silence, he watched the older man's face for signs of fear. "Sheriff, I hope you picked the search party that's headed straight for my brother's grave."
"It shouldn't take long to find," said Cable, ignoring the innuendo. "The iron ore is all narrow streaks, real short runs."
The fire road ran parallel to the path of the searchers marching ahead of him, downhill and deeper into the forest. And this was more evidence against the sheriff. In Oren's experience, even the best concealed graves of murder victims had been found in close proximity to a road. The volunteers walked at arm's length from one another, some crab-walking sideways to avoid fallen trees and boulders. As if opining on the weather, Oren said, "I know you're the one who left the bones on the judge's porch." And when the sheriff stumbled, then stopped, dead still, Oren added, "You figured that would bring me home, back to your jurisdiction."
"I never suspected you."
Cable Babbitt looked up at the sky, as if he gave a damn about the gathering clouds.
"But your father was always at the top of my list. A few months ago, I found Josh's skull in my garage. It was sitting on the hood of my Jeep. I thought the judge might have left it there. Guilt, maybe. Who knows?"
"You knew right away it was Josh's skull?"
"Oh, yeah."
The sheriff was silent until the last volunteer was no longer visible through the dense foliage.
"I could tell by the overlap of the front teeth and a chip in one back molar. I've had the boy's dental records in my files for 20 years. And that skull was in real good shape. No predator marks. Between that and the soil stains, well, the boy didn't bury himself. You know the parents are always at the top of the suspect list. I had to rule out your father, or make a case against him."
"So you took a soil sample from the skull, but you didn't send it to a state lab?" Oren held up the map with its telltale stamp of origin. "You had it analyzed by a university geologist." The sheriff nodded.
"Then I went looking for the rest of the bones on my own time. It took me a while to locate the grave. Just a hole in the ground, not very big. And I dug up the—"
"Why would the judge kill Josh?"
"Oren, you know damn well I don't need motive. Who knows what goes on inside of that old man's head? The day you got home, you must have realized your dad had a few screws loose. The way he keeps that house. My God, he even stuffed Horatio."
Cable hurried his steps to catch up on his own group of searchers. He glanced back over one shoulder to see Oren dogging him.
"Son, you don't want to be here when they find that hole."
True enough. In U.S. Army terminology, he had exploited too many such holes from Bosnia to Baghdad, gathering evidence of mass murders so cruel that some had encompassed whole villages, and bullets had not been wasted on babies to spare them the slow death of live burial. The graves had always yielded clues to the manner of murder, and he had no desire to be here when his brother's grave was found. "You want me to go?" "Fine," said Oren. "Give me the keys to your office and that file cabinet." Too late. They ran toward the sound of the scream. The elderly owner of the dry goods store, Mrs. Mooney, had found the burial site by falling into it. After treading on a canvas tarp, camouflaged by wind-blown leaves and dry brush, she had fallen into the narrow trench beneath it. The canvas now covered the old woman as well, almost like a shroud, and possibly that had also been her own thought when she screamed. Her gnarly white hands reached out of the grave to be saved. Oren dragged out the tarp, then climbed into the hole and gently lifted the old woman up and into the waiting hands of volunteers. The last time he had stood on the floor of a grave, there had been so many bodies, 50 or more, and a plethora of clues to the cause of death. Bullet holes and blindfolds still tied around the skulls, hands bound behind the backs of men and women. Some of the evidence collected for identification had been small toys taken from the skeletal hands of children. This more barren grave was a greater assault on his mind. He was not ready for this. He stood frozen, looking down at a familiar belt buckle, a shred of his brother's rotted blue jeans, and a freshly exposed shard of bone. Part of a yellow plastic garment jutted out from the loose dirt, and this must belong to the stranger whose remains had been mixed with Josh's in the coffin. Oren and his brother had owned yellow slickers that same color, but both of them were back at the house, still hanging side by side near the kitchen door, exhibits in his father's museum. The sheriff, to his credit, pretended no surprise at this find, and he called out to one of the deputies, "Get that body bag out of the trunk!" "Not so fast." Oren kept his voice low as he climbed out of the hole. "You have to call the Justice Department. They'll find you a team for the excavation specialists." "No time for that, son." The sheriff slowly turned his head to stare in disbelief. A female volunteer, a tourist in an out-of-state t-shirt, stepped up to the edge of the grave to snap a picture of her summer vacation. "That's enough of that!" Cable Babbitt snatched the disposable box camera, and a deputy led the souvenir hunter away. "Oren, the reporters must have heard that scream. They'll be here any second. Anyway, there's nothing in that hole but rags and bones." "And evidence of a grave robber." Oren took the camera from the sheriff's hands and snapped a picture of the hole. He raised his voice for an approaching deputy to hear. "See the ridges on the sides? The shovel had a nick in it. Almost as good as a fingerprint." He snapped another picture of that shallow wall of dirt, and then he heard the sound of running feet. The reporters were coming through the woods, and they were legion. Almost here. "You don't want to lose this evidence, do you?" Oren pushed the film forward and snapped a photo of Cable Babbitt. There was no flash, but the sheriff blinked in surprise. Unwilling to trust this man to follow any protocols, Oren barked orders, military style, to the nearest deputy. This woman never even glanced at Cable for confirmation, but ran to her jeep to radio a request for an evidence officer on the scene. Oren issued another order to fence off the site with crime scene tape. "And get these people out of here, now! No reporters within 30 feet of the hole!" He turned his back on his brother's grave and walked uphill toward the turnout where he had parked the judge's car. "Son, wait up! I'm in a hurry, Sheriff." Oren kept walking, making the older man run to catch up. "Lots of work to do. I have to check out tool sheds for a nicked shovel. Maybe just one shed. Yours." "You're not a cop anymore. You got no authority to—" "I think we're past that little technicality." Without breaking stride, Oren glanced over one shoulder to see deputies pushing the reporters back and others stringing yellow tape from tree to tree, all on the authority of a man who was not a cop anymore. "Son, you only think you know what's going on." "Well, you tell me when I get something wrong." Whirling around, he faced the startled sheriff. "You tampered with a crime scene." As Oren walked toward him, Cable Babbitt stepped backward. "You hand-delivered evidence to the judge, a suspect at the top of your list. You spent 6 weeks playing ugly little games with my brother's bones. I bet you even know the day when my father bought Josh's coffin. And then you left him more bones. You son of a bitch." The sheriff had his back against a tree,
I was working this case. I knew I wouldn't have much time before all hell broke loose. When you found Josh's skull in your garage, was it in a bag or a box? A plain old cardboard box. No prints on it. I still got the box. I'll show it to you. You'll need to voucher it as evidence. Oren, you know I can't do that. It's gone too far. What with the search party and all those reporters? Right. And how could you explain leaving all those bones for a grieving old man to find in the dead of night? Why couldn't you work this case the right way? It was a favor to your father. The sheriff almost whined this line, and then he flinched, as if afraid that the younger man was going to strike him. Oren only folded his arms and kept his silence, waiting. I wanted to see what the judge would do when I left that skull on his porch. It was like a test. Oren saw it as an act of cowardice. The sheriff, a political animal, had not wanted to risk the wrath of an influential man by asking an honest question. So you stayed to watch. Did my father cry? No, he just sat there on the porch for the longest time. I hoped he'd call me, but he never did. He didn't do anything. A week went by. And you left him more of his son's bones. Did you think he wouldn't feel anything? When Josh went missing, your father was a sitting judge, and he had a lot of clout. But he never pushed for results, never once asked me for an update. Not one damn call to my office. The sheriff lifted both hands to stay Oren's next words. I know he got help from William Swan, but I figure that man's job ended when he found you an alibi. The soil analysis led you to an open grave. Oren rolled one hand, motioning for the older man to continue that thought. Yeah. Like I said, the hole was a small one. No sign of digging anywhere near it. Whoever left me that skull knew right where to look and found it on the first try. I had to widen it some to dig up more bones. Did you put that sheet of canvas over the grave? Well, yeah. I had to protect my evidence. Ironical was not the word that Oren was looking for. Clown would fit the sheriff better. Son, if you don't happen to find a nicked shovel at my place, I can hold on to this case and see it through. Don't call me son. And now, a little payback, a little fear. You sent my brother home one piece at a time. For 6 weeks, you drove the judge crazy with those bones. Why should I help you? Because I need more time to clear your father. Just something to think about, Oren. If I lose this case to the state, they'll tear into that old man. He'll be at the top of somebody else's list. You have to help me. While I'm thinking that over, I need the name of the woman who gave you my second alibi. He watched the sheriff's eyes as the man weighed a nicked shovel against this old bit of evidence. Cable Babbitt shrugged. And now it was obvious that it had never occurred to this man that one of the false alibis could have been made by a witness to a murder. Or a killer. I suppose it hardly matters now, said the sheriff. Nobody in this town would have believed her. I wish she'd never come in. I had Evelyn's story to clear you. But 2 alibis, well, that just... Alibis you said you never wrote down. Statements never signed. You've got nothing. Now you can explain that and the shovel to the reporters. Or you can give me a name. Who was my second alibi? After being turned away from the graveside, Ferris Monty was outraged. His bile spilleth over with indignation, and he poured it into the telephone. The California Bureau of Investigation was remarkably nonchalant about homicides north of Sacramento. However, they did have a CBI agent billeted in Sahlberg on special assignment. Ferris drove to the county seat, where he marched into the local headquarters of the Highway Patrol and demanded to speak with Special Agent Polk. Following a wait of 30 minutes, another outrage, he laid out his case in the office temporarily assigned to the CBI agent. Oren Hobbs was giving the orders, said Ferris. I heard him. You know this isn't right. He's a civilian, for God's sake. Why would the sheriff let him take charge like that?
And another thing, if that grave is on state land, it's your jurisdiction.
Sally, call me Sally Polk, was years younger than Ferris, and yet this investigator reminded him of his mother, though he could not say why. Perhaps it was the rounded maternal shape, the gray in her hair, the plate of warm cookies on the desk.
"Sweetheart, is your tea too hot?"
she wanted to know. It was peppermint tea. Every article ever written about him had mentioned his love of this variety. He would swear this was even his brand. How preposterous. He had imagined this scene in advance of his arrival, and nowhere in that scenario did a cop call him sweetheart like she really meant it, and there was no damned tea or cookies. Adding to his disappointment, the atmosphere of Polk's office was all wrong, and it hardly seemed like a temporary accommodation for the visiting CBI agent. Cheery potted plants abounded in this sunlit room. The photographs of relatives were not discreetly placed on the desk. Oh no. Her devotion to family was advertised on every wall. He had envisioned this meeting with a savvy, hardened detective, a man who would hang on every word of Ferris's theory. Reality was a dumpy housefrau in a flowered sack that passed for a dress, a woman with a limited attention span, so easily distracted by any small plant that needed watering. He raised his voice.
Why was Oren running that crime scene when he was always the prime suspect? The only suspect.
The woman clearly did not care. Her back was turned to him as she stood before the window with a view of the parking lot.
"So that's the famous yellow Rolls-Royce. Was it really owned by Al Capone?"
It was all too apparent that he would have to lead this fool woman by the hand.
Oren was the last one to see Joshua alive. I know that for a fact. I've interviewed a lot of people in Coventry. Of course, that was 20 years ago.
"When you were writing a book? Isn't that what you said?"
She left the window to stand by his chair.
"A book about murder in a small town, I suppose."
Not waiting for a response, she pressed on.
"Well, how prescient. Until recently, Joshua Hobbs was only a missing person. But all those years ago, you decided that he'd been murdered."
She placed one soft hand on his shoulder.
"That's odd. I mean, the boy might just as well have died in a fall out in the woods."
Now he had her attention.
I never said my book was about murder. I said it was about a tragedy in a small town. The effect it had on the...
But that's not your style, is it, dear? You write the gossip behind the headline news, and I think you're damned good at it. I make a point of reading your column. Call me a fan."
Thank you, but I wasn't always a gossip columnist. I began my writing career as a serious novelist. Now, here's another point to consider. Oren's father was an active judge in those days, and he came from an old California family. Lots of money. He could have used his influence to get Oren out of town and beyond the reach of the sheriff.
This information about Henry Hobbs seemed to make no impression on her. She gave him a kindly smile as she sat down behind her desk.
"A novelist? You don't say. Well, I thought all your books were nonfiction. True crime. What sort of novels did you write? Murder mysteries?"
Oh, God. He imagined that crime genre must be her idea of literature.
"I only published one novel," he said, teeth on edge.
Stupid woman.
"And it didn't have a single murder."
And now he intended to lead her back to the matter at hand, the stuff of his current book.
"I think it's obvious that Cable Babbitt cooperated. No, he conspired to send Oren away."
Sally Polk pushed the plate of cookies across the desk.
"Joshua Hobbs was only 15 years old."
Her eyes gleamed with genuine interest.
"Were there lots of young boys in that old novel of yours?"
Apparently the sheriff had called ahead to warn his people off. No one took notice of Oren when he entered the private office alone and locked the door behind him. He pulled Cable Babbitt's keys from his pocket and opened the credenza to plunder the man's files. The pile of old case folders made less than an hour's read, a waste of time, mostly rumor and hearsay. William Swan had done a more thorough job of interviewing the people of Coventry. Oren had already formed an opinion of the sheriff's incompetence, but there must be more evidence than this. Turning back to the credenza, he opened the lower drawer to thumb through unrelated files, looking for something out of place, and he found an unmarked red folder. Revelation. The sheriff had lied to him about never committing the old alibi statements to paper. There had been no formal interview with young Isabel Winston, perhaps because Cable Babbitt was, at core, a kind man. The teenager had submitted her 4-page story in longhand, a schoolgirl script of curlicues and rampant sex in the deep woods with Oren Hobbs. Its content was the stuff of romance novels and bad movies. The wording described nothing more than a young girl's lack of experience, and it inadvertently exposed her as a virgin. 20 years ago, the sheriff had probably slipped this statement into a drawer and smiled as he let her go unpunished for lying. Oren moved on to alibi number 2, a more official document. Evelyn Straub's statement had been transcribed from a taped interview, only 1 page of words neatly typed. He recognized her signature below the final line. Evelyn Straub. Usually I screwed the boy at the hotel. There's always an empty room to use. There was only one time at the cabin. I never took anyone there for sex. It was special. But that day I made an exception. Sheriff Babbitt. Why? I need something I can believe in, Evelyn. Evelyn Straub. Too many birthdays, Cable. I'd just broken every mirror in that cabin. And then I looked through a back window and saw Oren out there on the trail. I needed him. I just needed him. Sheriff Babbitt. And what about Josh? Evelyn Straub. He went on ahead. He took that old hiking trail that runs past the cabin. Sheriff Babbitt. So Josh goes up the trail by himself, believing God knows what. And Oren was fine with that? Evelyn Straub. I think Oren stayed with me that day because I was crying, and my feet were bleeding. She went on to describe the details of her crime, the carnal knowledge of a boy. To make her lie more credible, Evelyn had told the truth. Except for the mention of Josh, she had perfectly described a memorable day. He recalled those broken mirrors, her fear, the bloody cost of vanity. He had carried her up the stairs to the bedroom so that the broken shards could not cut her soles any more. After laying her down on the bed, he had washed her bleeding feet and bound the wounds with strips of old sheets. At the end of a day in that bed, their names were still Hey Boy and Mrs. Straub. They had seen the moon sail past the bedroom window, and the light of the sun had awakened them in the morning. But he had been 16 years old on that day, not 17. And she had described their first time together, not the last. A full year would pass before Josh was lost and Oren was banished. On long nights in far-off New Mexico, he had sometimes lain awake and wondered if the mirrors had gone after her again and left her bleeding. The next page was another interview. Though the sheriff had led him to believe otherwise, apparently William Swan, another man without an alibi, had made a formal statement. All of the previous coroners had been funeral directors. Dr. Martingale, DDS, was the first dentist ever elected to that county office. At the burial site in the woods, the new coroner posed for a photo opportunity with the press, and he smiled broadly, knowing that fame was only as far away as the dinner hour and the evening news. The sheriff's evidence officer had no need of a dentist's skills in the excavation of bones, but the reporters had used Dr. Martingale as a human shield when they broke through the line of yellow crime scene tape. And now, at the request of a cameraman, the coroner obligingly jumped into the grave. "More bones!" he said, holding one high for the camera. An angry deputy yelled, "Get the fuck out of there!" The press corps salivated. Though the obscenity would be bleeped for the television audience, 4-letter words were the finest kind. Cameras whirred and still photographs were snapped as the humiliated Dr. Martingale climbed out of the hole. State troopers arrived en masse to herd reporters back behind the enemy line of the fallen crime scene tape. The next people to cross the line carried screens and trowels, soft brushes, and other tools for unearthing the dead. Reporters identified them as university students and their archaeology professor. The group's official escort was a gray-haired, middle-aged woman in a shapeless flowered dress. "Call me Sally," said the agent from the California Bureau of Investigation. A reporter yelled, "I thought this case belonged to the county sheriff's office. Is this a turf war?" "Oh my, no," said Special Agent Polk in a folksy tone of perish the thought. "We're just here to lend a hand." The county sheriff was not available for comment. According to his deputies, he had left the scene on a matter of urgent business elsewhere. Cable Babbitt was hard at work in his own backyard. He squatted before the open door of his tool shed, swinging a hammer and bringing it down on the edge of his shovel. Clang! Obliterating a distinctive nick, the mark of a grave robber. When he was done with this chore, he entered the shed and unlocked a tin cabinet. He stood there for a while, eyes adjusting to the poor light, and then he opened the small metal door to expose a most precious object. It had been protected by dusty plastic and darkness these past 20 years. He unwrapped the knapsack. Marred by only a few spots of old dried blood, it was still as green and bright as the day Josh Hobbs had dropped it in the woods. Where would he hide it now? Chapter 15. This time there was no need to knock. The door was opened before Oren reached the top step of the portico, and now the two men stood face to face. "Good afternoon," said William Swan, a day late in remembering his manners. In lieu of a greeting, Oren handed him a 20-year-old statement made to the sheriff. "I don't want to hear any crap about being railroaded by cops, okay? Your interview was typed from a recording." He held up a dusty cassette from that era. The householder sat down on the marble steps and leaned his cane against a pillar. He held up the sheet of yellowed paper and read the lines. William Swan. "I can't prove I was home alone that day, can I? I can only tell you that I never had any interaction with Josh." Sheriff Babbitt. "There's 3 photographs of you hanging in the Coventry post office. The boy took those pictures a year ago." William Swan. "They're candid shots. I didn't pose for them. I wasn't even aware of those pictures until the postmaster hung them up in the lobby." Sheriff Babbitt. "Then maybe you met Josh at one of Sarah Winston's birthday balls. I know you attended all of them." William Swan. "And I usually left early." Sheriff Babbitt. "Josh went to all of them too. Sarah made him her official ball photographer when he was just 10 years old. That kid made a nice piece of change selling pictures to the guests. If you bought one of his prints, I'm sure you'd remember a good-looking kid like that." William Swan. "You mean pedophile candy, don't you? At least 100 children show up at the lodge every year. As far as I know, Josh never took a picture of me at any of the balls." Sheriff Babbitt. "And that's odd, isn't it? I searched the boy's darkroom. I looked at 5 years of photographs, all the ones he took at the Winston Lodge. There's not one single picture of you at the ball. Everyone else in town, but not you. Now I call that strange. You'd think he would have caught you in one of those group shots just by accident. So naturally, I assumed that you bought those pictures from the boy. Maybe the negatives, too. You see why I can't let go of the idea that you met him, talked to him, maybe did a little business with him?" Oren leaned down to point at the margin note in Cable Babbitt's handwriting. "I thought the man was going to wet his pants." Swan smiled as he read this line. "I believe that was wishful thinking on the sheriff's part. As I recall, I declined to answer any more questions without my attorney present." The elevator descended to the parlor floor with its passenger and a storage carton. "I couldn't defend myself to the sheriff, not without giving up Miss Rice as my client." Swan opened the cage door and nudged the box out with one foot. "That's all of them. Your housekeeper gave me the contact sheet so I wouldn't have to develop all the negatives. That's why the sheriff never saw them. Babbitt only saw the pictures that were made into full-size prints." He rummaged through a drawer and pulled out a magnifying glass. "You'll need this." Oren opened the cardboard carton and pulled out stacks of glossy paper, each one filled with miniature photographs the size of postage stamps. He had watched his brother make these sheets by laying strips of negatives on the paper, side by side, and then exposing the lot with a burst of light. Circles of a red wax pencil highlighted images chosen for the labor-intensive process of making 8x10 prints. Josh never wanted anyone to see these. 90% of his shots were rejects. I thought he destroyed all the contact sheets. Swan sat on the floor beside the box and picked up a sheet of 20 small images. "This one has shots from a birthday ball." He turned it over to show Oren a list of names in Josh's handwriting. "And these are the guests who ordered prints from your brother. You'll find me in some of these group shots, but none of my pictures are circled in red. Josh never made them into full-size prints, and why would he? I never ordered one. For the last time, Mr. Hobbs, until the day he disappeared, I didn't even know your brother was alive." Oren knew that some of the uncircled shots had been printed, but Swan had not been the customer, though the man figured prominently in a picture marked by the indent of Sarah Winston's fingernail. This was how the lady had chosen the photograph she wanted to buy, and then she and Josh would always argue over her selections. Once, Oren had accompanied his brother to the frame shop where Mrs. Winston was waiting. Josh had wanted moral support for a fight he could never win. That day could have gone worse. Fortunately, the shop's owner had been in the back room when Josh dived between Horatio and Mrs. Winston, waving his arms, dancing and dodging to block the dog's every avenue of assault on her by drool or tongue-licking. "Hey, settle down!" In a happy accident of timing, the dog had chosen that moment to lie down on the floor. Mrs. Winston was Josh's patron. He would have killed Horatio to save her from slobbering. On that long-ago morning, Josh had handed her the chosen print, saying, "You know it's not the best one." "Yes, dear, I know that. But it's the one I want." That time, Josh had a plan to defeat her. He pulled another envelope from his knapsack and gave it to her. This second photograph delighted her. "Oh, this is beautiful. Really first-rate." "It's the best work I've ever done." "Well, I want this one too. I'll buy it from you right now." "No, it's free," he said. "Just give me back the other one." In the end, Mrs. Winston had beaten him in her very charming way. She had so gracefully worn the boy down and won both photographs, and crushed him. Josh had been forced to bear many compliments on the second picture, the good one, and he was made to accept a check for an outrageous amount, the most he had ever earned for one print. But Josh cared so little for money. He had only wanted to get back the bad photograph, so that he could destroy it. When the two brothers and the dog left the shop that day, even Horatio had been subdued, sensing Josh's loss. Oren wished that he had paid more attention to that transaction in the frame shop, but now he had a second chance. He went through all of the contact sheets for the birthday balls and looked for the indents of Mrs. Winston's fingernails beneath the small images. He found 5, one for each ball, and all of them pictured William Swan's face in the crowd. One other guest was featured in each of these shots, and now he understood what had eluded his brother for years. These 2 faces in one photograph were key to the lady's selections. "Swan, how well do you know Mavis Hardy?" It was a rare day when the sheriff visited the county coroner's office, a small building between an electronics store and a coffee shop. In a quiet county with a low crime rate, there were few occasions that might call him here. This late afternoon he had arrived before the appointed hour. After a long talk with a title company, he knew jurisdiction was dicey. The gravesite was on private land, but Evelyn Straub had suckered the state into a lease of mineral rights that had not panned out, and now he was in a contest for the bones. His adversary, the CBI agent, drove her black Taurus into the parking space next to his Jeep. It was said that a man could be judged by the caliber of his opponents. If this was true, then Cable Babbitt was insulted. Special Agent Sally Polk stepped out of her car, and the wind whipped up the hem of a flowery dress. It was the sort of thing she might wear to a meeting of the garden club. Also, he had to wonder what kind of woman was too lazy to dye the gray out of her hair. And the answer? He decided that, unlike himself, she was not at all anxious about holding on to her job in the California culture of youth. And that stupid dress was another sign that she must be good. This woman didn't care one whit about her public image. Sally Polk slipped a purse strap over one shoulder and headed for the entrance, indistinguishable from any matronly civilian who had business with the coroner. The race was on. Cable was first to the door, but he did not pause to hold it open for her. Hell no. Chivalry was dead, dead, dead. He let the door swing shut behind him to slow her down a pace. He smiled, as if scoring a point that might help him hold on to his double homicide. And he had another game point in his pocket. The county coroner was nothing so grand as a pathologist, and whatever Dr. Martingale imparted to the CBI agent would be useless. Down the hall they went, the sheriff in his foot race with the state's investigator. The woman, unhurried, lagged farther behind. Cable slowed his steps, aiming to effect a mosey when he entered the refrigerated back room. A stainless steel table was laid out with 2 incomplete skeletons, but all the major bones had been accounted for between the mountain grave and Joshua Hobbs's coffin. An overhanging lamp bathed the remains in light so bright that the stains from the earth were washed away. These people might have been flayed of flesh only this morning. The CBI agent had caught up to him. Sally Polk stood by his side, offering him a hello nod and a smile. And now the unthinkable happened. Dr. Martingale stood back from the table and introduced him to a celebrity anthropologist from San Francisco, a white-haired man, tall and thin, who needed no introduction to the CBI agent. They seemed to know each other quite well. Cable recognized the anthropologist from his book covers, having devoured every one, bestsellers all. Dr. Brasco's other name was the Bone Man, a preeminent authority on skeletal remains. Dr. Martingale gave the sheriff a sheepish smile. Investigator Polk invited him. All hope was gone. Cable's case was surely lost. He had not even been consulted about bringing in this expert. The CBI agent was, at least, not smug when she turned to Dr. Brasco. Her Dr. Brasco. I know you got more bones to recover, tests to run and all that, but what can you tell us up front? Us? Her nod included Cable in this company. The sheriff now recalled that a pissing contest was a man's game. The lady was only here to work the case. Her case. All face-saving gestures of inclusion aside. Dr. Brasco bent over the table, calling their attention to one of the skeletons. This is an adolescent male, approximately 5 feet, 7 inches tall. The skull is delicate. It could be taken for a glacial male or a robust female. The county coroner raised his hand like a schoolboy to catch the CBI agent's eye. I used to be a dentist. The teeth match up with the Hobbs boy's old x-rays. The anthropologist nodded in agreement with his colleague. His pointing finger moved on to the second skull. But you can see the same combination of traits in this woman's skull. Sally Polk pulled a small notebook from her purse. That one's definitely female? Yes, said Dr. Brasco. I sexed the skeletons by the pelvic structure. He moved to the center of the table and looked down at the woman's remains. This pelvis is wider and rounder, more shallow. He lightly touched the bumpy edges of wing-like bones that defined the skeletal hips. As you can see, the anterior ilia spines are more widely separated. Fine. The sheriff raised one hand in the manner of swearing an oath. I believe you. How old was she? How tall? Judging by the fusion of bones, I'd say she was at least 25 years old, but she could have been 40 at the outside. She was tall for a woman, 5'10". The bones of her face are consistent with Caucasians. I won't rule out mixed race, but I see no obvious markers. Dr. Brasco moved to the head of the table and picked up the woman's lower jawbone. No wear on the teeth from grinding. Not a stressful life. Whatever she did for a living, it was light work, no heavy lifting. That would have shown up in the arms, places where muscle separates from bone with manual labor. He tilted his head to one side and smiled. Her teeth are just too perfect. He fitted the lower jawbone back into position with the skull. Excellent alignment. You'll find an orthodontist in her childhood, and I'm sure she had regular cleanings as an adult. He stepped back and regarded the skeleton as a whole. As for the rest, no signs of malnutrition, no visible markers for disease. She wasn't poor. Not a homeless person. Good to know. The CBI agent scrawled a line in her notebook. Nobody notices when the homeless drop out of sight, but there's bound to be a missing person report on this lady. Can you tell us how these people died? I can't be precise with the Hobbs boy, said the thin man. Not yet. I'd like some time to differentiate the pre-mortem fractures of a fleshed-out body and the post-mortem cracks of drying bones.
Burial does its own damage. In the boy's case, no single trauma stands out as the fatal injury.
Now that the bones had been properly matched up, Cable could see that it must have been the woman's torso resting in Josh's coffin. The boy's rib cage was now properly matched up with the rest of him. Most of the ribs were broken, and so were two of the arm bones.
The woman's cause of death is more obvious.
Dr. Brasco turned her skull in his hands to show them the back, where cracked bits of bone bent inward, and lines of breakage spread out from this indent.
One massive trauma with a blunt instrument. It could have been a rock. That's my best guess. I'd rule out any man-made object with a smooth surface. The woman died quickly. And the boy, not so fast. Some of his fractures are consistent with defensive wounds.
Well, here's one way to look at it. Sally Polk's pen hovered over a page in her notebook. I see it as a classic bop-and-drop rape. The perp comes up behind the woman and drops her with the rock, but he goes too far, hits too hard, she's dead. And then, her eyes turned to the skeleton of the boy. And then he turns around. Oh, damn, a witness. The boy saw him coming and fought back. That would explain the defensive wounds and all the time it took to kill him. Dr. Brasco nodded in approval.
Yes, excellent, Sally. If not for the boy's broken fingers.
He retrieved a box from the countertop near the table and opened it to show them what appeared to be small reddish sticks caked with dirt.
The excavation team hasn't recovered all of them yet, but I have enough for a working theory.
As he laid out the skeletal fingers of Joshua Hobbs, he described a different scene with Josh as the primary target, and the killer as someone with reason to hurt the boy, to drag out his death for hours. William Swan shrugged off any connection between himself and Mavis Hardy.
I know her on sight. Everyone does. But we've never spoken.
He held the magnifying glass over the small image of the librarian on the contact sheet.
I wouldn't have recognized her in that gown. She cleans up nicely.
You know the kind of people who go to the ball, said Oren.
Everybody in town.
And a lot of Ad Winston's clients. Criminals.
Celebrity criminals.
Swan pointed to another small print.
Here's one of you. I'd say you were 12 the year this shot was taken.
He handed Oren the magnifying glass and the contact sheet.
It appears that you only had eyes for one little girl that night.
Isabel Winston. You knew she was my second alibi. You gave me Evelyn's name, but not hers. Why?
I didn't know. My source told me there were 2 witnesses. Mrs. Straub was the only one I could verify.
I've only got your word on that.
Why would I lie?
Maybe you thought the Winston family was tied into a homicide.
Her father was your lawyer, Mr. Hobbs. That's probably how Belle knew you needed an alibi.
Swan held up the contact sheet with tiny images of a boy and a girl at the birthday ball.
Obviously, she had a crush on you.
She was only 11 years old in that picture. And, evidently, Ad Winston's daughter was close to this man, as close as Josh, on a first-name basis. When she was 16, she had no reason to lie for me.
Oh, really?
Swan groped around in a carton he had brought down yesterday. He plucked out the photograph of 2 teenagers passing each other by on the sidewalk, each looking the other way.
You and Belle were professional strangers in those days. How old was she when this one was taken? 14? 15?
Oren opened the red folder and pulled out Isabel Winston's false statement to the sheriff. Swan read it, bemused.
You can't just ask her why she did this, can you? No. You'll never even tell her you read it.
What a gentleman. He studied Oren's face, no doubt looking there for signs of hits and misses, and he seemed vaguely disappointed.
I don't think you need to know what happened to Josh.
Encouraged by a flicker of surprise in Oren's eyes, Swan continued.
It's my impression that this investigation was forced on you. I don't see the passion of a man on a mission. You're in mourning, and it shows. You know what else I see? Guilt.
I understand you held the rank of warrant officer. It's not like a job you can apply for, is it? You were hand-selected. The best of the best. It's interesting that you had all this talent in police work, so much experience. And 20 years went by before you investigated your brother's case. Without a military interest, CID agents were forbidden to participate in civilian investigations, but Oren had a better counterpunch, and now he let it fly. What about your own case? I know you never saw one shred of evidence against the cops in your old precinct. You just sicked a lawyer on them and grabbed the money. Swan only inclined his head a bare inch to acknowledge the truth of this. Perhaps no one should investigate a case with a personal involvement. No objectivity. Hard, isn't it? Being Josh's avenger and his brother. He's always Josh to you. You've known Hannah for years, and you call her Miss Rice. The sheriff is a mediocre cop, but I'm sure he picked up on that. He probably thinks you were on a first-name basis with my brother before he disappeared. Before he died, said Swan, correcting him. Your housekeeper calls you and Judge Hobbs the Kinderlost. Did you know that? It's a word she made up for the ones who get left behind when a child dies. She said the widows and orphans get titles of sympathy, but there was nothing like that for you and your father. So she coined a word to fill that awful void. Hannah spent a lot of time here, didn't she? Yes. She used to be able to drink me under the table. These days her tolerance for alcohol is diminishing. Now, when she stops by, it's less embarrassing. She's your friend. Yes. And now I think you believe that I didn't kill your brother. Like me, you trust Miss Rice's instincts. I need to see the last batch of photographs she gave you. The one she had developed after Josh went missing. William Swan's surprise appeared to be genuine. He splayed his empty hands to say that he did not have any such pictures. It was late in the day when the CBI agent entered Cable Babbitt's office and introduced him to her pet forensic technician, a small man with a pug nose that made him appear 10 years old at first glance. I want this to be a joint investigation, said Sally. He must call her Sally. So I'm here to share what we've got so far. Did he believe this? No. At least she had not come to arrest him for tampering with evidence, but that might well be in his future. She rested one hand on the shoulder of her companion. This young man has a few details he might find interesting. Her young man seemed a bit on the sullen side, maybe thinking it was pointless to update him on a crime that no longer belonged to the county sheriff's office. If that had not yet been spelled out, the youngster's attitude made it plain enough. Cable gestured toward the 2 chairs in front of his desk, and his visitors sat down. The woman reached out to the forensics man and lightly thumped the back of his head in the way of prompting an unruly child. On this cue, the technician pulled out his notebook and read from the pages with no inflection, clearly bored by this chore. A yellow raincoat was found in the grave. I was there. I saw it, said Cable. Just get on with it, son. Some of the woman's arm bones were found in the sleeves. That might fix the time of death. According to the Weather Bureau, there was only one shower that day. And it didn't last long, said Cable. Only 15 or 20 minutes. With another thump from Sally Polk, the younger man ceased to slouch in his chair, and his voice was more respectful when he said, Yes, sir. Thank you. The yellow raincoat was manufactured in New Jersey, but it's not traceable by stores. They were sold all over the country. I traced it, said Cable, with a satisfied smile, and the younger man looked up from his notes. Son, we call it a slicker, and so does the company that makes it. I'm sure you got their name in your little notebook. They did sell them all over the country, for a while. A few years after the sales dried up, the stock was sold to a liquidator. That was the year Josh Hobbs disappeared. And the liquidator's best customer for those slickers, more than half the stock, was Mrs. Mooney. She owns the dry goods store in Coventry. She sells lots of stuff like that to visitors who believe it never rains in California. The victim probably bought it locally.
but her description won't fit any missing person report filed in this county. So I guess we got a dead tourist. This bit of detection had been a cakewalk, for he had stopped by the dry goods store where his own yellow slicker had been purchased that same year, and all of his information had come from a 5-minute chat with the proprietor. However, the crime scene tech was clearly impressed. Sally Polk seemed amused, even pleased by the sheriff's little victory. He would never understand women.
"Well, there goes half your problem," she said. "If the female victim's not county, then the state's obliged to track down her identification. Oh, and the tourist angle. Good catch. That locks her into a new tourism mandate for the CBI. The governor's just death on anything that might discourage the tourist trade."
Cable closed his eyes. All hope of contesting jurisdiction was shot to hell. He had just handed it to her. She must see him as the kind of fool who should not be allowed to tie his own shoelaces for fear of accidentally hanging himself. He turned his attention back to the technician.
"Son, what else you got?"
"The hiking boots suggest that the female victim went into the woods of her own accord. Very good boots. Held up real well. They were bought for function, not style. No personal effects were found on or near her remains. That could indicate that she knew her assailant. The perpetrator might have disposed of her identification because he knew he'd be the prime suspect." Cable nodded, though the same could be said for Josh Hobbs. This was padded-out information, probably scripted by Sally Polk. And now he knew that she was not planning to share everything, just the obvious things.
"What about Josh's camera? I know he had one with him that day."
"Nothing like that was found," said the younger man. "We did a perimeter search and came out dry, but there's still excavation work going on at the gravesite. It might turn up." Once again he bent over his notebook. "Judging by what's left of the woman's clothing, she was slender. We agree with Dr. Brasco's estimate of 5'10".
"Tall women do stand out in a small town," said Sally Polk. "Does that sound like anyone local?"
"Yes," said Cable, "but not a dead local. And you already know that woman wasn't from around here. So you're working on a theory of mistaken identity, right? Now why is that?"
"No particular reason, Sheriff. Let's say I'm open-minded. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Any more questions?"
Cable shook his head.
"No, that does it, thanks."
"You asked about the camera," said Sally Polk, "but not the boy's knapsack. I looked up your old missing person report, and there it was. Josh Hobbs was carrying a bright green knapsack the last time he was seen alive."
She smiled. If a spider could smile. Cable flirted with the idea that she had already found Josh's knapsack in its new hiding place behind his garage. No, that was paranoid. Before he could recover from this little ambush, she raised one fluttery hand to wave away any necessity for a response.
"Who remembers details after 20 years?
Preparing to leave him now, she slipped her purse strap over one shoulder and dropped one more bomb.
"How come you never arrested Oren Hobbs?"
Oren had an alibi for his time that day. A witness puts Josh on a hiking trail by himself.
"I need a copy of that witness statement."
Sally Polk said this so sweetly. She might be a neighbor lady come to borrow a cup of flour. He spun his chair around and reached for the key that Oren had left in the lock of the credenza, but it dangled from the lock of the lower drawer, not the one that held the labeled case files. After a full minute of searching, he realized that the unmarked red folder was gone.
"Lose something, Sheriff?"
asked the woman behind him. Right behind him, standing over his bowed back. He opened the upper drawer and thumbed through the other folders, but the red one was not among them.
"Damn reporters!"
Cable slammed the drawer.
"One of them must have taken a file. It was bright red, so that'd be the one to catch his eye."
Always best to mix truth with the lies.
"Those bastards were all over this place yesterday."
"Reporters." She mulled this over, as if taking him seriously.
"I suppose that's possible. I understand Oren Hobbs was in here yesterday. Local boy. I think he'd have a better chance of getting past your people out there in the squad room."
So she had interviewed his deputies and discovered Oren's unescorted office visit. And now Cable called himself 6 kinds of a fool. He had never seen this moment coming. Sally Polk was holding her notebook, idly leafing through the pages.
Ferris Monty seems to think that Oren Hobbs is working this case with you.
She looked up from her reading to smile at him.
I'm sure that must be wrong. You'd never give a civilian, a suspect, access to evidence. Let's say Mr. Hobbs gave one of your deputies a story about being told to wait for you in your office. I think that story works well for everybody concerned about covering their tails. Don't you agree? Did you say this was a red folder?
Chapter 16. Oren Hobbs was seated at a table for 2 in the Water Street Cafe, where he waited for the sheriff and watched boys shooting hoops in the playground across the road. The large plate-glass window looked out on the schoolhouse. Though built to resemble a 100-year-old landmark, that building had replaced the abandoned Milltown School when he was in kindergarten. The large gymnasium was underground, a concession to the Coventry Landmark Society, defunct with the demise of its only member, Millard Straub, who could not bear the idea of his hotel being dwarfed by any larger structure. The wealthier citizens had made it possible for every child in town to obtain a fine education, though teams for football and basketball had to draw their players from a smaller-than-average pool of students, and contests with other towns had always been a county-wide joke. Oren's last day of high school had been capped by a night game with an unexpected twist. The bleachers had rocked with stomping feet, applause, and wild cheers from the crowd, though not a single point was scored. No player ever touched a basketball. Visitors and townspeople had witnessed the spectacle of schoolboys bursting through the locker-room door, Dave Hardy half flying and Oren following on the run. The two had rolled, boy over boy, to the center of the gymnasium. None of the spectators had complained about the fight. They loved it, though the blood gushing from Dave's nose had made the damage look more exciting than it was. When it was over, and the fight fans had gone home happy, the principal's office smelled of blood and sweaty boys. Oren's knuckles were raw that night, and so was Dave Hardy's face. They sat with Josh in chairs lined up before the desk. Without being told, the adults queued up like schoolchildren to stand with their backs to the office wall, all except Hannah, who stood behind Josh's chair. Oren had a clear memory of Hannah fussing with a bandage that covered his little brother's wound. Josh had looked up at her, eyes pleading, silently begging, "Don't baby me, not here, not now." With a slow wink of understanding, she had turned away from him to join the judge and Mrs. Hardy at the back of the room, where they kept company with a worried Coach White. Principal Mars made eye contact with each of his 3 students in turn. "I don't suppose you kids want to tell me who started the fight?" After a few seconds of boy-squirming silence, the man said, "No, of course not. Much too easy. What was I thinking?" Heavy footsteps clumped forward from the back of the room. Without turning his head, Oren knew it was Mrs. Hardy. He could smell her. "I bet it's got something to do with Josh's camera." There was a sneer in her voice when she said, "Maybe Josh took a shot of my boy's little pecker." "That's enough, Mavis." The principal's tone was not angry. He seemed only bone-weary of his dealings with Dave's mother. This was hardly her first visit to his office. He focused his attention on Josh. "You're not on the basketball team. What were you doing in the locker room with the camera?" "I was taking pictures for the school yearbook. No pecker shots, sir." Josh gave the principal his widest, goofiest grin, and this was the boy's best trick, for the man had to smile. He was helpless to do otherwise. Josh was that charming.
"It was my idea,"
Coach White called out from the back wall.
"I brought the boy into the locker room to get a few pre-game shots."
The principal beamed at the coach. "So you were there when the fight started. Well, now we're getting somewhere." He pointed to Josh. "This boy was hit from behind. Is that right, Coach?"
"No!"
Coach White stepped forward to lay both hands flat on the desk, insulted and on the offensive.
None of my kids would ever do a thing like that.
Really? I couldn't help but notice. The bandage is on the back of the boy's head. In a more offhand tone, the coach said,
Josh cut his head on a locker with a broken handle. Dave could have pushed him. It might have been an accident.
The heat of a blush rose in Josh's face. The scalp wound had been his only battle scar, ever, and now all his hopes of shared glory were gone. Oren had seen his own error in that moment. He had been too quick to go after Dave, never giving Josh a chance to strike one blow for himself. That night his little brother would have given anything to be the boy standing under the bright lights of the gym with blood on his hands. David? The principal rapped the desk, calling for Dave Hardy's attention. Is that right? You bounced Josh off a locker and then his big brother went after you? Now why would you do a thing like that to a smaller boy? What set you off? All three maintained their schoolboy's honor code. Thou shalt not rat on thine enemies. Once again, crazy Mrs. Hardy advanced her theory on the camera shot of an undersized penis. Not very good porno in my estimation. The departing group of boys and adults were gathered in the corridor, all but Dave's mother, when they heard the principal yell, Mavis, sit your ass down in that chair! And the office door was slammed shut. The judge herded his two boys toward the stairwell, and Oren turned back to see their housekeeper reach out to the enemy and lightly squeeze Dave Hardy's arm. He suspected that she was offering comfort. Whatever she said to him was too low to be heard from any distance. Outside in the parking lot, his father was heading toward the car, keys jingling in his hand. Oren hung back to wait for Hannah. When she appeared on the schoolhouse steps, he faced her down, arms folded in quiet resolve. I'm done with Dave Hardy. I don't care what the judge says. Josh tried vain hand signals to tell his brother that the judge was coming up behind him on cat's feet. Both boys hated those crepe-soled sandals, though they had agreed that the old man's long ponytail was kind of cool. It's over, Oren said to Hannah, oblivious to his brother's sign language. I'm not asking Dave home to dinner one more time. Yes, you will. The judge smiled, so pleased to see his firstborn son spin around so quick. Gotcha. With the waving arms of a goose tender, he shooed his family into the waiting Mercedes. Purchased that very day, its interior had the wonderful new car smell of rich leather. Oren opened the rear door and inhaled deeply, and then he was told that, because of the fight, he would not be allowed to drive it for 1 solid month. Oren slumped low in the back seat, and Josh slumped in sympathy. They rode in silence for a mile of dark road before pulling into the driveway. Horatio came bounding toward them, barking and slobbering, his jaw hanging open in a dog's idea of hysterical laughter. Up on his hind legs, dancing in the headlights, he was so excited to see them, so eager to get at them. He had never grasped the fact that the car could not bring his family all the way home until he got out of the way. Fortunately, the dog was easily distracted. Hannah fished about in her purse for a plastic bag where she kept one of Horatio's soggy, smelly toys. Tossing a toy into the woods sometimes worked, sometimes not. The dog was deliberating. The judge used the time to reiterate that Oren certainly would invite David Hardy home to dinner on the following night. That boy has gone to live in hell, and it's no fault of his. No wonder he acts out from time to time. So, once a week, we will reach into the pit and pull David out for a good meal in a sane house. That boy is your good deed. You mean like the old lady on Paulson Lane, said Oren, reminding the judge of another good deed done under duress. She died. None the less, said the judge. This is how we care for one another. That night, Oren had wondered what the old man's next project would be, after Dave Hardy died. Days later, Josh was gone. And for months of mornings after that, Oren had awakened in shock, as if he had suddenly discovered that he was missing an arm or a leg. 20 years later, almost to the day, Sheriff Babbitt walked into the Water Street Cafe. The man had an anxious look about him when he sat down at the table. His eyes were fixed upon the red folder resting on the checkered cloth alongside an untouched ham sandwich. Oren pulled the folder back a few inches to make it clear that this was no longer the property of the county sheriff's office. He opened it to remove a single sheet of paper and handed it across the table. The sheriff read his own interview with Mavis Hardy and her teenage son Dave, a statement made back in the days when an entire town was searching the woods for a lost boy. Sheriff Babbitt: I know you had an argument with Josh Hobbs a few days ago. I understand you bounced that boy off a gym locker. What was that about? David Hardy: I pushed him. Sheriff Babbitt: Some push. The way I heard it, the kid was bleeding. But I didn't ask what you did. I asked why you did it. David Hardy: Josh was in my way that night, so I moved him. Mavis Hardy: You know how I can always tell when my boy's lying? His little pecker just shrivels up like it's trying to crawl back inside of him. Makes him look kind of girlish. If you like, we can unzip him and... Sheriff Babbitt: Mavis, shut the hell up. Dave, go home. I need a word with your mother. Cable looked up from his reading. This might have been the shortest interview I ever conducted. That was the only interview with Dave. You felt sorry for him, didn't you? His crazy mother and all. Son, I misspoke. Your old interview was even shorter than this one. Dave Hardy was the only one who ever hurt my brother. I was there. He didn't push Josh. He picked him up and threw him into a wall of lockers. Dave should have made your short list. The sheriff shrugged. It was just a matter of time before he got around to Josh. Dave had fights with every boy in school. I know the second victim you found in Josh's grave was a woman. A worry line cut down the middle of the sheriff's forehead and deepened. I have to wonder how you know that, Oren. You just told me. And that's another strike against Dave. His mother probably taught him to hate all women. No, that was his father's job, said the sheriff. That bastard used to beat on Mavis all the time. And what about crazy Mavis Hardy? Not so crazy. I think Mavis was real smart about getting sympathy for Dave. I sure felt sorry for him. The kid never did anything that his mother couldn't top. Every parent-teacher night was a crawling horror show. One time, Principal Mars found a teacher hiding under her desk, crying real soft so Mavis wouldn't find her. Everybody felt damn sorry for Dave. No matter what kind of trouble that boy got into, he never got thrown out of school. And you never suspected him? You couldn't see Dave beating Josh to death? I thought about it. I even thought it couldn't hurt to keep the boy close. So when he came back to town, I made him my deputy. Satisfied, Oren? Chapter 17. Only days ago, Henry Hobbs had been crazed by Dave Hardy's threat to dig up the flower garden, and now Hannah was surprised by the old man's calm demeanor. While 5 state troopers opened every drawer in the living room and dumped them out on the floor, the judge was content to sit and read a search warrant by the light of the bay window. Special Agent Sally, damned if Hannah would call her Sally, Polk, stood by the judge's chair. The woman had a down-home country way about her, miles too friendly, and every word out of her mouth was suspect, even to saying hello at the front door. I'm so sorry about this mess, said the CBI agent, as if this carnage had come about by accident. Sorry? No, said the judge. I don't think you are. Not yet. But just wait half a minute. He read a few more lines. Your work is a bit sloppy, Miss Polk. Agent Polk, she said to sweetly remind him that she was in charge. He raised his eyes from the warrant to watch another drawer crash to the floor. And by sloppy, I don't mean the ham-handed way these boys conduct a search. Now that mess, as you put it, is all for show. Pure intimidation. And I can make that charge stick. He held up the warrant. This doesn't cover the common areas of the house. The way I read it, the way any judge would, retired or not, you're restricted to Oren's residence, and that's his bedroom. He doesn't own this place. I do. and the only item you can seize from Oren's room is a red folder that holds standard-sized documents." He pointed to one of the young men in uniform. "So that boy shouldn't be searching anything as small as that ceramic candy box. Incidentally, the box belonged to my late wife. Trust me on this. You really don't want the trooper to drop it. Not until you find out just how many ways I can hang you out to dry. So tell him to put it down right now." The young trooper never even glanced at his boss. He was looking at Hannah's angry upturned face and finding the tiny housekeeper more formidable. Very gently, he set the ceramic box back in its place on the mantelpiece. "So this," and this, by the wave of the judge's hand, included everything in sight, "this is illegal and damned incompetent." The telephone rang, and Hannah retreated down the hall to the kitchen to answer it in privacy. When she returned to the front room, the search had ended. "Not good enough," she said to the troopers. "I wasn't born to clean up after you boys." 2 of these young men had known the housekeeper all their lives, and now they gathered up the spilled contents of drawers. They treaded lightly around Horatio, who lay on the rug, doing his only trick, pretending to sleep while dead. Hannah stood at the center of the room and raised her voice for all to hear as she spoke to the judge. "That was the sheriff returning your call. He wants you to know that he found that red folder behind his credenza." Heads lifted all around the room. "And he's real sorry that Miss Polk went off half-cocked the way she did. But she just wouldn't wait till he had time to do a proper search of his office." Hannah glared at the CBI agent. Why was that woman still smiling? Another state trooper entered the house. The first person he saw was Hannah with her arms folded, waiting. And now the young man backed up a step to make his courtesy knock on the front door. He removed his hat and nodded hello to the housekeeper, who knew his parents and their parents all too well. The trooper drew Sally Polk into the dining room, wanting a word with her alone. Their voices were so low that even Hannah could not make out the conversation, though it was rumored that she could hear birds fluffing their feathers in the next county. "You arrested my son?" The trooper and Sally Polk whirled around to see Henry Hobbs standing behind them. Hannah grinned as she looked down at the judge's sandals, the old man's creepers. "Well, that's another warrant I'd like to see," said the judge. "And all of your paperwork should be in order. Now, what are the odds of that?" Agent Polk's folksy veneer was still holding. "I'll be more careful from now on." Her voice was butter smooth when she asked, "Have you always been in collusion with the sheriff, or is that a recent thing?" A plate of brownies had pride of place on the desk. The fresh-baked aroma was tantalizing and unexpected at the local headquarters of the California Highway Patrol. "Oh, is that light too bright?" "Well, of course it is." Sally Polk drew the blinds in her office. "There, that's better." Smoothing back her gray hair, she smiled benignly as she faced her prisoner, Oren Hobbs. "I can't see Cable Babbitt just giving you that red folder." She paused a beat, most likely waiting for a signal that she was on the right track, and that the county sheriff was dead meat. Apparently she did not believe the fairy tale of a critical piece of evidence getting lost behind Cable's credenza. Disappointed by Oren's tell-nothing face, she moved on. "So, let's say you borrowed that old folder without permission. But wouldn't the sheriff's credenza be locked? I'm so sure I remember a set of keys hanging from a lock on the bottom drawer." Her smile broadened as she waited out the silence of a few seconds. "All right, then. We'll just forget those pesky charges of stealing official documents. And no promises, mind you, but maybe the sheriff can keep his badge." She turned her back on him to water a potted geranium on a stand in the corner. Smaller plants, pansies and African violets, sat on the windowsills, and personal photographs lined the walls. The whole room was a study in domesticity, and it did not have the look of an office on short-term loan to the lady from Sacramento. Special Agent Polk sat down at her desk and straightened a stack of papers, then picked up loose pens and pencils and returned them to their glass container, just tidying up in a housewifey way. She pushed the plate of brownies toward him and raised her eyebrows to ask if he would like one. As he was reaching out to the plate, she said,
"Sweetheart, in a manner of speaking, I've got you by the balls."
She raised one hand and slowly curled her fingers into a fist, smiling all the while.
"Please don't make me squeeze them until they split open and spatter the wall. That's gonna hurt something awful."
Her voice was so friendly. She was almost motherly, if one discounted her intentions toward his testicles. But the brownies were good. He chewed slowly as he stretched out his legs, preparing to spend a few hours in this interrogation. Behind him, the office door opened and, bang, closed. Addison Winston appeared, briefcase in hand and wearing the body armor of a silk tie, a suit with a lustrous sheen and diamond cufflinks. His eyes were fever bright. The man was shining inside and out. Smiling, he moved around the desk to hover over the state's investigator. This sort of smile might be the last thing a mouse would see before a cat ripped its head off.
"Hello, Sally, old girl. How've you been?"
Agent Polk countered with strained goodwill.
"Well, Ad, I can't complain."
"I can," said Winston. "I know Judge Hobbs informed you that Oren was represented by counsel. But here you are, interrogating my client. Oh, Sally, Sally. The judge will be so pissed off."
He shook his head in mock sadness.
"As if you aren't in enough trouble."
"What interrogation? Me and your client were only passing the time, just waiting around for you to show up."
This was news to Oren, who had no idea that an attorney was coming. Ad Winston resumed his smile, merely evil this time. He settled into the chair next to Oren's and stared at the plate of brownies.
"She buys them at a bakery down the street, and she gets that fresh-from-the-oven smell by running them through the microwave in the lunchroom. Sally's idea of torturing prisoners. It's scary how often that works."
Sally Polk sat back in her chair with a smile for Oren.
"At my regional office down in Sacramento, when we find out Ad's in town, we just run out and arrest whoever he's representing. Then later on we come up with the charges. They're always guilty of something."
The lawyer winked at his client.
"She's good."
He turned his attention back to the CBI agent.
"Oren's better. When he was an Army cop, he closed down all of his cases. He was one determined soldier, and his evidence always stood up in court. I won't even bother to dazzle you with the conviction rate, but it was stunning."
"Of course," said Agent Polk, "that was military court, and guilt was always a foregone conclusion, even before the judges sat down."
She turned to Oren and spoke to him in the way that women talk down to small children.
"Nothing personal, sweetheart. I'm sure you did a very good job. Have another brownie."
"Nonetheless," said Addison, "I'd stack up my client against any cop in this state. He didn't just work domestic disputes on some military base out in the sticks. No, they sent him all around the world. My boy brought in terrorists and killers, smugglers and mad bomber types. He put a goddamn general in Leavenworth."
Untrue. The highest-ranking officer Oren had ever bagged was a lieutenant colonel, and he had yet to meet any live mad bombers. Only pieces of them could be found on the streets of Baghdad. If asked for his job description as a military detective, he would have explained his special knack for ripping a human being's mind inside out, without damaging the flesh. He would have said, "I break people." But he allowed the lawyer's lies to slide.
"You should be begging for Oren's help, not harassing him."
Ad Winston continued to smile at the CBI agent as he spoke in aside to his client.
"That startled look in her eyes? Obviously, the lady never bothered to check out your military record. Nothing past your serial number and rank. To quote your father, a very sloppy job."
Sally Polk leaned toward the lawyer.
"Well now, Ad, I have to admit that's an eye-opener. You see, I was going to let your client off easy. No charge of obstructing an investigation. But with a record like that one, I think he should have known better."
"She's bluffing, Oren. That's Sally's trademark. We met in Sacramento when a major case of hers fell apart in court.
A case of hot air.
The way I remember it, you suborned one of my witnesses.
Addison rested an avuncular hand on Oren's shoulder. They always send the screw-up agents to the hinterlands, but she's the first one ever to be condemned to the highway patrol.
Oh, this is just a temporary assignment, Addison. I won't be here long. Just long enough to gut your client. Have another brownie, Oren.
Chapter 18. Hannah, stop that, I can't hear. The housekeeper switched off the vacuum cleaner. After a brief telephone conversation, the judge hung up on his caller. That was the sheriff. He says Oren's on TV. Not a believer in remote control contraptions, Henry Hobbs leaned down to turn on the television set. Oh my God. He stared at the glowing screen and a scene of reporters mobbing a parking lot. His son stood at the center of this frenzy, and the backdrop was a brick building, headquarters for the Highway Patrol in Saulburg. The shouts of the mob were unintelligible. Addison Winston climbed up on the hood of a trooper's cruiser, and with a bit of coaxing, Oren joined him there. This is Ad's idea of handling things quietly. The judge raked one clawed hand over his bald scalp. It's a circus. More than that, this was Hannah's old premonition come true. She had always pictured the judge's son taking center stage, surrounded by people in bright lights, a screaming public. The camera loves him. The cameras could not get enough of Oren Hobbs. When the afternoon sky grew dark with overcast, lights on poles bore down on him, and strobe lights popped in smaller cameras as photographers edged closer. Oren in his damned cowboy boots, said the judge. He's going to dent the hood of that car. On screen, Addison Winston stepped in front of his photogenic client, though not to shield him. The grinning lawyer had the look of an elegant sideshow barker with tickets to sell. Sorry you were called out on a false alarm. I'm afraid Sally Polk has a rich fantasy life. Hannah turned to the judge and reached out to nudge his arm.
You see, it wasn't Ad's fault. That Polk woman must have called the reporters.
It was Addison, said the judge. He's addicted to this kind of attention. The picture had changed to a close-up of the building in the background, where Sally Polk stood in the open doorway, clearly unhappy with this event. And then the camera turned back to Oren, the one it loved best.
Did you see that?
Hannah edged her chair closer to the screen.
That was Evelyn Straub standing not 2 feet away from that door.
Oh, fine. Henry Hobbs covered his eyes with one hand. Let's just drag out all the sordid details.
There she is again.
Hannah pulled down the judge's hand.
Look. You see that bright pink thing in her hand? That's the color of Evelyn's checkbook. I bet she planned to bail Oren out of jail.
As if in response to this, Ad Winston's voice boomed from the television set. Bail? No, there was never an issue of bail. My client came in as a courtesy. A reporter shouted, Your guy was wearing handcuffs! Addison raised both hands in a crucifixion pose. Another screw-up. It seems there was a breakdown in communications between Sally Polk and the stormtroopers. Well, that's not right, said the judge, indignant. And it wasn't necessary. That man has no respect for law enforcement.
As I recall, said Hannah, you told Addison to grind up Sally Polk for dog meat.
Still following those instructions, the lawyer yelled, It gets better. Judge Montrose, the man who signed the warrant, he was under the impression that there was probable cause. There wasn't. Let me tell you, that's one pissed-off judge. Now, that last part's true enough. Henry Hobbs nodded at the screen. Judge Montrose and I had a little talk. Good man. Seems Miss Polk likes to stretch the truth a bit. But so does Addison. He's talking about the search warrant. There never was a warrant for Oren's arrest. He must have been brought in for questioning. That means there's no evidence against him.
But you always knew that.
That I did. They turned back to the television set as a reporter asked,
Oren, will you be offering any assistance on this case?
Absolutely, said Ad Winston, answering for his client before Oren had a chance to open his mouth and say something true. He's a decorated CID agent. That's the Army's Criminal Investigations Division. He has quite a track record for solving homicides. Incidentally, my client was the one who found the first evidence of his brother's murder, so you might say he's been on the case for a while now. Oren seemed about to disagree with this, and the lawyer pushed him, forcing him to jump off the hood of the car before he could fall. Ad Winston also jumped to the ground and propelled his client through the crowd to a waiting limousine. The reporters regrouped and followed them across the parking lot. All that was missing was the music of a marching band. In the distance, Evelyn Straub could be seen standing alone as the parade passed her by. To the camera's undiscerning eye, she was a stout, drab figure who blended into the background and faded away. Oren rode in the back seat of the stretch limousine hired for this special occasion of a carnival press conference. It was equipped with a stereo, television, a coffee maker, and a full bar. All that seemed to be missing was a hot tub. He turned to his lawyer. "Did my father really hire you?" "Who else? You thought Isabel might have asked me to defend you?" Ad Winston depressed a button on the console to raise a glass privacy barrier behind the chauffeur's seat. "And now, may I ask, what goes on between you and my daughter?" "Sir, I've never even spoken to her." "And yet, reliable witnesses tell me she recently decked you, flattened you out on a town sidewalk. That could pass for rough sex in the third world." "I tripped." "Of course you did." "I'll pay for this myself," said Oren. "What do I owe you?" "Not one dime. I never earned out the retainer your father paid me 20 years ago, and it won't make much of a dent in what's left. It looks like you're going to walk away from a double homicide." "You think I murdered my brother and that woman?" The attorney stared at him with keen interest. "The other set of bones belonged to a woman? Interesting. Don't ever tell me how you knew that. It'll make my job easier if I have to put you on the witness stand." He lifted his briefcase from the floor and settled it on his lap. "But I'm not anticipating a trial. Sally Polk's about to get a direct order to stay out of the sheriff's way, and Cable Babbitt doesn't have the talent to catch a shoplifter." "When Josh disappeared, was it your idea not to bring in the feds and the CBI, or was that the judge's call?" "Your father and I discussed the matter. I thought it was in your best interest if there was only one police agency to deal with, the mediocre one. I call it damage control." "You told him to send me away?" "No, that was the judge's decision. I was against it. At least he waited a few months before he shipped you out of state, but it was still a bad move. I gather you had some kind of alibi. The sheriff isn't a complete idiot." The lawyer's fingers did a little dance on the top of his briefcase while he awaited a response. Oren had no plans to share the details of two bogus alibis. Evelyn Straub's old statement was folded in his wallet, and there it would stay. He had set fire to Isabel's statement in full view of the sheriff and the patrons at the Water Street Cafe. Ad Winston opened his briefcase and perused the paperwork inside. The top sheet was a list of military commendations and decorations, ribbons from combat zones, medals for Oren's valor, and medals for his wounds. "Stunning record," said the lawyer. "I was relieved to discover that you were honorably discharged. And that's all the information Sally Polk is likely to get from the Army. She probably doesn't know as many five-star generals as I do. When my general looked into the matter, what he found was very jarring." The lawyer consulted a sheet of handwritten notes. "I know you left Coventry when you were 17 years old, but you didn't join the Army until your 18th birthday. Legal age. When you quit, you were 9 months shy of qualifying for a 20-year pension. You walked away from that, every dime, every benefit." Winston paused for a moment. "No comment?" The lawyer turned back to his notes. "Well, with no prompting from me, the general investigated." He pointed to a paragraph. "This lists all the perks you were offered." In the general's own words, the army offered you the moon if you would only stay. He tells me you never had to quit. They would have given you a leave of absence, all the time you needed. You could have claimed a family emergency, but you didn't. And your father insists you knew nothing about Josh's bones being found. Not before you came home. My father never lies. Henry's better at arithmetic than I am. He knows what you lost when you walked away. He never asked why. They rode the rest of the way in silence. The sun had come out again, and the light from the immense window was brilliant. Beyond the glass were the muffled sounds of hammers and the sight of workmen building a large wooden platform on the grass behind the Winston Lodge. Truckers unloaded tables and chairs for the guests, who soon would fill the house to overflowing. Oren had not set foot in this place since the age of 12. Today the front room was an empty cavern of cedar paneling and glass. All the furnishings had been removed to accommodate a night of dancing beneath a ceiling that soared more than 30 feet, and the floor space had the dimensions of a grand ballroom. Walking alongside his lawyer, he was told that the lodge had been built with the annual festivities in mind. Oren could only see it as a needy display of wealth, a stage for a man who was always performing, always smiling. He wondered what Ad Winston was like when there was no one around to play the audience. He pictured the lawyer sitting in a darkened room, insanely grinning for no reason at all. No difference. "You must come to the ball this year," said Winston, leading the way across the wide expanse. "Maybe I will." Oren delivered this line in a manner close to a threat. The lawyer paused and turned, eyes flickering, uncomprehending, and then he walked around a screen of potted fruit trees, motioning for his guest to follow him. On the other side of the foliage was a small mahogany bar, ornately carved. A cabinet full of bottles had been built into the wall, and its shelves were enclosed by glass doors with a sturdy lock. A single key lay beside a glass of melting ice cubes. The keeper of the key, a woman in a maid's uniform, was capping a whiskey bottle. "Hello, Hilda," said the lawyer as he joined her behind the bar. He looked down at the abandoned glass. "No refills, right?"
"She's only had the one."
"That's enough. You can go, Hilda. I'll do the honors. Young man, pull up a bar stool." Oren was distracted by his view of a small private terrace beyond a pair of French doors. Outside in the sunlight, Isabel Winston's red hair was fire-bright. A taller woman with long, pale hair stood beside her. This champagne blonde could only be Sarah Winston, and she was slowly turning toward him, but he never saw her face. The lady was led away like a passive invalid. Ad Winston set out 2 glasses. "What'll you have?" "Jack Daniels, straight up, if you've got it." "I have everything, my boy." The lawyer uncapped a whiskey bottle and poured him 2 generous shots. "We should talk strategy." Oren looked down at his glass and idly ran one finger around the rim. "You're fired." The older man leaned across the bar, for surely he could not have heard this right. "You're firing me?" He laughed at this great joke. "I know you're the best," said Oren, "but I know how you work. I know what you did to William Swan." Perhaps for the first time ever, the lawyer had lost his sense of humor, and he was slow to pour his own drink. "I never discuss my clients with anyone. So any aspect of Swan's old case